I'm a streamer whose stories sent shivers down people's spines. My tales reached the darkest corners of their minds. One time I told a story about ghosts that hunt passengers of night taxis, and after that, cab drivers all over the world started refusing to work night shifts. Every one of my stories changed lives. People no longer dared to walk down dark alleys, sleep with the lights off, or stay home alone. You'd think these were just stories. But for the people in this world, they became reality. My stories became a cultural phenomenon because no one before me had told such terrifying tales. But it wasn't always like this. In my old world, I was just a regular streamer. My horror stories entertained a small audience, but none of my tales could truly scare anyone. I was just one of many. And then, after a 3-day marathon of horror stories that I hosted for my subscribers, my heart gave out. I died. Wait, did I transmigrate? Looking around the unfamiliar room, Lin Xiao felt like his mind had turned to mush. He clearly remembered telling scary stories for 3 days and 3 nights in a live stream, and then his heart suddenly stopped, and he died. Yet somehow, unbelievably, he was here. Just then, a flood of memories surged into his head. This planet is called Langsing, and it's very similar to Earth. The history and development are almost the same, except for one thing: in this world, there are no real stories about the paranormal. Or rather, there are no true ghost stories. Their horror tales are incredibly primitive. For example, why do hundreds of pigs in the village squeal in the middle of the night? Why do girls' underwear constantly disappear in the dormitory? Why does Mr. Wine cry endlessly? Damn it! As soon as Lin Xiao absorbed all these memories, his eyes lit up. He realized that this was his opportunity. In his past life, he was a streamer who told terrifying stories. This meant that his skills were a perfect fit for this world. And although this world lacked real ghost stories, there were plenty of people who loved to hear them. And that meant this business had huge potential. There was real money to be made here. Mr. Lin, your show is about to start. Please get ready. A pleasant voice rang in Lin Xiao's ears. It was the station assistant Xiao Na. Oh, okay. Lin Xiao nodded quickly. Xiao Na sighed. Mr. Lin, even though today's recording is for the last episode of Midnight Radio, it's not entirely your fault. After all, there are only so many types of ghost stories, and people are tired of hearing the same ones. What? Lin Xiao was dumbfounded. What the heck? It's my first day at work, and the show is already getting cancelled. This must be a joke. Lin Xiao, what are you standing around for? Your show is about to start. Don't want to record the last episode? If not, get out of here right now. Just as Lin Xiao was feeling down, station manager Lin Deji walked over from his office. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. Manager, I didn't mean that. Lin Deji snorted coldly. Then why are you still standing here? Go record the show, and after today, pack your things and get lost. Then, an irritatingly mocking voice came from behind. Exactly. How shameless. For 6 months straight, you've had the lowest ratings at the station. Our manager is kind-hearted to even let you finish properly. If it were up to me, I would have kicked you out ages ago. The speaker was a pale, smooth-faced man with an effeminate tone. His name was Zhang Hai, and he was the station's ratings champion. His show was called How Women Should Take Care of Their Skin. Hearing this, Lin Xiao stared directly at Zhang Hai. What are you looking at? Keep staring, and I'll gouge your eyes out. Zhang Hai gritted his teeth. Lin Xiao smirked, ugly, and I can't even look. You. Zhang Hai nearly exploded with anger. The other colleagues at the station were equally shocked by Lin Xiao's words. Oh my! Lin Xiao actually dared to talk back to Zhang Hai. Who doesn't know that Zhang Hai is the manager's favorite? Lin Xiao must have a death wish. Well, today's Lin Xiao's last show anyway, so what's he got to lose? Exactly. Zhang Hai's so full of himself. Just because he's a little successful, he treats everyone like they're beneath him. He deserved that. Zhang Hai shot a venomous glare at Lin Xiao, then turned to Lin Deji. Manager, Lin Xiao insulted me. You've got to stand up for me. Upon hearing this, Lin Deji's face darkened. He opened his mouth to speak, but Lin Xiao didn't give him the chance. He turned and walked straight to the recording studio. Zhang Hai was fuming. Manager, Lin Xiao is totally disrespecting you. Why are you in such a rush? He's going to be gone soon anyway. Once the show's over, we'll deal with him properly. Lin Deji gritted his teeth. Zhang Hai nodded. You're right, manager. You always know best. And stop sucking up so much. Also, change that voice of yours. When you're not recording, speak normally. You're giving me goosebumps. Lin Deji gave him a sideways glance before returning to his office. There were 5 minutes left until the show began. Lin Xiao had just entered the recording studio when suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding with the horror livestream system. System activating. System activated. Congratulations to the host for receiving a starter pack. Pack opening. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a master-level voice upgradable. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100,000 ghost stories from Earth. Hearing this series of notifications, Lin Xiao's heart leaped with joy. The system had arrived. This was a must-have for anyone who time traveled. Mr. Lin, the show is about to start. Please get ready. Xiao Nei's sweet voice sounded again. Lin Xiao gave her an okay gesture. At the same time, on the station's official forum, a few scattered comments began to appear. I heard today is the last episode of Midnight Radio? Honestly, this show should have been cancelled long ago. It's completely unlistenable. Exactly. They should have just played some upbeat dance music. The ghost stories this host tells are so old. Same formula, every time. We need a female host. And she has to have a nice voice. Plus 10,086. Listening to this show is so awkward I could dig a whole 3-bedroom apartment with my toes. Sure enough, all the comments were complaints. It was clear how much of a failure the old Lin Xiao had been. Xiao Nei, seeing these comments, couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Midnight. The show started right on time. Lin Xiao's voice, enhanced by the system, now flowed effortlessly. He could switch between tones at will. Good evening, listeners. Welcome to Midnight Radio. Lin Xiao deliberately lowered his voice, and just from that opening, an eerie atmosphere filled the air. Every listener tuned in felt a chill run down their spine. Damn. When did they change the host? Wow. That voice almost made me jump out of bed. Not bad. They changed the host. This voice is good, there's something to it. More comments appeared. In the station lobby, his colleagues exchanged confused glances. Was that really Lin Xiao's voice? It didn't sound like him at all. In the corner, Zhang Hai, who had been sitting in his chair, narrowed his eyes. The earlier shock from Lin Xiao's voice had left his face pale as paper. Lin Xiao, do you think this will raise your ratings? How naive. Zhang Hai still sneered. To him, Lin Xiao was merely struggling in vain before his inevitable downfall. Inside the recording studio, Lin Xiao said, "Today's story begins now. Are you ready to join me in the world of the supernatural?" This happened when I was in my second year of college. That day, I had just finished class when I got a call from my dad. He told me my uncle was in critical condition, and that I should take leave and come home. When I heard the news, it was like being struck by lightning. In my mind, my uncle had always been in great health, strong as an ox, really. He wasn't even 50 yet this year, still in his prime. I quickly asked my dad what illness he had. My dad didn't answer, just let out a heavy sigh and urged me to buy a ticket as soon as possible. After hanging up, I immediately called my class advisor and requested 3 days off. My family lives in the countryside, so after an 8-hour train ride, I still had to take a 2-hour bus ride and then walk another half hour along a mountain path. By the time I reached the town, it was already past 8 p.m. It was late autumn, with a cool breeze blowing. My dad had called me along the way, asking when I would arrive. He offered to come pick me up on his motorcycle, but I politely declined, so I had to walk back home alone. The mountain path was rugged and hard to navigate. With the faint moonlight as my guide, I stumbled along. From time to time I could hear strange birds calling from the woods. In the quiet of the night, it was especially eerie. Luckily, nothing strange happened, and seeing that I had only about 10 more minutes to go before I'd reach home, I quickened my pace. But right then, I started hearing faint footsteps behind me. At this point, Lin Xiao's voice turned chilling and sinister. In an instant, the comments section flooded with messages. Damn. How can someone tell a horror story like this? It's so damn realistic. Please, streamer, turn off the background music, it's freaking me out. Everyone knows we humans have a pact with ghosts. As long as we hide under the blankets, they won't come near us. Starting to feel it now, this new host is pretty good. Back at the station hall. When did Lin Xiao get so good at storytelling? I've never heard a ghost story like this before. Feels like something really scary is about to happen. My heart is already racing. Colleagues were chattering away. Some of the more timid ones had already huddled together for comfort, sitting in a circle. In the corner, Zhang Hai's face had gone deathly pale. He was easily scared. But the problem was, he couldn't bring himself to join the others, so he had to tough it out. Damn you, Lin Xiao. Just get lost already. I can't stand these paranormal hosts. Hai cursed under his breath. After taking a sip of water, Lin Xiao continued. At that moment, my heart started pounding wildly. But hey, I was a college student, a firm believer in atheism. After a brief pause, I kept walking. But just then, the footsteps behind me started again. And as if on cue, a chilly breeze blew across my body. In an instant, every pore on my body opened up. A cold sweat surged from my feet straight up to my scalp. Suddenly, I remembered something. I was walking through the village cemetery. The moment that thought crossed my mind, cold sweat poured from my forehead. I gritted my teeth, stamped my foot, and broke into a run toward home. But strangely, no matter how fast I ran, the footsteps behind me stayed the same, always keeping the same distance from me. My legs felt as heavy as lead. After less than 2 minutes of running, I was already out of breath. I bent over, hands on my knees, gasping for air. And just as I stopped, the footsteps behind me also stopped. I was about to turn around to see what was going on, when a voice, creepy and chilling, drifted into my ear. Young man. Wait for me. The voice was eerie, forlorn, as grating as a wheezing bellows. Boom! The moment I heard that voice, my mind exploded, going completely blank. Without a second thought, I took off running again, ignoring how tired I was, sprinting toward home. I could still hear the footsteps behind me, and my heart was pounding so loudly that I could hear it over everything else. But I didn't dare stop. I don't know how long I ran, but eventually, exhausted, I saw a light shining on my face. Yeah. Is that you? The voice was very familiar. It was my dad. I hurriedly shouted back, Dad, it's me. Honestly, at that moment, I was so emotional that I almost cried. My dad looked at me. Why are you running? I stammered, someone was following me. What? I remember it clearly when I said that. My dad froze, his body suddenly stiff, like he'd been struck by lightning. At this point, Lin Xiao paused again. And this time, the comments were even more numerous. Wow. This story is crazy intense. What's with his dad? His dad must know something. Otherwise, why would he react like that? Don't stop, host. Keep going. Holy crap, I've already shared the radio link with my family and friends. This story is too scary for me to listen to alone. I shared it too. Come on, host, keep telling the story. Watching the comments, a radiant smile spread across Xiao Nei's face. Because, according to the real-time feedback, Lin Xiao's show ratings had started to skyrocket. Before, Lin Xiao's ratings had only been around 0.2%. But now, in just under 20 minutes, they had shot up to 0.8%. It was worth noting that Hai, the station's star, only managed around 1.6% daily, and that was during prime time. Can Mr. Lin set a new record? Xiaona clasped her hands under her chin, muttering to herself, her face filled with anticipation. I looked at my dad, puzzled. Dad. What's wrong? Don't ask, run. Hurry, run back home. My dad, looking panicked, yelled out, grabbed my hand, and started dragging me toward home. Right before we entered the house, my dad shouted to my mom, who was busy in the yard, wife, quick, grab 2 burning coals. Hurry. My mom was confused but quickly turned around, went to the kitchen, and brought back 2 hot coals, placing them by the door. My dad stared at me. What are you waiting for? Step over them. Honestly, I had no idea what it was for, but I instinctively stepped over the coals. Once we were inside, my dad slammed the door shut. He leaned against it, panting heavily. And when I looked closer, I saw that his forehead was also drenched in sweat. During dinner, my dad, surprisingly, poured me half a glass of Lao Baigan, a strong Chinese liquor. You have to understand, my dad never allowed me to drink before. Looking at him in disbelief, I asked, Dad, what's going on? With a grim expression, he replied, drink some, to ward off evil. Those words sent a chill down my spine. After what happened earlier, I couldn't shake the strange feeling that had settled in me. I stared at him. Dad, what was that all about earlier? My dad looked me in the eye and said slowly, that was a ghost. My heart skipped a beat. A ghost. Hearing my dad say this shocked me to the core. He continued, ghosts exist in this world. Sometimes we just can't see them with the naked eye. The one that was following you was probably looking for a replacement spirit. And you were the target. My body began to tremble. If you hadn't run fast enough, once it caught up to you, your life would have been over, he added. Frowning, I asked, "Then why did you make me step over those burning coals when I got home?" My dad explained, "You had already been tainted by ghostly energy. If you'd brought that energy into the house, the ghost would have followed you inside. But fire repels ghosts. As soon as you stepped over the coals, the ghostly energy disappeared." After hearing this, everything suddenly made sense. I had never heard of anything like this before. At this point, the listeners on the forum started buzzing with activity. I learned something new. So, that's a thing. Wow. I never thought I could actually learn from listening to ghost stories. This host is killing it. Love it. I think this show should definitely continue. Back at the station. It's blowing up. It's blowing up. Jeona jumped out of her chair, face glowing with excitement. What's blowing up? Everyone turned to look at her. Jeona, brimming with joy, exclaimed, "The ratings. Midnight Radio's ratings just broke 1%. No way. That's amazing. Aside from Shanghai's show, we've never had another program break 1%, right? Lin Xiao is crushing it. Hats off to him. With stories of this quality, he's practically created a whole new genre of supernatural storytelling. Breaking 1% might not be the end goal. Let's hope the ratings hit 2% by the end of the show." Everyone in the room was genuinely happy for Lin Xiao. After all, nearly every employee at the station had been targeted by Shanghai at some point. Now that they saw someone finally rising up, how could they not be thrilled? As for Shanghai, his face turned grim when he heard Xiaone's announcement. Over 1%. Lin Xiao had actually surpassed 1%. The story continued. After dinner, with a bit of alcohol in me, I felt lightheaded. I turned to my mom. "I'm going to go check on Uncle." My dad was the first to speak up. "Don't go out tonight. Go tomorrow." My mom quickly agreed. "Yes, listen to your father." With no other choice, I went to bed early. The next morning, at the crack of dawn, I headed to my uncle's house with my parents. By the time we arrived, the courtyard was already filled with people. When the villagers saw me, they all greeted me warmly. It's worth mentioning, I was the first in our village to go to college, so the elders treated me well. After acknowledging everyone, I headed straight into the house. When I saw my uncle lying on the bed, I was shocked. I clearly remembered seeing him less than 2 months ago. Back then, he was strong and healthy, like he could take down a bull with one punch. But now, he was nothing but skin and bones, lying there like a skeleton. His eyes were sunken in, his face as dark as charcoal, like a shadow of his former self. Seeing this, I couldn't stop the tears from flowing. I sat down by the bed, tightly gripping my uncle's hand, and called his name softly. He struggled to open his eyes. When he saw I had returned, he forced a smile that looked worse than crying. In a weak voice, he said, "Eerie, you're back." I nodded quickly. "Uncle, how are you feeling?" My uncle shook his head. "Not much time left." Hearing this, my heart sank even further. From a young age, I had been very close to my uncle. As a kid, I followed him around, collecting bird eggs and all sorts of things. In some ways, he was even closer to me than my own parents. I turned to my aunt, who was quietly sobbing nearby. "Auntie, what happened to Uncle? How did he end up like this? Did he go to the hospital? What did the doctors say?" My aunt burst into tears. "Eerie, your uncle. Your uncle was cursed." "What?" I jumped up from the bed, my eyes wide with shock. In the past, I never would have believed in things like curses or evil spirits. But after what happened last night, my mindset had already begun to shift. I pressed her. How could Uncle have been cursed? Sobbing, my aunt wailed, "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let him tear down that wall at the Earth God's temple." Just then, my dad spoke up in a low voice. "Let me explain. 3 days ago, my uncle's yard was being renovated, and they needed bricks for a pigsty. But they were a few hundred bricks short. My aunt had the idea to send my uncle to the Earth God's temple to take some bricks from the wall. In our village, there's an old Earth God temple. But it's been abandoned for years, only used as a storage place for farming tools. No one really pays attention to it. But the very night after he tore down part of the temple's wall to build the pigsty, strange things began happening. My uncle started having terrible nightmares and came down with a high fever. In just one night, he lost a huge amount of weight. The next day, my dad took my uncle to the hospital, but after all the tests, they found nothing wrong. That's when some of the village elders told my aunt that he might have been cursed. After hearing the whole story, I frowned deeply. If that's the case, This situation might be tricky to handle. Suddenly, my dad turned to my aunt. Has the yin lady arrived yet? My aunt shook her head. She was supposed to come this morning, but she still hasn't shown up. Just then, someone called out from outside, the yin lady is here. The yin lady, also known as the yin-yang lady. Legend has it that she has a yin-yang face, half black, half white, and practices dark arts. Her left hand helps the living by delivering babies, while her right hand aids the dead by conducting funerals. The truly powerful ones can even help ghosts give birth. Soon, an elderly woman, probably in her 70s or 80s, walked into the room. Her face looked normal enough, so the legend of the yin-yang face was obviously false. But I noticed something strange: her eyes. One was black, and the other was white, just like the dots on a taiji symbol. It gave her an unsettling appearance. Suddenly the yin lady fixed her eyes directly on me. Her cold, piercing gaze made me shudder, and I felt extremely uncomfortable. Instinctively I asked, "Why? Why are you staring at me?" In a raspy voice she replied, "You encountered a ghost." Boom! As soon as she said that, my mind exploded. How? Did she know I had a run-in with a ghost last night? My dad had said that crossing over the burning coals should have taken care of it. As soon as the yin lady spoke, my dad's expression tightened, and he rushed over to her. "Yin lady, please help my son clear away the ghostly energy." The yin lady calmly replied, "It's fine, nothing serious. Just have him drink some medicine, and he'll be fine." My dad thanked her profusely. Then, the yin lady walked past me, and went over to where my uncle was lying. The room fell completely silent. The yin lady started circling my uncle. All the while, she muttered something that sounded like an incantation, words no one could understand. My mom leaned over to me and whispered, "She's the most famous yin-yang lady in the entire area. Her family has been in this line of work for generations. They say she once helped a ghost give birth. That female ghost was so grateful that she became her spirit guardian." Curious, I asked, "What's a spirit guardian?" A spirit guardian is similar to a shaman's spirit. Shaman spirits refer to protective spirits from the animal world, and they typically fall into 5 categories: fox, weasel, hedgehog, snake, and rat, commonly known as the 5 immortal spirits. But a spirit guardian, she continued, serves ghosts rather than animals. After hearing my mom's explanation, I became deeply intrigued by this yin lady. Helping a ghost give birth, now that's something I'd never heard of before. At this point, Lin Xiao paused and took a sip of water. The listeners started buzzing with comments. "The host has a wild imagination. Helping a ghost give birth, seriously. Shaman spirits and spirit guardians, I'm learning all kinds of strange new stuff. Incredible storytelling skills, host. Why those specific animals for the 5 immortal spirits? Host, could you explain that? This is so good. This story is totally different from the supernatural tales I've heard before." At the same time, Xiao Na couldn't sit still any longer. She jumped up and ran straight to the station manager's office. "Manager, it's blowing up." Xiao Na exclaimed excitedly as she stood before Lin Deji. "What's blowing up?" Lin Deji frowned. He had been on the phone with his mistress for most of the night, and hadn't paid any attention to Lin Xiao's show. And even if he had, he wouldn't have cared much about it. After all, Lin Xiao had been at the bottom of the ratings for half a year. Plus, after tonight, the show was set to be cancelled. Xiao Na quickly composed herself and said, "Lin Xiao's midnight radio is blowing up in the ratings. It's already hit a shocking 1.3%, and it's still rising fast. It might even break 2%. What?" Hearing this, Lin Deji looked stunned. "Xiao Na, have you lost your mind? You think that kid's show could break 2%? Do you take me for a fool?" "Manager, if you don't believe me, just check the data yourself," Xiao Na urged him. The next second, Lin Deji got up and headed toward the main office. When he saw the live ratings data on the screen, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. It wasn't just 1.3 It had already broken 1.4%. Could it be? Lin Xiao has finally found his groove. Lin Deji muttered to himself, staring at Lin Xiao in the recording booth, completely dumbfounded. Just then, Zhang Hai came stomping over. "Manager, I suspect Lin Xiao is inflating his numbers." Lin Deji frowned slightly. "Do you have proof?" "No." Zhang Hai shook his head. Lin Deji scowled. "No proof, then stop talking nonsense." "But manager, don't you find it strange? Why would his ratings suddenly spike right at the end? Isn't that suspicious? Couldn't it be bots inflating the numbers?" Zhang Hai couldn't stand the idea of Lin Xiao's comeback. Hearing this, Lin Deji began to think. It was, indeed, a bit suspicious. There's no way the numbers are fake, Xiao Nei suddenly spoke up. Zhang Hai shot her a venomous glare, his eyes full of malice. Curious, Lin Deji asked, how can you be so sure? Just look at the comments section. All the viewers are real people, and their discussions are completely genuine. There's no way this could be bot, Xiao Na said confidently. Keep listening. Lin Deji sat down in a chair, his focus now fully on the show. Zhang Hai wanted to say something else but ultimately held back. The Yin lady circled back and forth for over 10 minutes. Finally, she stopped beside me. She looked at my aunt and rasped, your husband angered the earth god. He broke the earth god's legs, so the earth god is punishing him. My aunt immediately jumped up from her stool. What should we do, Yin lady? Please tell me what to do. Sigh. The Yin lady sighed. It's not too difficult. Does your family have a cow? Yes. My aunt nodded quickly. Cut off all 4 of the cow's legs, grind them into powder, and bury it beneath the earth god's statue. Burn lots of incense and paper offerings. In 2 days your husband will recover. After hearing this, my aunt was overjoyed and thanked her profusely. The Yin lady added, do it quickly. Don't delay, or your husband's life might be in danger. My aunt rushed out immediately. My dad followed close behind. Then the Yin lady turned to me. Young man, here's the medicine. Boil it into a broth and drink it. The ghostly energy within you will completely dissipate. Half doubting her, I accepted the tightly wrapped packet of herbs and politely thanked her. Strangely enough, after my aunt followed the Yin lady's instructions, that very night, my uncle's fever broke, and he could eat again. By the next morning, his complexion had returned to normal, and he was able to walk around. Detected that the story caused fear among the audience, fear level +10. Detected that the story caused fear among the audience, fear level +10. Detected that the story caused fear among the audience, fear level +10. The cold, robotic sound of the system echoed repeatedly in Lin Xiao's mind. Fear level? He had no idea what that was about. But right now, he had no interest in figuring it out. The first story for today ends here. Let's take a short break, and we'll continue with the second story afterward. With that, Lin Xiao stood up and walked out of the recording studio. Lin Xiao, that was amazing. What a great story. I've never heard such a spooky tale before. Is it true? Could such strange things really happen in this world? Yeah, it's hard to believe. Come on, tell us more about it. His colleagues surrounded him, chattering away. Hearing their words, a slight smile crept up on Lin Xiao's face. When it comes to the supernatural, it's better to believe in it than to dismiss it. As long as we maintain a certain level of respect for the unknown, there's nothing to worry about. Peach. Who are you trying to scare? Suddenly, Zhang Hai snorted and walked slowly toward Lin Xiao. Immediately, the crowd dispersed. Lin Xiao, do you really think last-minute efforts will save you? This is your final episode. No matter how hard you rack your brains to come up with a fresh story, it's just a fleeting moment of success. Do you really believe you can stay? Zhang Hai's voice was sharp and cutting, and the tone he used made everyone feel uncomfortable. Hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Hai, are you out of your mind? Zhang Hai's eyes narrowed. What do you mean by that, Lin Xiao? You know exactly what I mean. Did I ever say I wanted to stay? I'm just doing my job. Ever heard the saying, when you're a monk for a day you toll the bell for a day? Lin Xiao fired back. You. Zhang Hai's face flushed red with anger, looking quite embarrassed. He was furious. How dare Lin Xiao, a bottom-tier host, talk back to him like this? After all, Zhang Hai was the station's star. The next moment, Zhang Hai turned to Lin Deji, station manager. Did you hear that? Lin Xiao dares to speak to me like that. It's getting late. Why don't you head home? Lin Deji replied, his expression stern. Zhang Hai was stunned. This wasn't how things usually played out. Lin Deji had always backed him up before. But now, the station manager was telling him to go home? Lin Xiao, you performed well tonight. If you can maintain this level later, I might consider continuing your show. Lin Deji said seriously, looking at Lin Xiao. Buzz. Zhang Hai's mind went blank. Wait, station manager, how can you say that? I've already told my friend that she could take over Lin Xiao's slot tomorrow. You can't go back on your word, Zhang Hai protested, panicking. Lin Deji's eyes narrowed. Who's the station manager here, you or me? This. Zhang Hai was speechless. Lin Xiao, hurry up and thank the station manager, someone chimed in. Yeah, take the opportunity to thank him for this chance. After all, Our station has never made such an exception before. Oh my gosh, the station manager actually bent the rules for Lin Xiao. That's impressive. Everyone began to speak up, but Lin Xiao remained calm. No need. Once tonight's show is over, I'll be leaving. As soon as he said this, Lin Deji froze in place. He had intended to give Lin Xiao a way out, but it seemed Lin Xiao wasn't taking the bait. Awkward. Truly awkward. After a short break, Lin Xiao returned to the recording studio. The others dispersed as well. Lin Deji's eyes were locked on Lin Xiao through the glass of the recording booth, his gaze filled with a cold, sinister intensity. Zhang Hai quickly spoke up. Station manager, this is the guy you're defending? Lin Xiao's nothing but an ungrateful wolf. Look at him now. You gave him a hand, and he's slapping you in the face. Damn it. He doesn't know what's good for him. Lin Deji was seething. Meanwhile, in the forum and chat room, where's the host? Did he go to the bathroom for some personal fun? Hurry up and get back to the second story. I can't wait any longer. Speed up. Please host faster. Damn it. I don't even dare to get out of bed to get water right now. To turn a ghost story into something this chilling, host, you're a genius. More. Hurry up. I'm dying of anticipation. Even during the break, the listener count wasn't dropping. In fact, it was steadily rising. That was terrifying in itself. Good evening, dear listeners. Now let's begin our second story for tonight. Lin Xiao's voice was like the sound of a knife scraping against glass, hoarse and grating. The eerie feeling immediately settled over the listeners. This story comes from a personal experience shared by a female classmate of mine from university. For now, let's call her Xiao. Xiao was one of the top students in our class. Every year during our 4 years at university, she won the national scholarship. When she graduated, she successfully landed a job at a well-known multinational company. Her salary was incredibly high, more than 20,000 yuan per month. Including bonuses, her annual income was around 500,000 yuan. To be honest, we were all envious of her. But Xiao wasn't happy. Despite the high salary, as a newcomer, she was given tons of work. In the workplace, it's common knowledge that senior employees push all the dirty and tiring jobs onto the new hires. So, most of the tough tasks fell on Xiao's shoulders. One day, her manager assigned her a crucial task, a proposal that the company needed for the next day, which would influence their strategic plans for the next couple of years. Xiao ended up staying late at the office, working until past 10 at night. Now, I should mention that despite her heavy workload, Xiao had her own private cubicle. She didn't have to squeeze in with hundreds of other employees in the main hall. Her superiors believed this would increase her efficiency. At around 10 p.m., after finishing part of the task, Xiao was starving. She wasn't in the mood to order food, so she decided to make herself a cup of instant noodles. Just as she filled the cup and sat back down in her chair, the lights in the main hall suddenly came on. You should know that when she stood up earlier, it was still pitch black outside. So that means the lights just turned on. Xiao instinctively called out, "Who's there?" There was no response, only dead silence. Though she was scared, Xiao still pushed open the glass door. The entire hall was empty. She walked to the switch and turned off the lights, then turned around to head back to her office. Click. Just as she turned, the lights suddenly flickered back on. A cold draft blew across her back, causing her body to shiver involuntarily. Goosebumps ran up her spine. Xiao forced herself to turn around slowly. But again, there was nothing there. Her breathing became heavy and uneven. A story her colleague once told her suddenly popped into her mind. It was about several people who had died while constructing this building. And it happened right on her floor. To make things worse, the security guards had warned her before everyone must leave the building by 11 p.m. Thinking of this, Xiao glanced at her watch. 10:55 p.m. There were only 5 minutes left until 11 p.m. Her mind felt like a hammer was pounding away at it. Fear, tension, anxiety, and panic flooded her all at once. At this point, Xiao didn't care about her work anymore. She rushed back to her office, grabbed her bag, and headed for the exit. Just as she opened the company's main door, another cold gust hit her. Chills ran from the soles of her feet up to the top of her head. There was only 1 minute left until 11 p.m. Her mind went completely blank as she slammed the door shut and bolted towards the elevator. In the long hallway, the only sound was the rapid clacking of her high heels against the floor. Her back was drenched in cold sweat. When she finally reached the elevator, the clock on her watch struck exactly 11 p.m. The story ended there, leaving all the listeners completely stunned. Please stop, host. I beg you, don't go on. I can't take it anymore, it's too scary. Holy crap. I've never heard such a terrifying ghost story. My heart is pounding like crazy. Is this real or not? Do such creepy things really happen in the world? Good thing I'm wrapped up in my blanket. No fear at all. Host, keep going. Comments flooded the screen like snowflakes. Meanwhile, the ratings for Midnight Radio had officially broken Shanghai's 1.6%, shooting up to 1.8%. Xiao Nei was overjoyed as she turned to Lin Deji, station manager. We broke the record. Lin Xiao has shattered the station's listener record. Really? Lin Deji jumped up and quickly rushed over to Xiao Nei. When he saw the 1.8% rating, a broad smile spread across his face. He was thrilled. For a station manager, the higher the ratings, the bigger the budget he would receive from the higher-ups. For Lin Deji, he wished all his hosts could maintain a rating above 1%. But unfortunately, that was just a dream. Thankfully, Lin Xiao had pulled it off. He was now a rising star, a valuable asset. Station manager, Lin Xiao's numbers must be fake. Zhang Hai interrupted, his voice dripping with jealousy. Hearing this, Lin Deji's brow furrowed deeply. Shut up, can't you stand seeing someone else succeed? Fake? Did you even look at the total number of comments on Midnight Radio? Over 12,000. Tell me, where do you see anything fake? Zhang Hai was instantly at a loss for words. Get home and go to bed. You just can't handle seeing someone outperform you. How did I ever think you were the honest type? Lin Deji fumed. The surrounding colleagues gave Zhang Hai amused, mocking looks. They had never seen a scene like this before. After taking a sip of water, Lin Xiao continued with the story. As Yak Xiao stood in front of the elevator, she suddenly heard the sound of bells ringing in her ears. Dong! 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 The sound echoed down the empty corridor, making her shiver uncontrollably. And then, cold, eerie winds began pouring in from the windows at both ends of the hallway. Xiao Xiao felt as though she had been plunged into an ice cave. Her teeth clattered, and her body trembled violently. He 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 he! Suddenly, a sharp, cold laugh pierced Xiao Xiao's ears. Xiao Xiao screamed in terror. The last bit of strength in her mental defenses crumbled at that moment. But it didn't stop there. She could clearly see 2 rows of white footprints appearing out of nowhere on the floor. The footprints were slowly coming towards her. Xiao Xiao's heart felt like it was about to leap out of her throat. Her legs weakened, and sweat poured down her forehead. She leaned against the wall, trying desperately to stay upright. The white footprints drew closer and closer. Her heartbeat quickened again. Xiao Xiao's voice trembled as she gasped, "Help me! Someone! Please save me!" But no one responded. At that moment, Xiao Xiao's eyes caught sight of the bathroom nearby. Summoning all her remaining strength, she sprinted toward it. Better to fight than wait to die. Rushing into the bathroom, Xiao Xiao immediately locked herself in the farthest stall. Sitting on the toilet lid, her breathing grew more and more rapid. She could hear her own breath, and the loud thumping of her heart as it pounded against her chest. Time ticked by, second by second. Xiao Xiao clenched her fists tightly, keeping her eyes shut, too afraid to open them for fear that a terrifying, blood-covered face might appear in front of her. Minutes passed 2, 3, but nothing happened outside. Her heart began to calm down slowly. This trick seemed to have worked. The feeling of narrowly escaping death made Xiao Xiao feel like she had been given a new lease on life. But just as she was about to let out a sigh of relief, a strange sound suddenly echoed in her ears. Tap, 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 tap. As a woman, Xiao Xiao could immediately tell it was the sound of high heels scraping against the floor. Her heart tightened once again. In the middle of the night, how could anyone else be here? And why were they coming to the bathroom? Could it be someone else was also working late like her? Maybe they experienced the same thing. Thinking about this, Xiao Xiao began to listen closely. The sharp sound of high heels continued. Suddenly, through the small gap under the stall door, Xiao Xiao saw a pair of red high heels stop right in front of her stall. Her breathing quickened instantly. Her fists clenched tightly as she tried to stay calm. Summoning her courage, Xiao Xiao carefully asked, "Who's there?" There was no response from the woman outside. She just stood there. "Who is it?" Xiao Xiao repeated, "Someone's already in here. Go to the next stall." This time, the high heels moved. From the sound, it seemed like the person walked into the stall next to hers. Xiao Xiao let out a sigh of relief. At least now she wasn't alone. Having someone else around gave her some comfort. But before she could fully relax, The sound of the high heels that had disappeared suddenly reappeared in front of her stall, without warning. Buzz! Xiaoxiao's mind went completely blank. Her entire body felt as though it had fallen into an ice pit. She hadn't heard any footsteps at all. That could only mean those high heels had appeared out of nowhere. The hairs on her entire body stood on end. Fear, panic and anxiety surged over her. With a trembling voice, Xiaoxiao cried out, "Who are you? Say something." But there was still no response. Shortly after, the high heels disappeared again, just as mysteriously. At this point, after all these shocks, Xiaoxiao's mental defenses completely collapsed. She looked utterly defeated. Suddenly, the lights in the bathroom began flickering, accompanied by the harsh sound of electrical buzzing. The bathroom alternated between light and shadow, flickering on and off. A cold breeze blew through, creating a low, ghostly moan. Xiaoxiao's heartbeat raced. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. She regretted everything. If she had known this would happen, she would have never stayed late to work, no matter what. Her mind raced. Then, a bold idea came to her. That's right. Call for help. With this thought, Xiaoxiao fumbled through her bag, trying to grab her phone. But her hopes were quickly dashed. There was no signal. Now Xiaoxiao was completely desperate. As the story reached this point, the background music became even more eerie. Some of the more timid listeners had already burrowed under their blankets, frantically typing comments while still listening. "Protect me," comments. "Protect me," comments. "I'd trade my ex-boyfriend's luck for just one moment of bravery right now." "Oh my god, this is so scary. Host, can we tone it down a bit? My heart can't take much more. Damn. As someone working 996 hours, I'm starting to feel too scared to keep listening. Now I'm never staying late at work again. The immersion is unreal. I'm still at the office working late, and I swear I feel someone breathing on the back of my neck right now." The number of comments on the screen increased noticeably. Meanwhile, back at the station, some of the colleagues were sitting together, with the more frightened ones even holding hands. Even Lin Deji had a look of fear on his face, his expression tense with unease. But the scariest part was yet to come. Just as Xiaoxiao was about to put her phone back into her bag after seeing there was no signal, she caught a glimpse of something in the reflection on her phone's screen. She saw a figure on top of her stall. That's right. Someone was crouching on top of her stall. Xiaoxiao felt like she had been struck by lightning. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Her eyes widened in terror, filled with bloodshot veins. Slowly, she lifted her head and saw a face she would never forget for the rest of her life. That face, how to describe it? Tangled, messy hair, eyes bulging out of their sockets, almost ready to burst. 2 streams of blood tears ran down a face as pale as death itself. Her mouth ripped wide open, exposing a gaping bloody maw. A red tongue lolled out, covered with crawling maggots. At that moment, the face grinned directly at Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao let out a deafening scream. Her entire body collapsed, and she passed out. When she woke up again, she was in the hospital, having slept for 3 whole days and nights. Even then, she was still running a high fever. The security guard from the building had brought her there. The guard later recalled that when he found her, there was nothing unusual in the bathroom. The doctor also confirmed that Xiaoxiao had fainted from low blood sugar. After hearing this, Xiaoxiao tried to explain everything that had happened that night. But no one believed her. After she was discharged, Xiaoxiao quit her job at that company. She found a new job with a lower salary but no overtime. Still, the memory of that night weighed heavily on her, like a mountain on her chest, until she finally had to tell someone. And that someone was me. That day Xiaoxiao looked at me very seriously. "Lin Xiao, do you believe me?" When she asked this, I looked back at her, my gaze steady and unwavering. I nodded and said, "Yes, I believe you." As soon as I said those words, I saw the weight lift from Xiaoxiao's face, and a smile of relief spread across her features. The story ended here. Detected that the audience experienced fear. Fear level +10. Detected that the audience experienced fear. Fear level +10. Detected that the audience experienced fear. Fear level +10. As soon as Lin Xiao finished speaking, the system's cold notifications rang out again, one after another. Clearly, this story had deeply resonated with countless listeners. After all, most of them were just working people too. At the same time, just as the story ended, Xiaona was watching the screen closely and saw the real-time ratings break 2%. 2%. We hit 2%. Xiaona jumped up from her chair. Everyone in the hall gathered around. Lin Deji was beyond excited, almost brought to tears. This is a first. A first. We've struck gold, really struck gold. Lin Xiao, you're incredible. Even Lin Deji's voice trembled. At that moment, Lin Xiao slowly walked out of the recording booth. Without a second thought, Lin Deji rushed up and grabbed his hand tightly. Lin Xiao, you are the pride of our station. Hearing this, Lin Xiao frowned slightly. Mr. Lin, you're amazing. Today's ratings broke the station's record, and we even passed 2%. And for a midnight show. Those numbers are insane. Xiao Nei exclaimed bluntly. In response, Lin Xiao gave a faint smile. No big deal. Listen to that. Hear that. Now that's a real pro. Breaking 2%, and he just says it's no big deal. Lin Xiao, you're the true pillar of our station. Compared to you, Shanghai is nothing but a waste. Lin Deji shamelessly showered him with praise. However, Lin Xiao wasn't buying it. He completely ignored him. Lin Xiao, those 2 stories you told tonight were absolutely brilliant. I never knew ghost stories could be told like that. You're a genius. Yeah, we're not worthy. You're amazing. Please, can you teach us a thing or two in the future? Lin Xiao, we're begging for your guidance. You're too good. Amidst the constant flow of compliments, Lin Xiao remained calm. He looked at Lin Deji with a cool expression and said, Lin Deji, I'm officially announcing my resignation. I'm done. Buzz. When he said that, Lin Deji's mind went blank. Resign? Yeah. This had to be some kind of joke. Right now Lin Xiao was a golden goose. There was no way Lin Deji would let him go. No, Lin Xiao, what are you talking about? You're doing great. How can you just leave like that? Lin Xiao sneered. Weren't you the one who said this was my last show? No. I never said that. You must have misunderstood. Lin Deji quickly shook his head. Lin Xiao, don't treat me like a fool. With that, he turned to leave. Seeing this, Lin Deji hurriedly grabbed his arm. Lin Xiao, wait. What is it now? Lin Xiao, let's talk this over, okay? Everything can be worked out, right? I know I was wrong before. How about this? From now on, Studio 1 will be reserved just for you. Also, your pay will be upgraded to the highest tier, and aside from me, you'll have the final say at the station. Plus, I'll increase your salary by 5,000 a month. The offer Lin Deji made was quite generous. In a third-tier city like Jiangxi, a salary close to 10,000 yuan a month was considered a high-paying job. However, Enshi, to Lin Xiao, none of that mattered. Do you think you can buy me off with money? You're putting too much value on that 5,000. With those words, Lin Xiao decisively walked out. Watching his back, Lin Deji's face turned pale, like he'd been poisoned. In the next moment, his eyes narrowed. Meanwhile, in the Xie Nation, on the Supernatural Forum. As the largest forum in the country, the Supernatural Forum had over 130 million registered users. With over 50 million active users per month and 20 million daily users, its scale was massive. At that moment, a series of brand new posts began popping up like mushrooms after a rainstorm. Jiangxi Radio Midnight Radio, a truly honorable show. Shocking. Who knew ghost stories could be told like this? Near flawless audio quality, perfect for falling asleep to. Lin Xiao, the second supernatural storytelling genius from Jiangxi after Ouyang Xinjiu. Highly recommend Midnight Radio. Non-stop excitement, truly thrilling. Using the simplest language to tell captivating ghost stories. Lin Xiao, a legend in the making. These posts quickly dominated the forum. And the common theme was none other than Lin Xiao. In no time, a wave of curious users clicked on the posts. Especially the one with an audio link. The click rate skyrocketed like a rocket. In less than 10 minutes, the post had already garnered over 50,000 clicks. The comment section exploded as well. Holy crap. This host's voice is so unique. I heard this show was about to be cancelled. How did it suddenly get so popular? Damn, this is seriously spooky. This host has real talent. This is hands down the best ghost story I've ever heard. Never experienced anything like it. Bravo. The comment section was flooded with thousands of positive reviews. For the first time, the name Lin Xiao became widely recognized by supernatural story enthusiasts on the forum. However, Lin Xiao himself was completely unaware. He had just returned to his rental apartment, quickly freshened up, and lay down on his bed to study the horror live stream system. Tell me what your purpose is. Lin Xiao asked with curiosity. This system allows the host to grow stronger in a short period of time. This explanation intrigued him. The system continued. This world is far from as simple as it seems. Soon, countless ghosts and spirits will emerge. Human life as we know it will be thrown into chaos. The host can gather fear points to gain lottery draws, which will unlock powerful skills. These skills will help the host deal with these supernatural entities. Oh! Hearing this, Lin Xiao's interest was piqued. Ghosts running rampant? Supernatural beings appearing? This sounded exciting. Can you give me more details? Lin Xiao asked eagerly. The host currently does not have access to this information. The system coldly refused. Lin Xiao. Yeah? The host may now access the character panel. Show me. Host, Lin Xiao. Age 25. Occupation none. Fear points 135,845. Every 100,000 fear points grants one lottery draw. Current skills none. Current artifacts none. Current quests none. Looking at his personal stats, Lin Xiao was speechless. This was it? Other than his name, age, and fear points, everything else was blank. He was basically a complete newbie. Can I use the lottery now? Lin Xiao asked instinctively. Yes. Then do it. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao gave the command. 10,000 fear points consumed. One lottery draw initiated. The system is drawing. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Eye of Clairvoyance. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward of 1 million RMB. The system's notification sounded suddenly. Eye of Clairvoyance. Lin Xiao frowned. The so-called Eye of Clairvoyance is commonly known as yin-yang eyes. By activating it, you will be able to see spirits, and also perceive the fate of each person. The system explained. Lin Xiao responded. The Eye of Clairvoyance doesn't seem that impressive, does it? How could this even be a worthy reward? System, are you messing with me? The host is unaware that having yin-yang eyes is an extremely rare gift, occurring only in 1 out of a million people. The system replied. Is the probability really that low? He thought it was quite common in TV shows. At least there was still the 1 million RMB reward. Tomorrow, he could get a bigger apartment. Lin Xiao then silently activated the Eye of Clairvoyance. A flash of golden light appeared deep within his eyes for a brief moment, then quickly faded as he looked around. No ghosts were in sight. This reassured him a bit. The next morning, Lin Xiao woke up early, secured a new apartment, bought a new computer, and picked up various accessories. Yes, he was planning to start live streaming. What he didn't know was that he had already gone viral on the Supernatural forum. The post featuring his video had garnered over 6 million views in just one night. And the comments section? It had exploded, with over 500,000 comments. This is incredible. This host is truly something else. It's been ages since I've listened to such an immersive ghost story. Yeah, Lin Xiao is amazing. I regret not tuning in live last night. Tonight I absolutely must listen in. Same here. His stories are seriously gripping. But isn't the show over? Wasn't last night the final episode? No way. A show this good can't just stop. That would be such a waste. Say no more? I'm waiting for Midnight Radio. These were just some of the top voted comments. Clearly, Lin Xiao's storytelling style had captivated many. After setting up everything in his new apartment, it was already noon. Just as he was about to go out and grab a quick bite to eat, the doorbell rang. Standing outside was a young woman, bright and fashionable. She was wearing a simple workout outfit, but it couldn't hide her near-perfect figure. Moreover, her features were extremely delicate, and even without makeup, she could easily outshine most popular actresses. Hello, I'm your landlord. My name is Su Wan. Su Wan greeted him confidently. Hello. I'm Lin Xiao. He replied with a smile. I live upstairs. If you need anything, feel free to come find me. Su Wan said with a friendly smile. All right, Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. No problem. See you later. Su Wan turned to head upstairs. Suddenly, Lin Xiao called out to her. Yes, Su Wan asked, curious. Lin Xiao stared directly at the space between her eyebrows. He noticed a faint cloud of shadow lingering there, and streaks of dark energy swirling around her temples. It was a sign of ghostly influence. You've encountered a ghost. Lin Xiao said bluntly. Hearing this, Su Wan couldn't help but laugh. Lin Xiao, that kind of trick is a bit outdated when trying to impress girls. Su Wan chuckled. But Lin Xiao remained serious. You don't have to believe me. But I advise you to be cautious for the next couple of days. Try to avoid going out at night if possible. Su Wan paused, not responding, and then went upstairs. Lin Xiao didn't dwell on it. He had said his piece, and whether or not she took his advice was her choice. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa in Jiangxi, Yang-Xun was listening to Lin Xiao's ghost stories from the previous night. As one of the few renowned supernatural storytellers in Xia Nation, Yang-Xun had made a significant name for himself, regarded as one of the pioneers of the genre. 50 years ago, Yang-Xun and 8 others laid the foundation for supernatural storytelling. Before them, the concept of supernatural stories didn't exist. Over the decades, they continually refined and expanded the genre, creating what it is today. Though the stories they told were generally quite basic, but their contribution was undeniable. At this moment, standing beside Yang-Xun was his grandson, Yang-Jin. "Grandpa, this Lin Xiao is being hailed as the second great supernatural storyteller in Jiangxi by the netizens. What's your take on that?" Yang-Jin asked. Hearing this, Yang-Xun nodded. "I think the young man deserves it." "Deserves it?" Yang-Jin frowned. "Come on, Grandpa. I don't think he's that special. The main reason for his success is probably his creepy voice and eerie background music. The stories themselves don't seem that extraordinary." "You don't know a thing," Yang-Xun scolded with a stern face. "Supernatural storytelling has become stagnant today. Why? Because people's imaginations are limited. But this young man's 2 stories have been a breath of fresh air. That's true talent." Yang-Jin fell silent. Yang-Xun took a deep breath. "Jin, we must not be biased against others. We must have the courage to acknowledge other people's excellence. Do you understand? Though Lin Xiao has only just started to shine, I can clearly see that his future is limitless." "I understand," Yang-Jin replied earnestly. At 11 p.m., Jiangxi Radio Forum. The chat room was already buzzing with excitement. "I can't wait to hear the host's ghost stories. I'm so pumped, so pumped, so pumped. I'm super excited. I couldn't sleep well last night because of it. Tonight, I'm counting on the comments to protect me. I'd trade 10 years of my roommate's life for some divine protection. Midnight Radio won't be cancelled, right? Can someone from the station clarify? Don't leave us hanging." "Exactly, someone from the station needs to address this." Zhao Na, seeing all these comments, turned anxiously to Lin Deji. "Station manager, they're asking us to explain what's going on. What should we do?" Hearing this, Lin Deji looked sternly at Zhang Hai. "Are you sure you can handle it?" Zhang Hai puffed out his chest and confidently replied, "Station manager, come on, you know what I'm capable of. I've always been the pillar of this station." Lin Deji sneered, "Don't mess this up, or I won't forgive you." "I won't. Definitely won't," Zhang Hai quickly reassured him. Then, Lin Deji turned to Xiao Na. "Respond to them, tell them the show will air as scheduled. But don't mention the host change." "Got it." Xiao Na nodded. At 11:30 p.m., Midnight Radio was already getting warmed up. "Hello everyone. I'm your new friend, Zhang Hai. You can call me Xiao Hai, or even Xiao Hai Hai. From today on I'll be taking over this show." Zhang Hai's voice was high-pitched and quite effeminate. The online forum listeners were instantly dumbfounded. "What the heck? Where did this sissy come from? What is this garbage? Xiao Hai Hai? Ugh, what the heck is Xiao Hai Hai? This is ridiculous. I want Lin Xiao. Zhang Hai, get lost. Damn it. I knew this would happen. Trash station. I'm out." That voice almost sent me straight to the afterlife. The entire message board was filled with complaints. The ratings plummeted like a roller coaster. 1.2%. 0.8%. 0.5%. Finally, it dropped to 0.3%. "It's over, station manager, we're down to 0.3%. Xiao Na looked at the station manager behind her, her tone full of panic. Lin Deji's face was as dark as a storm cloud. That idiot. What a complete failure. Especially when he saw Zhang Hai sitting in the recording studio, grinning like a fool. The rage inside him kept building. At Lin Xiao's home, he checked the time and logged onto the Dusha platform, where he opened the room he had registered earlier that day and started his stream. The title was simple: Lin Xiao's live stream. Straightforward and clear. The chat room had only a few messages trickling in. "I only listen to ghost stories from the top hosts. Newbies like you always tell the same old boring stuff." "Exactly. Doing ghost stories on Dosha? That's a bold move. I'm out." Seeing these comments, Lin Xiao didn't care. In his past life, he had been a streamer. He understood how platform recommendations worked. As long as the content was good, the audience would naturally come. Clearing his throat, Lin Xiao began his story. Su Man was a well-known horror novelist. As everyone knows, inspiration is the key in this line of work. When inspiration flows, the words pour out, and you can write thousands in a day. But when inspiration dries up, even after sitting in front of the computer for a whole day, you might not write a single word. Recently, Su Man had been struggling with a script commission, which was giving her a major headache. So, she came up with the idea to go out and find inspiration. She called her best friend, Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun mysteriously said, "I know a place that's perfect for you." Su Man immediately pressed for details. But Xiao Yun kept her in suspense, and soon drove over to pick her up. In the car, Su Man looked at Xiao Yun and said, "You sneaky woman, keeping secrets from me. Where are we going?" Xiao Yun pouted. "It's a place outside the city. Want to go?" "Let's go," Su Man agreed without hesitation. As they drove along the road, watching the scenery on both sides, Su Man let out a deep breath, feeling her mind clear up. After driving for about 2 hours, the car started climbing a mountain. Curious, Su Man asked, "Where are you taking me?" Xiao Yun replied mysteriously, "You'll see soon enough." They followed a cement road, moving forward. The scenery remained beautiful. But halfway up the mountain, all the trees ahead were snapped in half. The cuts were very clean. And the flowers and grass by the roadside had all withered away. It looked like a clear dividing line before it. Everything was lush and vibrant, but beyond it, not a single blade of grass grew. Seeing this, Su Man's brows furrowed slightly. Her intuition told her something wasn't right. A feeling of unease settled over her. Su Man looked at Xiao Yun, her voice tense. "Where exactly are we? Why did you bring me here?" Xiao Yun smiled. "At the top of this mountain, there's a villa. It belongs to a distant relative of mine, but they moved south to start a business years ago, so it's been empty. I heard you've been struggling with writer's block, so I thought this would be a good place for you to stay for a few days." "What? Are you scared? If you're too afraid, we can turn back now." After hearing the explanation, Su Man finally relaxed. She smiled awkwardly. "You should have just told me. Why keep it a secret? What's there to be afraid of? Of course I'll stay, but you'll have to stay with me." Xiao Yun quickly agreed. Yes, my dear Miss Su, I'll stay with you all right." Su Man jokingly scolded. "You little brat." Soon, the car reached the top of the mountain. As Xiao Yun had said, there was indeed a villa there, its walls covered in ivy, giving it an eerie and ominous vibe. Next to the villa was a small house, likely for storage. After getting out of the car, Xiao Yun looked at Su Man proudly. "So, what do you think? Isn't this place great? Do you feel the inspiration flowing?" Su Man smiled wryly. "It feels like something, all right, but aren't we being a little reckless just barging in like this? Did you tell your relatives?" Xiao Yun quickly nodded. I told them. Just then, a rustling sound came from the roof of the villa. Suddenly, a flock of crows took off into the sky. They let out piercing cries as they flew away. This made the villa seem even more ominous. Su Man's face paled, but she kept it to herself. As a horror novelist, she thrived on these kinds of challenges. Creak. A harsh sound echoed. The door of the storage room slowly swung open. At this point in the story, Lin Xiao took a sip of water and glanced at the chat. At some point, the interactions had picked up. Wow. I underestimated him. This host is good. I've never heard this story before. Holy crap, it's Lin Xiao from Jiangxi Radio. He's hiding here. Haha, I've been looking everywhere for him. It's really him. Last night's story nearly scared me to death. Lin Xiao had been recognized. Soon, posts about Lin Xiao's move to Dusha started popping up on the Supernatural forum. In no time, the number of viewers in Lin Xiao's live stream skyrocketed. At first, there were only about 50,000. But within less than 3 minutes, the numbers soared to 1 million. For a new streamer on their first day, those numbers were top tier. And this was just the beginning. Watching the rapidly growing viewer count, Lin Xiao wasn't fazed. He simply continued his story. Su Man and Xiao Yun stared intently at the door that had opened on its own without any wind. A strange feeling crept over Su Man. It wasn't fear, but curiosity. Suddenly, a low, raspy cough echoed through the air. The sound was like an old bellows, making anyone who heard it feel uneasy. Then, an elderly hunchbacked man slowly emerged from the storage room. The man looked hideous. His face was covered in burn scars, and one of his eyes was blind, clouded over as if shrouded in darkness. He looked unsettling. But that wasn't the worst part. The most horrifying thing was his hand, which was severely decayed and covered in white pus. A sharp, pungent odor filled the air, stinging Su Man and Xiao Yun's noses. Xiao Yun nearly gagged and threw up. The old man slowly approached them. Finally, he stopped in front of Su Man and lifted his head to look at them. "Which one of you is Miss Xiao Yun?" "That's me," Xiao Yun quickly responded. The old man nodded. "The master called me earlier. He said you'd be staying here today. I've already prepared the rooms for you. Let's go inside." Su Man examined the old man and suddenly asked, "Who are you, sir?" The old man remained expressionless. "Just call me Fu Bo. I've been looking after this house for years, and I handle all the cleaning as well." Xiao Yun chimed in. "My relatives did mention that someone helps maintain the house." With that, Su Man's wariness faded. The house was traditionally decorated, with an expensive pierwood sofa in the living room. The villa had 3 floors. The second floor had 6 rooms, and the third floor housed an attic and a walk-in closet. There was one locked room too. After giving them a tour, the old man rasped, "I've already cleaned these rooms. Feel free to stay in any of them. I'll handle all your meals. I hope you have an unforgettable time here." With that, the old man turned and went downstairs. Neither Su Man nor Xiao Yun noticed the eerie smile that crossed the old man's face as he turned away. At this point, the chat exploded with activity. It's worth noting that the number of viewers in Lin Xiao's stream had already surged to 3 million. This is great. What a gripping story. I have a bad feeling about that old man. User I love Lin Xiao just gifted 10 super rockets to the streamer. Holy crap. This boss is crazy. The boss didn't hold back. Just like that, 2 grand in tips. Wealthy people or something else. Hey boss, need a driver. Comments flooded the screen like a blizzard. Meanwhile, Lin Deji also heard about Lin Xiao's stream on Dosha. He immediately entered Lin Xiao's stream. When he saw the 3 million viewers, Lin Deji's face darkened even further. He glanced at Zhang Hai, who was still in the studio, delivering his awkward ghost stories. Rage bubbled up inside him. Has the listener count gone up at all? Lin Deji couldn't be bothered to watch the screen, so he asked Xiao Na directly. Xiao Na stammered, "Station manager, Midnight Radio's ratings have dropped to just 0.2%. Boom! Hearing this, Lin Deji couldn't contain his fury any longer. It erupted like a volcano. Without hesitation, he stormed into the recording studio. "Station manager, what's up? You seem excited. Have the ratings skyrocketed? I knew it. A show this simple could be done by anyone." Zhang Hai grinned smugly as he looked at Lin Deji. In the next second, Lin Deji roared, "Get out." Zhang Hai froze. "What do you mean, station manager? Idiot. You're a complete idiot. Do you know what the ratings are now? 0.2%. You're not even 1/10 as good as Lin Xiao." Lin Deji's rant echoed through the studio. Meanwhile, the remaining few listeners in the chat began sending confused messages. "What's going on? I was about to fall asleep, and then this happens. What's the deal? Screw this. I'm done listening. What a mess. Guys, I heard Lin Xiao's live on Dusha now." "Seriously? Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." With that, the few remaining listeners quickly left the stream. After a short break, Lin Xiao continued his story. Although Fu Bo was ugly, the food he prepared was delicious. Su Man ended up eating 2 full bowls at lunch. Afterward, she and Xiao Yun took a walk around the villa. The scenery was nice. Aside from the strange trees and plants, everything else was fine. As night fell, after dinner, Su Man returned to her room, closed the door, and turned on the desk lamp. She set her laptop on the table and began searching for writing inspiration. Her desk was right by the window. Su Man gazed out at the starry sky, feeling incredibly calm. Suddenly, a wave of inspiration hit her. Without hesitation, she quickly began typing. It wasn't clear how much time had passed. When Su Man finally looked up from her laptop, it was pitch dark outside, completely silent, with no sound at all. That wasn't normal. After all, they were on a mountain. There should have been some noise from birds or other wildlife. Still, Su Man didn't think much of it. She glanced at the time. It was almost 11 p.m. She decided to get up and take a hot shower. The weariness of the day instantly washed away. She lay in bed and closed her eyes, ready to sleep. But just as she was about to drift off, a child's laughter suddenly echoed in her ears. Hee hee! The sound was faint and intermittent, but it was incredibly annoying. At first, Su Man ignored it and turned over, ready to go back to sleep. The laughter seemed to get louder, clearer, and more urgent, as if it wouldn't stop until it had her full attention. Frustrated, Su-man sat up. She listened carefully. Hee hee. The laughter continued. Strangely enough, Su-man didn't feel scared. Instead, she got out of bed, put on her slippers, and opened the door. The dim yellow light illuminated the hallway. The atmosphere felt eerie. The laughter abruptly stopped the moment Su-man opened the door. It was as if nothing had happened. A look of confusion crossed Su-man's face. She thought, maybe I've just been overworked lately, and it was all in my head. She turned around, ready to go back to her room. But before she could close the door, that strange, eerie laughter echoed again. Hey hee hee! The sound was coming from the third floor. Su-man's curiosity got the better of her, and she set aside her fear, slowly heading upstairs. At the corner of the staircase leading from the second to the third floor, there was a large painting of a giant snake. The snake's red tongue flickered out, and its two eyes seemed to stare directly at Su-man. Su-man shuddered and quickly looked away. The third floor. For some reason, as soon as she stepped onto this floor, she felt as though a pair of eyes was watching her every move. Her breathing grew a little faster. The laughter returned. It was coming from the locked room at the end of the hall. Earlier, when Fu Bo had shown her around, he mentioned every room except for this locked one, which he had glossed over. Su-man cautiously moved toward the room. The sound grew louder, pounding against her eardrums. Without realizing it, her palms were now slick with sweat. Nervousness, unease, curiosity. All these emotions surged in waves, overwhelming her. At the door, her heartbeat quickened, and her breathing became heavier. Her eyes fixed on the rusty lock. Hey hee hee. Whoa me. The laughter echoed once more, sending a chill down Su-man's spine as her eyes widened in shock. Click. Suddenly, the lock opened on its own, without warning. At this point in the story, some of the more timid viewers were already crying out in the chat. Holy crap. I'm too scared to keep listening. This is way too creepy. Help. Protect me, chat. Protect me, chat. Protect me, chat. I'm offering 10 years of my roommate's single life in exchange for divine protection. This is intense. Now this is what I call a real ghost story. The streamers definitely got something. The reviews didn't lie. The comments flowed in like a blizzard. Meanwhile, in the Dusha office, the director's office, Lai Feng, wearing his headset, sat nervously, clenching his fists as he breathed heavily. That's right. He was listening to Lin Xiao's stream. Lai Feng was someone who scared easily, yet he loved listening to ghost stories. Before long, he called in one of the operations staff. Xiao Lu. Is this Lin Xiao from your team? Li Feng asked directly. Xiao Lu, a new college graduate who had just joined the company, still hadn't developed a high-profile streamer of her own. So, she spoke a bit hesitantly. Yes, he's mine. I've been keeping an eye on his data. It's been very unusual. I'll check into it right away, Xiao Lu said quickly. Li Feng looked puzzled. Check into what? What's unusual? Xiao Lu was confused. I'm saying Lin Xiao is a very promising streamer. Get him signed up with a top-tier contract immediately, Li Feng said bluntly. Boom. Xiao Lu's mind exploded. Sign him? And offer him a top-tier contract. This was completely beyond what she expected. Director, are you serious? Xiao Lu was overjoyed. Li Feng nodded. Of course I'm serious. I never joke around. Okay, director, I'll handle it right now. Xiao Lu dashed out of the office. Meanwhile, after a short break, Lin Xiao continued his story. Staring at the lock that had opened on its own, Su-man, as if possessed by some unseen force, reached out and removed the lock. The wooden door seemed to have a mysterious pull, silently drawing Su-man toward it. She took a deep breath and slowly pushed the door open. In the next moment, what she saw inside the room made her hair stand on end. The room wasn't large. It was eerie and chilling. The room was filled with clutter, but at its center lay a doll. The doll had long streaks of blood beneath its eyes. Its mouth was sewn shut with dozens of stitches. It had a twisted, menacing grin. And the laughter, it was coming from the doll's mouth. Hee hee. The doll's laughter continued. Su-man felt her scalp tingle, and every hair on her body stood on end. Su-man screamed. And suddenly jolted awake. It was all just a dream. Her clothes were drenched in sweat. Beads of sweat still rolled down her face. Her breathing was labored. And her heart felt like it was about to burst out of her chest. Before she could fully recover, the sharp, eerie laughter pierced her ears again. This time, she was sure it wasn't a dream. Fear, anxiety, panic, all flooded her heart. But instead of retreating, Su-man got up, opened her door, and slowly walked toward the third floor. Everything mirrored her dream exactly. Su-man tried to calm herself. Before long she reached the third floor, standing in front of that same door. The rust-covered lock was still there. And once again, the lock opened on its own. Su-man swallowed hard, extended her hand, and removed the lock. Then, she slowly pushed open the door. What she saw inside was the same eerie doll with the twisted grin. This time, however, she was prepared. Although her legs felt weak, she still had some sense of control. As a ghost story writer, Su-man had more courage than most. She stared directly at the doll, and the doll's pitch-black eyes stared right back at her. The doll suddenly laughed. Su-man felt a jolt of electricity run through her. She stood frozen in place, unable to move. At that moment, Su-man vaguely heard the sound of people arguing outside the villa. Her brow furrowed. She quickly shut the door and slowly made her way to the window, looking down. At the entrance to the storage room stood two people. One was Fubo, and the other was a middle-aged man, around 40 years old. Their voices were so low that Su-man couldn't make out what they were saying. Just then, Bull, Fubo suddenly lifted his head, his sharp, eagle-like eyes glancing toward the window where Su-man was watching. Su-man's body jolted with fear, and she quickly ducked out of sight. A feeling of being caught red-handed flooded her mind. Without thinking further, and forgetting all about the doll, she turned and hurried downstairs, rushing back to her room. Her head buzzed, as if she were drunk, her temples throbbing painfully. Lying in bed, Su-man found herself completely unable to sleep. Everything that had happened that night left her feeling lost and unsettled. First, the creepy doll, and now Fubo and that mysterious man. She realized that this villa was far from the simple retreat she had imagined. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Su-man eventually drifted into a troubled sleep. The next morning, just after 10, a knocking sound woke her. It was Xiaoyun standing at the door. Xiaoyun was staring at Su-man with a strange look. Feeling uneasy under her gaze, Su-man asked instinctively, "Xiaoyun, why are you looking at me like that?" Xiaoyun hesitated before speaking. "Su-man, your dark circles are so bad. Didn't you sleep last night?" Startled by this, Su-man walked over to the mirror. Sure enough, her eyes were ringed with dark, heavy shadows. Her face looked pale and exhausted. Su-man quickly said, "Xiaoyun, let's leave this place." "Huh?" Xiaoyun looked at Su-man in surprise. "Why? I think it's nice here, no worries about food or a place to stay." Su-man shook her head. "I just have a strange feeling about this house." Xiaoyun laughed playfully. "No way, Su-man. Are you just too tense? I haven't felt anything weird. But come on, it's nothing. Let's go have breakfast." Before Su-man could finish, Xiaoyun interrupted. Downstairs, Fubo had already prepared breakfast. Su-man and Xiaoyun ate while Fubo stood nearby, watching them. Su-man felt as though his eyes were fixed on her the entire time. A cold, uneasy feeling crept over her, making her squirm in her seat. Su-man looked up at Fubo and forced an awkward smile. "Fubo, why don't you sit down and eat with us?" Fubo's voice was raspy and cold. "I'm just a servant. I can't sit with the masters." Xiaoyun unbothered said, "Fubo, what are you talking about? It's not like that anymore. Why keep such old customs?" Fubo declined. "No need, you eat. I'll go prepare lunch." With that, Fubo turned and walked out. Once he left, Su-man leaned in toward Xiaoyun. "Xiaoyun, don't you think Fubo is acting strange?" Xiaoyun looked puzzled. "Strange? No, he seems fine to me. What's with you? We came here to relax, but you're acting like you're on edge. At this rate you'll end up with a nervous breakdown." Hearing this, Su-man dropped the subject. After breakfast, the two of them lounged on the sofa watching TV. Not long after, Xiaoyun received a phone call. She looked at Su-man apologetically. "Su-man, sorry about this, but my dad just called. I have to go back for a bit." Su-man asked, "Will you be back to stay tonight?" Xiaoyun tilted her head. "We'll see. If I finish early, I'll come back." Su-man nodded reluctantly. After Xiaoyun left, Su-man lost interest in watching TV and returned to her room. Nothing strange happened during the day. After dinner, Xiaoyun called, saying she wouldn't be able to come back tonight, and told Su-man not to worry about staying alone. Su-man had no choice but to agree. She opened her laptop and started working on her manuscript. Time ticked by slowly. It was past 11 at night. Feeling drowsy, Su-man climbed into bed and fell asleep. It wasn't clear how long had passed. Su-man was suddenly awakened by a faint rustling sound. She cracked her eyes open slightly. In the next moment, a dark figure appeared at her bedside. The figure's hand was slowly reaching toward her. Su-man's mind went completely blank. Who is it? She suddenly sat up and shouted. The shadow flinched, then bolted toward the window. In the next instant, it jumped out of the window like a rabbit. Still shaken, Su-man rushed to the window and saw the figure darting into the storage room next door. Su-man's heart pounded wildly. Could it be? Was that Fu-bo just now? Why would he sneak into her room in the middle of the night? No. Something's off. Fu-bo was hunchbacked and elderly. He couldn't possibly move that quickly. Then, who was it? A cloud of confusion settled over Su-man's mind. She didn't waste any more time. After quickly dressing, she crept downstairs, slipped out through the back door, and snuck around to the back of the storage room. Inside, she could hear voices. You idiot. Why did you do that? Don't you know she's the master's guest? It was Fu-bo's voice, full of anger. Then, a deep voice responded. You old fool. I already told Lily that I have a villa here. If these outsiders stay here and Lily finds out the truth when she comes, what am I supposed to do? Do you want me to stay single forever? Fu-bo was furious. You fool. Why did you make such a ridiculous claim? This villa belongs to the master, not you. The man sneered, H-impeach. You old fool. It's your fault. You've lived all these years and can't even afford a house. You're useless. I don't care. This villa is mine. Listening to their conversation, Su-man finally understood. The man she had seen last night was Fu-bo's son, and the same man who had just entered her room. After hearing the middle-aged man's words, Fu-bo shouted, Get out. Leave right now. I don't want to see you again. Get out. Fu-bo's son snarled, Damn you, old man. I'm giving you one more day. If you don't kick those people out by then, don't blame me for what I'll do. Oh, and by the way, I already killed that woman, Xiaoyun. Buzz. When Su-man heard this, her mind went blank, as if it had exploded. What? Xiaoyun is dead. How could this be? Su-man felt all the strength drained from her body, leaving her frozen in shock. Fu-bo cried out, This is a terrible sin. Fu-bo's son sneered, I'll deal with that other woman next. Then this villa will be mine. Hearing this, Su-man's heart skipped a beat. She jumped to her feet and ran toward the house. Just then, Su-man accidentally stepped on a dry twig, and the sharp sound echoed through the air. Who's there? Fu-bo shouted, his voice filled with alarm. Su-man's heart raced. Without thinking, she took off running. But before she could get far, Fu-bo's son caught up to her and slammed her to the ground. In the storage room, Su-man was tied to a chair. Fu-bo's son, with his large, menacing face, looked like a wild beast. His bloodshot eyes stared directly at Su-man. Fu-bo stood nearby, holding a machete, his gaze also fixed on her. Su-man's face was pale, her expression filled with fear. She struggled against her restraints, trying desperately to free herself. But all her efforts were in vain. With a voice full of desperation, Su-man pleaded, Fu-bo, please, let me go. Facing death, no one can remain calm. Upon hearing this, Fu-bo sighed deeply. You probably heard our conversation just now, didn't you? Su-man's mind went blank. As if it had exploded. His meaning was clear. Seeing Su-man remain silent, Fu-bo continued, No matter how much of a scoundrel my son is, he's still my son. I only have one child, and I can't just watch him go to jail. Su-man frantically shook her head. No, Fu-bo, I won't say anything. You have to believe me. I swear I won't tell anyone. Fu-bo sighed again. Girl, I've lived long enough to know one thing: only the dead can keep secrets. Fu-bo's son snapped, Stop wasting time, old man. Kill her, and it'll all be over. Shut up, Fu-bo barked, glaring at his son with frustration. If you hadn't tried to show off, none of this would have happened. His son sneered, Don't give me that. This is all because you're useless. If you'd bought me a house in the city, I wouldn't have to do this. Now you're trying to blame me. How convenient. At these words, Fu-bo fell silent. He slowly turned his head and stared at Su-man. In his cloudy eyes, Su-man saw a cold, merciless gaze, like that of a predator. Su-man screamed, Don't kill me. Fu-bo, I swear I won't say anything. I can promise you. Fubo sighed once more and raised the machete as he slowly approached her. Fear, despair, and panic overwhelmed Su-man. Her mind raced, desperately searching for a way out. Suddenly a thought struck her, and she shouted, "Fubo! This villa is cursed. Even if you get it, it won't bring you any good. There are ghosts here really, this place is haunted." As expected, her words had an effect. Fubo froze in place, staring intently at Su-man. His voice was raspy. "What do you know?" Seizing the moment, Su-man quickly recounted the story of the haunted doll. By the end, her voice was trembling. "This house isn't clean, the doll is terrifying. It's really scary." Fubo's face turned an awful shade, as though his skin had turned the color of liver. Meanwhile his son sneered. "Do you think we're children? Ghosts aren't real. Hee hee." Before Fubo's son could finish speaking, an eerie, faint laughter echoed through the room. The laughter was chilling, piercing the silence and making their hair stand on end. Su-man screamed, "That's it! That's the sound! It's back!" Fubo's son shuddered violently, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Fubo wasn't much better off. His expression was tense, his eyes filled with panic. He shook his head frantically, muttering, "It can't be. It's impossible. How is she still here after all these years?" Su-man furrowed her brows in confusion. Could it be that Fubo knew something? His son glared at him. "Old man, what's going on? Tell me now." The laughter continued to echo around them. After several minutes, Fubo finally calmed down. He began to speak, revealing an old secret. Years ago, this villa belonged to a happy family of 4. Fubo had been their servant even before the children were born. The family's second child was a girl. When the girl was 3 years old, Fubo had taken her to play in one of the rooms on the 3rd floor. But in a moment of carelessness, the girl ran into a glass pane and died instantly. Her blood stained the floor, and the doll she had been holding was soaked in bright red blood. Fubo was terrified, unsure of what to do. If the incident became known, not only would he lose his job, but he would also likely face prison. An idea formed in Fubo's mind. He set fire to the house, hoping to destroy the evidence. In the process, he suffered severe burns himself. That's why Fubo's face and arms are scarred. After that, the matter was quietly covered up. The family, devastated by the tragedy, spent a fortune restoring the villa but then moved away, never returning. Fubo stayed behind, watching over the villa to this day. After hearing Fubo's story, Su-man was stunned. This was beyond anything she could have imagined. Fubo, who had seemed so unassuming, was hiding such a dark past. Carefully, Su-man said, "Fubo, it wasn't entirely your fault." Fubo let out a bitter laugh. "Girl, don't bother comforting me. It's too late. And now, you know too much. You must die." Su-man's will to survive kicked into overdrive. She pleaded, "Please don't kill me, Fubo. I can give you money enough to buy a house in the city. Just don't kill me." Fubo's son scoffed. "I have this villa, why would I want a house in the city? Do you? I think we're fools? Old man, stop wasting time and finish it already." Fubo didn't hesitate this time. He took a step closer to Su-man, raising the machete again as he approached her. But before he could strike, his hand froze in mid-air, as if something had paralyzed him. His eyes were wide, staring straight ahead, as if he had seen something terrifying. Su-man, confused, slowly turned her head to see what he was looking at. At this point, Lin Xiao's voice abruptly stopped. The chat exploded with reactions. Whoa! This story is full of twists and turns. The streamer's imagination is incredible. User I love nutritional drinks just gifted Lin Xiao 10 super rockets. The boss has lost it. The boss wasn't thinking straight. Hold up, I need to grab a couple more blankets before we continue. Wait up, wait up. Some generous viewers were already flooding the stream with gifts. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao's system notifications kept chiming in. System audience fear level detected, fear points plus 10. System audience fear level detected, fear points plus 10. System audience fear level detected, fear points plus 10. Yet, the most exciting thing in the livestream was still to come. When a particular username appeared in the chat after sending a donation, everyone in the stream was left speechless. User Ouyang Zun has gifted streamer Lin Xiao 10 super rockets. User Ouyang Zun has gifted streamer Lin Xiao 10 super rockets. User Ouyang Zun has gifted streamer Lin Xiao 10 super rockets. Ouyang Zun made his entrance, without a word, donating 30 super rockets, a total of 60,000 RMB. In the realm of horror storytelling in China, Ouyang Xun holds an unshakable, legendary status. He had retired from the scene long ago, completely stepping away from the public eye. But now? For Lin Xiao, Ouyang Xun had reappeared, and not only that, but he came bearing a huge donation. Holy crap. It's Ouyang Xun. Is this for real? I'm floored. It's him. It's really him. See the verified badge next to his name? Who else could it be but Master Ouyang? This is insane. This means the streamer has officially earned Ouyang's seal of approval. An absolute honor. The chat exploded, messages pouring in like a flood. When Lin Xiao noticed, he too was a bit surprised. Thank you, Master Ouyang, for your generous support. I really appreciate it. He smiled as he spoke. Although Lin Xiao usually maintained a modest demeanor, he still had to show respect where it was due, especially to someone as esteemed as Ouyang Xun, who had just dropped 30 super rockets without a second thought. No need to be so formal, Lin Xiao. I see great potential in you. When you're free, let's meet for tea and have a proper chat. Ouyang Xun's message appeared in the chat, extending an invitation. Lin Xiao didn't dwell on it but instead continued his story. When Su Man turned to look behind her, she froze in shock as well. On the worn-out table, a doll had suddenly appeared. The doll's mouth seemed to have stretched even wider, making it look even more terrifying. A spine-chilling laugh echoed from the doll's mouth, sending chills down her back. Fear, horror, dread. Fu Bo's son was trembling violently, his legs shaking uncontrollably. A stream of liquid flowed from his pants. A ghost, he screamed. He turned to run but hadn't gone far before he tripped and fell face first. His head slammed into a piece of metal. Half of his head was sliced clean off. Red and white matter splattered from his skull, staining the floor. The smell of blood filled the room, and the pool of blood slowly crept toward Fu Bo's feet. The scene was gruesome beyond words. Su Man's eyes widened in terror, her breathing growing ragged as her body trembled uncontrollably. Although she had written similar scenes in her horror novels, witnessing it firsthand was a completely different experience. Watching his son's lifeless body, Fu Bo crumbled. He let out a blood-curdling scream, his voice filled with anguish and madness new. His eyes were bloodshot, drool dripping from the corners of his mouth, as if he had lost his mind. With the last remnants of his sanity gone, Fu Bo gripped the machete tightly, glaring at the still laughing doll on the table, and shouted, "You killed my son! You killed him! I'll destroy you! I'll make sure you never rest in peace!" With that, Fu Bo lunged at the doll. He swung the machete wildly, hacking at the doll. Then, a horrifying sight unfolded. Bright red blood began to pour from the doll's body. Yes, not stuffing, but real blood. Su Man was on the verge of a breakdown. To her, everything felt like a nightmare. Just as Fu Bo was about to swing again, the blade slipped from his hand and sliced across his own throat. Blood sprayed from Fu Bo's neck, splattering the walls. Fu Bo was dead. His son was dead. And the doll vanished into thin air the moment Fu Bo took his last breath. In the end, Su Man survived. When she got home, she cancelled her writing contract and vowed never to write again. A few days later, Su Man received a phone call from Xiaoyun's mother. Over the phone, Xiaoyun's mother told her that Xiaoyun had actually died half a month ago. When Su Man heard this, it was as if she had been struck by lightning. Impossible. How could Xiaoyun have died half a month ago? After all, it had been less than 10 days since Su Man and Xiaoyun had stayed at the villa. Cold sweat broke out on Su Man's forehead. Dear listeners, that concludes the first story. As for when exactly Xiaoyun died, I'll leave that to your imagination. You can think of different possibilities, and each outcome will be unique. In the end, believe in ghosts if you wish, and disbelieve if you don't. With that, the first story ended. Lin Xiao's stream had amassed close to 5 million viewers by now. People from the horror forums were pouring in. This time, without taking much of a break, Lin Xiao immediately began his second story. Old Wang is a truck driver. He's been in the business for 30 years, starting when he was just a teenager. When he turned 20, he got his driver's license and bought his first truck. One day, while having a drink with him, Old Wang told me about a strange event he experienced. That evening, just around dusk, Old Wang was about to have dinner when he got a call from a client saying there was an urgent delivery that needed to be sent to J City. The payment offered was extremely tempting. Without thinking twice, Old Wang skipped his dinner, threw on a coat, and left the house. By the time he had loaded the cargo, it was already past 10 at night. There were two routes to J City. One was the highway, but that came with a toll of over 200 yuan. The other was the national road, which wasn't in bad condition but was a longer distance, making it a cheaper option. Old Wang, being a frugal man, weighed his options and decided to take the national road. After driving for about half an hour, his stomach was growling from hunger. He had 2 small buns, but they did nothing to curb his hunger. On top of that, he had a bit of low blood sugar, and his head was starting to feel foggy. Fortunately, the road wasn't busy, or it could have been dangerous. Desperate for food, he kept driving, scanning the sides of the road for any restaurants. And wouldn't you know it, he spotted a small roadside diner. Old Wang immediately pulled over and headed toward the diner. The restaurant, though small and unassuming, had surprisingly good food, perfectly suited to Old Wang's taste. After that, every time Old Wang got a delivery headed to J City, he would take the national road, largely just to stop by that restaurant for a satisfying meal. One day Old Wang received another shipment, but this time, he hadn't slept for 2 days and nights straight, so he called up his colleague Old Li. Old Li had been driving the route to J City for years, and Old Wang's only goal was to have him take over the wheel whenever he felt too drowsy. Luckily, Old Li was free and agreed without hesitation. Not long after they set off, a light drizzle began to fall, accompanied by flashes of lightning. Old Li, sitting in the passenger seat, muttered, "What the heck? The weather forecast said no rain today, but it looks like they got it wrong again." Old Wang chuckled, "Old Li, you still believe in weather forecasts? For truckers like us, rain or shine, even if it rains nails, we still have to hit the road for a living. And that forecast? If it says no rain, it's bound to rain. If it says rain, it probably won't." They kept chatting, going back and forth. Suddenly, Old Wang grinned mysteriously. "Hey, Old Li, you know that little restaurant down the road? The food there's great. I bet you've eaten there plenty of times. Tonight dinner's on me, order whatever you want." Old Li looked confused. "What restaurant? I've been down this road 100 times, and I don't remember any restaurant around here." Old Wang was taken aback. "You can't be serious, Old Li. You've never noticed it? I've eaten there a few times already. Just wait, I'll show you." The truck rolled on steadily. As they neared where Old Wang thought the restaurant should be, he began scanning the area. But the road on both sides was pitch black. There wasn't a restaurant in sight. In fact, there wasn't even a single streetlight. Old Li spoke up, "Where's this restaurant you were talking about? We're almost at the junction, and I don't see anything." Old Wang, now unsure, replied, "Stop talking for a second, let me look around." But they drove all the way to the junction, and there was still no sign of the restaurant. Old Li chuckled, "You're messing with me, aren't you? There's no restaurant around here. You're pulling my leg." Offended, Old Wang snapped back, "No way. I'll prove it to you." He promptly turned the truck around and headed back the way they had come. Old Li asked what was going on. Old Wang cursed under his breath, "I refuse to believe it. I know that restaurant is around here somewhere. There's no way it's gone." The truck continued to circle the area. But after 2 full loops, they still found nothing. The further they drove, the more uneasy Old Wang felt. A sense of dread began to creep up on him. He clearly remembered the restaurant being here, but now it was nowhere to be found. If this wasn't strange, then what was? Old Li gave Old Wang a strange look, his voice tinged with fear. "Hey, do you think maybe you've encountered a ghost?" At that very moment, a bolt of purple lightning streaked across the sky. Old Wang felt a chill run down his spine, as if cold air was shooting up from his feet to the top of his head. At this point, the chat in Lin Xiao's live stream lit up with excited comments. "A ghost restaurant? No way. That's wild. Streamer, you must have a brain full of holes to come up with this. Where do you get these ideas? I've never heard of anything like this before. Streamer, you're seriously impressive. This is awesome. Hold on. I'm waking my daughter up to listen with me. Kids these days need to toughen up. This is good stuff, streamer. I'm hitting the follow button right now out of respect." Messages filled with praise and gifts flooded the chat. Lin Xiao's stream continued to surge in popularity, with viewer numbers quickly approaching 6 million. This kind of success wasn't just rare for a new streamer, even seasoned veterans would struggle to achieve such a feat. Lai Feng, the director of operations, was thrilled. The higher Lin Xiao's numbers climbed, the better it was for him. After all, if he could cultivate a top-tier streamer, his year-end bonus would be substantial. Thinking of this, Li Feng immediately called Xiao Liu. "Xiao Liu, give Lin Xiao a top recommendation spot right now," Li Feng ordered decisively. Xiao Liu was stunned. "Director, what did you say? Give him a top spot? But Lin Xiao hasn't even signed a contract yet. Signing the contract is just a matter of time. Don't worry about that, just give him the spot. I want to see how far this guy can go. Lai Feng was eager to see the results. Xiao Lu was just as excited. After all, Lin Xiao was a streamer from her team. After a brief pause, Lin Xiao continued with the story. Encountered a ghost. That might actually be the case. Seeing the shocked expression on old Wang's face, old Li quickly backtracked. No, I was just kidding. Don't take it seriously. There's no such thing as ghosts in this world. Forget what I said. Let's just focus on getting some food up ahead. Despite his words, both men now had a sense of dread hanging over them. The truck was eerily quiet, except for the sound of the wind and rain, and their breathing. Neither of them said another word. Thunder rolled and lightning flashed as they continued down the road. Old Wang's unease only grew stronger. His mind was racing. It didn't make sense. He had eaten at that restaurant so many times before. Why was it suddenly gone? Could it be because of the weather? Maybe the place was closed, and that's why it was so dark. But then old Wang dismissed that thought. Even if it were closed, the building would still be there, right? But the problem was that after circling around, they hadn't seen any buildings at all. Old Wang glanced at old Li and asked cautiously, "Hey, do you think I really ran into a ghost?" Old Li took a deep breath. "I don't know. Let's stop at the next restaurant and ask around." Old Wang nodded in agreement. They drove on in silence. Not long after, they reached the outskirts of J City, where the roadside was lined with small diners. Old Wang parked the truck, and the two of them headed into one of the restaurants together. After 3 rounds of drinks, the remaining diners had already left. It was obvious that old Li had a good relationship with the owner, as he called him over directly. The owner smiled and said, "Old Li, what's up? Why so mysterious?" Old Li placed his hand on the owner's shoulder. "Boss, I want to ask you something." At this point, old Wang also joined them. The owner looked at him. "Go ahead, ask. If it's something I know, I'll tell you." Old Li glanced at old Wang, signaling for him to speak. Without holding back, old Wang explained his situation all at once. After the owner listened to old Wang's story, his expression instantly turned grim. His body visibly trembled, as if he'd heard something unbelievable. Old Li immediately noticed something was off and pressed, "Boss, do you really know the background of that restaurant?" The owner sighed. "Yes, 10 years ago there was indeed a restaurant there, called Xiaofeng Restaurant." Upon hearing this, old Wang immediately chimed in, Yes, that's right, it was called Xiaofeng Restaurant. Yes, that's the name." And then, the owner continued slowly, 10 years ago, the national highway wasn't like it is now. Back then it was just a cement road, a bit better than a mountain path. Xiaofeng was a very forward-thinking woman and quickly opened a restaurant by the roadside. I have to admit, her business was doing well. Every day, passing drivers would stop to eat at her place. No matter how hungry they were, they'd hold on until they got to her restaurant. It was so well known that people would say if you eat elsewhere, you'll get a cough. But one rainy night, the owner paused here, remaining silent for 2 minutes before continuing, Xiaofeng Restaurant. 6 people died there. The whole place burned to the ground. To this day the killer is still at large, and no one knows where they are. Ever since then, passing drivers have occasionally seen Xiaofeng Restaurant, but on rainy nights it disappears. The owner sighed deeply. What a pity, what a pity. After hearing the story, old Wang felt a shiver run down his spine. His legs started to feel weak. He was genuinely scared. Luckily, Xiaofeng didn't seem to have any harmful intentions. Otherwise, his life might have been over long ago. Without realizing it, old Wang's back was soaked in sweat. That night, after unloading the cargo, old Wang hit the highway early the next morning. From that day on, no matter how urgent the cargo was, he never took that highway again. This story is shorter compared to the first one, but I think it's just as thrilling. Today was my first live stream, and I want to thank everyone for your support. I'll do my best to schedule future streams so that everyone can enjoy them. Alright, see you tomorrow. After finishing his words, Lin Xiao didn't wait for anything else and directly ended the stream. As soon as he logged off, his phone rang. It was an unknown number. Lin Xiao answered the call immediately. "Hello, is this Lin Xiao? I'm Xiao Liu, a staff member from Dusha, and I'm also in charge of your operations." Xiao Lu started with a brief introduction. Lin Xiao was slightly taken aback. Hello, I'm here to discuss a contract with you. Would you be interested?" Xiao Lu quickly followed up. From the moment Xiao Lu introduced herself, Lin Xiao knew her intentions. Of course I'm interested. But I have high expectations for contracts. Can your team meet them? Lin Xiao said casually. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu quickly replied, we can offer you a top-tier contract because your potential is enormous. Top-tier contract. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. Sorry, but I'm not interested. Xiao Lu was stunned. A top-tier contract? And you're not interested? That's unbelievable. This is the dream of countless streamers. But Lin Xiao just said he wasn't interested. Xiao Lu hurriedly said, wait, Lin Xiao, you probably don't fully understand our top-tier contract. How about I explain it to you? No need. Lin Xiao rejected her. If you offer a platinum contract, I'll sign. He was that straightforward. No platinum contract, no deal? That's ridiculous. Okay, I understand. Let me check with my supervisor and get back to you. How about that? Lin Xiao's calmness caught Xiao Liu off guard. Sure. Lin Xiao agreed without hesitation. After hanging up, Xiao Lu rushed to Li Feng's office and relayed Lin Xiao's request. Li Feng frowned slightly. To be honest, offering a top-tier contract after just one day of streaming was already extraordinary. But now, Lin Xiao was asking for a platinum contract, something that had never happened before in Dusha's history. Even as the director, Li Feng felt the pressure. Has tonight's data been compiled? Li Feng asked. Xiao Lu shook her head. Not yet. Let's wait. The data should be out soon. We'll decide after reviewing it. Li Feng said seriously. Just then, someone knocked on the door, and the data was delivered. Popularity third on the platform. Number of comments first. Amount of donations second. These were Lin Xiao's stats on Dusha that night. Give him the platinum contract. Li Feng made the decision with a firm nod. Xiao Luyu was overjoyed. Understood, director. When Xiao Lu shared the news with Lin Xiao, he didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. Lin Xiao, let me explain. Our Dusha Platinum contract includes an annual base salary of 20 million yuan. The donation split is 70% for you and 30% for the platform. The contract is renewed yearly, and if your stats remain strong, your base salary can be increased. Xiao Lu summarized it clearly. Lin Xiao replied, sounds good. I have no other objections. In that case, I'll draft the contract. Lin Xiao, welcome to the Dusha family. Xiao Lu said, smiling broadly. Host, you've accumulated 100,000 fear points. You can now exchange them for a lottery spin. Would you like to redeem it? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao immediately responded, redeem, redeem. The system has redeemed one lottery spin for the host. Spinning the lottery wheel for the host. Congratulations, host, you have won a 5 million RMB prize. What the heck? That's so stingy. What a ripoff. Congratulations, host, you have won the true copper coin sword. The system's voice paused, then echoed again. The true copper coin sword is an authentic Taoist ritual tool. In folk Taoist temples, copper coin swords are often used to ward off evil spirits and cut away negative energy. However, not all copper coin swords are effective. To work, it must be made from 108 ancient copper coins from the Ming Dynasty or earlier. In ancient times, copper coins were the most widely circulated currency, absorbing a lot of positive yang energy. Some extremely superstitious people would hang a copper coin sword in their home. But in reality, if there are no evil spirits in the house, it's completely unnecessary. After all, no matter the sword, it carries some degree of killing intent. If a person's yang energy isn't strong enough, at best they might catch a cold, at worst they could lose their life. Looking at the copper coin sword that appeared out of nowhere, Lin Xiao could faintly sense a strong Taoist aura emanating from it. This copper coin sword was used by Lin Fengjiao, filled with immense Taoist energy. It's extremely powerful. The system's cold voice rang out. Lin Xiao was overjoyed. Wow. Used by Lin Fengjiao? This reward is no joke. Lin Fengjiao, that means Lin Jingying. As the saying goes. The ink line still remains, but the Taoist Lin of old is gone. Lin Jingying's life was full of wonders. As long as he was around, no matter how dangerous the evil spirits, people felt safe. And Lin Jingying's high status was largely thanks to this copper coin sword. The next morning, Lin Xiao was still asleep when someone suddenly knocked on his door. When he opened the door, standing outside were two police officers. One was middle-aged, the other young. Are you Lin Xiao? The young officer looked at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was confused. Yes, that's me. What's going on? Come with us to the police station. Without further explanation, The young officer grabbed him. Half an hour later, in the interrogation room at Jiang City Police Station. Let me introduce myself, my name is Liu Qingfeng. The young officer said. Lin Xiao frowned, no way, you're lying. Liu Qingfeng was taken aback. As a servant of the people, would I lie? Lin Xiao, I advise you to rethink your words. Aren't you called Panan? Lin Xiao asked. Hearing this, Liu Qingfeng was stunned. What do you mean? With your good looks, the name Qingfeng doesn't suit you at all. You're like a reincarnation of Panan. Look at your features, sharp and handsome, your face sculpted like a blade, your nose towering high, and your eyes like shining stars. No, that's just the surface. What's more important is your aura, it's unmatched. Your aura is like that of a celestial being, extraordinary and elegant. Lin Xiao stared at Liu Qingfeng, completely serious. Hiss. After hearing Lin Xiao's words, Liu Qingfeng gasped. He quietly took out his phone, opened the front-facing camera, and looked at himself from every angle. Then, he turned back to Lin Xiao. Am I really as handsome as you say? Lin Xiao nodded with certainty. Be confident. Turn that question into a statement. All right? Promise me? Liu Qingfeng's once serious face broke into a mischievous smile. This attitude shift was beyond 360 degrees, it was a full 720. Quickly, Liu Qingfeng coughed and straightened his face again. Lin Xiao, cut the nonsense. Do you know what crime you've committed? What crime? Lin Xiao was even more confused. You're a paranormal story streamer, right? Liu Qingfeng asked. Lin Xiao nodded. Just yesterday, our station received over 100 complaints about you, Liu Qingfeng said bluntly. Lin Xiao was dumbfounded. Wait, what? I'm a law-abiding citizen. Are these people bored out of their minds reporting me for no reason? They all complained that your stories were too scary. Some of the more timid listeners were so frightened they ended up in the hospital. Liu Qingfeng said with a straight face. Lin Xiao was at a loss. Is that even possible? Lin Xiao asked. Officer, be honest. Don't you think I'm innocent? Well, Liu Qingfeng hesitated. Lin Xiao continued. Officer, I'm just a paranormal story streamer. Could I really cause that much trouble? In the end, I think someone's out to get me, don't you agree? Liu Qingfeng was speechless again. Lin Xiao took a deep breath. I won't say more. If you really think I'm guilty, don't bother asking me any more questions. Just arrest me. I have nothing more to say. After all, it's just a good person being misunderstood, right? I can handle 10 or 8 years behind bars. Damn. Liu Qingfeng slammed the table. Without another word, he turned and walked out of the interrogation room. At that moment, Lin Xiao frowned. Clearly someone was setting him up. His stories might be scary to some listeners in China, but they definitely weren't life-threatening. However, who could be behind this? Was it Lin Deji or Zhang Hai? He had no idea. Soon after, Liu Qingfeng returned, along with the middle-aged officer from earlier. Director Zhang, you handle this one. Zhang Sheng looked puzzled. You want me to handle it? Yes, you should be the one. Liu Qingfeng insisted. Zhang Sheng scowled. Liu Qingfeng, are you out of your mind? You want me to handle this? I've got a pile of cases to deal with. And you want me to take this small matter? Can you even do your job? Director Zhang. I believe Lin Xiao is innocent. Liu Qingfeng gritted his teeth. Innocent. Innocent. Liu Qingfeng took a deep breath. Director Zhang, I'll ask you this. Am I handsome? Zhang Sheng was completely confused. This question was unusual. Director Zhang, what I'm about to say might offend you, but I don't care. I've lived my whole life and not once has anyone called me handsome. But today, Lin Xiao gave me confidence. He said I look like Panan, that I have an extraordinary aura. Now tell me, how can someone with such correct values commit a crime? I've lived for over 20 years, and I've finally found a soulmate. I can't find any reason to convict him. There's definitely more to this case, and I request to investigate it myself. I have to clear my soulmate's name. Liu Qingfeng spoke eloquently. Zhang Sheng felt his head buzzing. This reasoning was so unreasonable. At that moment, a voice came from outside the interrogation room. Director Zhang, Mr. Ouyang has arrived. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sheng coldly replied, I'll deal with him after this is settled. As he spoke, he prepared to leave. Right then, Ouyang Xun arrived at the door of the interrogation room. When he saw Lin Xiao, a bright smile spread across his face. Lin Xiao. Ouyang Xun strode quickly toward Lin Xiao. Mr. Ouyang, hello. Lin Xiao said sincerely. Sorry, I can't shake your hand right now. Lin Xiao raised his wrists, showing the handcuffs. The next second, Ouyang Zun's brow furrowed deeply. He turned and looked at Zhang Sheng behind him. What's going on here? Ouyang Zun's voice was low, filled with reproach. Hearing this, Zhang Sheng gulped hard. Teacher, it's a long story. Through teacher. Lin Xiao was stunned. Ouyang Zun was actually Zhang Sheng's teacher. That was a surprise. Unlock him. Ouyang Zun's voice thundered. Zhang Sheng turned to Lu Qingfeng. What are you standing there for? Hurry up, unlock him. Oh, right. Right. Lu Qingfeng rushed over and quickly removed the handcuffs and leg restraints from Lin Xiao. In the police chief's office, after Ouyang Zun learned the whole story, he couldn't stop shaking his head. Zhang Sheng looked dumbfounded. Teacher, why do you keep shaking your head? Foolish, so foolish. Ouyang Zun said in frustration. Zhang Sheng didn't dare make a sound. Zhang Sheng, out of all the students I've taught, you have always been the slowest. I had hoped that over the years your judgment would improve, but it seems you haven't changed at all. Do you ever use your brain when you do things? Ouyang Zun sighed. Zhang Sheng cautiously asked, Teacher, what's really going on? Ouyang Zun didn't respond to him. Instead, he turned to Lin Xiao. As the saying goes, a teacher's lack of strictness reflects their own failure. Lin Xiao, I apologize on behalf of my disappointing student. Hearing this, Lin Xiao smiled. No need to be so polite, Mr. Ouyang. You're my elder, a respected and honorable figure in the field. How could I deserve an apology from you? Ouyang Zun waved his hand. You can't put it that way. Knowledge comes in stages, and each field has its own expertise. In the realm of paranormal stories, your skills surpass mine. I feel ashamed of myself. Lu Qingfeng was completely bewildered. Was this some sort of mutual flattery? Zhang Sheng wasn't any better off, he was just as confused. Teacher, can I just ask what's going on? I'm completely lost. Zhang Sheng looked desperate. Ouyang Zun frowned. To be clear, I came here today specifically for Lin Xiao. You knew why Lin Xiao was brought here? Zhang Sheng asked. Of course I knew. But did you investigate thoroughly? Arresting someone without knowing the facts, are you worthy of wearing that uniform? Ouyang Zun's voice was firm and commanding, leaving Zhang Sheng dumbfounded. Before I came, I already knew everything. Lin Xiao was framed. And the one who started the rumors is Jiang City Radio's director, Lin Deji. Ouyang Zun stated bluntly. Lin Xiao's brow furrowed. So, it was Lin Deji, after all. But how did Ouyang Zun know? Zhang Sheng was shocked. Teacher, how did you find out? Why? You don't believe me anymore? Ouyang Zun asked back. Zhang Sheng hurriedly shook his head. No, teacher. How could I not believe you? Actually, this isn't a big deal. Even if Lin Xiao did cause such a stir, it wouldn't have been a serious problem. I brought him here just to meet him in person. Maybe my approach was a bit rough, but I'm sure Lin Xiao won't mind, right? As he spoke, Zhang Sheng winked at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment. Mr. Ouyang, since everything's cleared up, there's no issue. Lin Xiao, you're very generous. Ouyang Zun nodded with satisfaction. Mr. Ouyang, I'll send someone to arrest Lin Deji immediately. Spreading false rumors is still against the law. Lu Qingfeng volunteered eagerly. Zhang Sheng added, Yes, Xiao Lu, hurry up. That Lin Deji nearly caused me to wrongly accuse an innocent man. We must bring him in and interrogate him. After leaving the police station, Ouyang Zun insisted on driving Lin Xiao home. In the back seat of the car, Lin Xiao looked at Ouyang Zun. Mr. Ouyang, thank you for helping me out today. There's no need to be so polite with me. Lin Xiao, I truly admire you. At such a young age, you've already achieved so much in the field of paranormal storytelling. Every one of your stories is captivating. Ouyang Zun spoke from the heart. Lin Xiao smiled. You're too kind, Mr. Ouyang. Do you know why I said you were framed by Lin Deji? Ouyang Zun suddenly asked. Lin Xiao shook his head. Please enlighten me. Do you know a woman named Xiao Nei from the radio station? I do. She's the one who told me. At first I was skeptical, but after hearing the whole story from Zhang Sheng, I realized Xiao Nei was telling the truth. Ouyang Zun explained plainly. Hearing this, Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes. He hadn't expected Xiao Nei to secretly help him behind the scenes. It was truly unexpected. After all, if the truth were to come out, Xiao Nei would lose her job. When Lin Xiao got home, the first thing he did was send a message to Xiao Nei. thanking her. Xiao Nei quickly replied, "No worries, Lin Xiao." Later that afternoon, Lin Xiao had just finished his nap when the doorbell rang. When he opened the door, Su Wan was standing outside. Her face looked even worse than the day before, exhausted and worn. Seeing this, Lin Xiao immediately activated his clairvoyance and took a closer look at Su Wan. Sure enough, the dark energy between her eyebrows was even stronger than the previous day, and a shadowy black aura had begun to form around her temples. Once the black aura fully formed, not even a deity could save her. Lin Xiao, can I come in? Su Wan looked at Lin Xiao, her voice filled with pleading. Without a word, Lin Xiao stepped aside, allowing her to enter. Once Su Wan was seated on the sofa, Lin Xiao poured her a cup of warm water and handed it to her. Su Wan gripped the cup tightly, her face still pale. Lin Xiao sat down, looking at her intently. "Tell me, what happened last night?" Lin Xiao asked seriously. Su Wan's voice trembled. "Last night I saw a ghost. Aishame." Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed. "Go on. Can you help me?" Su Wan gazed at Lin Xiao, her voice full of desperation. Hearing this, Lin Xiao took a deep breath. "How can I help if you don't tell me everything?" "All right, I'll tell you." Su Wan nodded firmly, and then began her story. A week ago, Su Wan and a few friends went on a trip to a small island near Jiang City. Before setting out, they had already agreed that the purpose of the trip was to seek thrills. The island was called No Return Island, meaning once you go, you don't come back. To most people in Jiang City, this island was something to avoid at all costs. This is because, during the war, over 360 people on No Return Island were massacred by invaders from the Sun Nation. All the bodies were left to rot in the wilderness. Even though decades had passed and the island had been developed several times, very few tourists dared to go there. Su Wan went with a group of 3 men and 4 women. The 3 men were boyfriends of the 3 girls in the group. They were all close friends. After arriving on the island, they headed straight to a spot they had planned to visit, a small beach by a large lake. The men set up the tents while the women prepared the food and drinks. Everyone was chatting and laughing, enjoying themselves. As night fell, the 8 of them gathered around the campfire. Suddenly, one of the guys suggested telling ghost stories. This idea was quickly supported by most of the group. Although Su Wan felt a bit uneasy, she eventually agreed. The guys started telling ghost stories, but most were the same old, not very scary ones. Then, a guy named Lin Yuan stood up and walked into the woods, saying he needed to pee. The game was paused for the time being. Su Wan took a sip of water, feeling the cool breeze from the lake. It was quite pleasant. However, she soon started to feel uncomfortable. It felt like a pair of eyes were staring at her from behind. But whenever Su Wan turned around, no one was there. A friend of hers came over, looking concerned. "Xiao Wan, what's wrong? You seem uneasy." "Nothing." Su Wan shook her head. "Hey everyone, look what I found." Before Su Wan could finish her sentence, Lin Yuan returned from the woods, holding something oval-shaped in his hand. It was too far away to see clearly. His girlfriend instinctively asked, "Yuan, what are you holding?" Lin Yuan didn't answer and ran toward the group. When he got closer, everyone, including Su Wan, felt a chill run down their spines. Cold sweat started forming on their bodies. Lin Yuan was holding a skull. The pale skull, illuminated by the campfire, looked terrifying. All the girls' faces turned as white as the skull itself. "Yuan, what are you doing? Get rid of that. It's too creepy," his girlfriend screamed. Seeing their expressions, Lin Yuan burst out laughing. "Hey Lin Yuan, kick the skull over here. Let's have a game of skull soccer," another guy suggested. The other guys immediately agreed. They started kicking the skull around on the beach, playing a bizarre game of soccer. Su Wan and the other girls, terrified, ran into the tents. Thankfully, nothing strange happened that night. The next afternoon, they all returned to the city. They thought that would be the end of it, but little did they know. It was just the beginning of a nightmare. That evening, Su Wan and the other 4 girls met up for a small gathering. Halfway through their meal, Lin Yuan's girlfriend received a phone call. It was from one of the other guys who had gone to No Return Island with them. He said Lin Yuan was dead. He had committed suicide at home by slitting his wrists. Upon hearing the news, Su Wan and the others rushed to Lin Yuan's place. When they arrived and saw the scene, they were horrified. Lin Yuan lay in a pool of blood, his blood soaking the floor. His eyes were bulging out of their sockets, as if he had been scared to death. What was even more terrifying? His right wrist was only held together by a thin layer of skin. His blood vessels were exposed to the air, and blood was still trickling out. The strong smell of blood assaulted their noses. Soo-won had never seen such a terrifying sight in her life, and she felt her stomach turn. But just half an hour after Lin Yuan's body was taken away, on their way home, one of the guys was involved in a car accident and died on the spot. His head was crushed, leaving red and white matter splattered all over. In just 5 days. Of the 8 people who went to No Return Island, only Soo-won and 2 other girls were left. Moreover, for the past 2 days, Soo-won had the constant feeling that something was following her. Even at night, she would suddenly wake up in a cold sweat, her nerves frayed to the breaking point. After listening to Soo-won's story, Lin Xiao furrowed his brow. His eyes locked onto Soo-won. You really brought this on yourselves. In the wild, if anyone finds a skull, the usual reaction is to stay far away. At worst, people might just walk around it. But Lin Yuan, instead of avoiding it, picked it up and used it as a soccer ball. That was a skull. Even spirits have their dignity, right? Disturbing them like that? Of course they would seek revenge. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Soo-won quickly asked, Lin Xiao, can you help us? I can't make any promises. Lin Xiao replied seriously. Soo-won looked desperate. Even if there's only a 10% chance, I'm willing to try. Rather than waiting to die, she figured it was better to take a chance. At least there would be a sliver of hope. The system has started a new mission to help Soo-won resolve the current crisis. Completing the mission will increase Soo-won's affection and grant 1 lottery spin. Before Lin Xiao could speak, the system's voice rang out in his mind. This was his first mission. To solve this, we'll need to go back to where it all started. Since the spirit was disturbed on No Return Island, that's where we need to go. It's getting late today, so I'll go with you tomorrow. Lin Xiao said calmly. Upon hearing this, Soo-won nodded eagerly, as if grasping her last lifeline. Thank you, Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao waved his hand. It's too early to thank me. Let's wait until we've solved the problem. So, what do I do tonight? Soo-won asked. Lin Xiao shrugged. What? Were you hoping to sleep with me? If that's what you want, I wouldn't mind squeezing in for the night, though I'd be the one losing out. Soo-won's face instantly turned bright red. Realizing her words sounded off, she quickly stood up. All right, Lin Xiao, I'll come find you tomorrow morning. Okay. Lin Xiao nodded. It was past 10 p.m. when Lin Xiao started his live stream. Instantly, a large number of viewers flooded into the chat. The messages began pouring in. He's here, he's here. The streamer is here. Streamer, looking sharp. What story do you have for us today? I can't even sleep without hearing the streamer's stories now. My taste has been spoiled by the streamer. I can't listen to anyone else's stories anymore. +1. I feel the same way now. Seeing the chat, Lin Xiao smiled calmly. Good evening, everyone. Are you ready? Because we're about to dive into tonight's story. His voice was deep and raspy, sending a chill down the listeners' spines. The story hadn't even started, but Lin Xiao already had his audience hooked. Xiao Li was a sophomore in college. School wasn't particularly demanding. Their classes were few and far between. There were 4 girls in the dormitory: Xiao Li, Wang Qian, Li Ai, Mai Mei, and Lu Xiao. They all got along well, attending classes together, leaving together, and even eating together as a group. That evening, after dinner, Xiao Li, Wang Qian, and Li Mei returned to the dorm first, while Lu Xiao went out, saying she had something to do. Around 10 o'clock, Lu Xiao came back. She looked at the drowsy Xiao Li and the others with a mysterious expression, clapped her hands and said, Girls, do you know what pen fairy is? Hearing that, Xiao Li and the others looked at her curiously. Wang Qian asked, What's pen fairy? Li Mei muttered, What a strange name. I've never heard of it before. So, what is it? Seeing their reactions, Lu Xiao smiled smugly. Pen fairy is a summoning game. Xiao Li frowned. A summoning game. Lu Xiao pulled up a chair and, after glancing at the others, began to explain pen fairy, also known as inviting the pen fairy, is a form of summoning spirits. In reality, it's inviting a ghost. Upon hearing this, the timid Xiao Li's face turned pale. Inviting a ghost? That's way too scary. But Li Mei and Wang Qian were intrigued. Wang Qian was the first to ask, What's the point of inviting a ghost? Lu Xiao, feeling proud, said, If we successfully summon the pen fairy, we can ask it many questions. It's basically a form of divination. Li Mei's curiosity grew. Any question? I want to ask when I'll find a boyfriend. Lu Xiao rolled her eyes. You're just worried about not getting married. Aren't you ashamed? Yeah, exactly, Wang Qian agreed. Then Lu Xiao turned to Xiao Lai, Xiao Li. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you not playing? Hearing this, Xiao Lai nervously replied, Xiao Xiao Xiao, I think we shouldn't play this game. It feels off and I'm getting creeped out. Wang Qian egged her on. Xiao Li. What are you afraid of? We're all here. Lu Xiao nodded. Yeah, this game is only fun with 4 people. If you don't join, none of us can play. With that, Xiao Li was essentially forced into the game. Next, Lu Xiao explained the method and the rules for summoning the pen fairy. Xiao Li and the others nodded, indicating they understood. Soon, everything was prepared. A desk, a pen, and a sheet of paper. The 4 of them sat in their designated spots. Lu Xiao turned off the lights, leaving only a single candle to light the room. The eerie atmosphere instantly settled over them. Xiao Li's palms were already sweating. She trembled. Maybe we shouldn't play. I keep feeling like something's watching me. At this point, Lu Xiao and the others refused to stop, urging Xiao Li to continue. In the end, Xiao Li reluctantly agreed. They all placed their hands on the pen. Lu Xiao looked at the group. Are you all ready? They nodded. Lu Xiao added, remember, no matter what happens, do not let go. If you let go, the consequences could be dire. We're just playing around, there's nothing to be afraid of. As long as we send it away, nothing will go wrong. Understand? They nodded again. Then, they began to chant softly, Pen Fairy, I am your past life, you are my present. If you wish to continue our bond, please draw a circle on the paper. Time passed, minute by minute. Their hands remained lightly gripping the pen. Nothing happened. The pen didn't move at all. As if frozen in place. They kept chanting, repeating the words over and over. 10 minutes passed. There wasn't even a shadow of the pen fairy. Xiao Li whispered, it's not working. Did we do something wrong? Wang Qian chimed in, Xiao, are you sure this is the right way to play? Lu Xiao, eyes closed, replied, it's definitely correct. This is exactly how I played with my friends earlier, and we successfully summoned the pen fairy. We even asked it a lot of questions. Li Mei asked, then why can't we summon it? Lu Xiao's voice suddenly grew louder. My friend said, if someone has strong yang energy, they won't be able to summon the pen fairy. Xiao Li was curious. What do you mean by strong yang energy? Lu Xiao explained, people have 3 flames on their body, 1 on the top of the head and 1 on each shoulder. The stronger the flames, the more yang energy they have. Generally, if someone has strong yang energy, ghosts won't dare approach them. Li Mei immediately asked, then how can we weaken our yang energy? Lu Xiao replied, just look over your shoulder. That will blow out the flames. As soon as she said this, Li Mei turned her head. Wang Qian followed suit. They looked at Xiao Lai, who was still hesitating, and said in unison, Xiao Lai, what are you waiting for? Hurry up. We're waiting for you. Xiao Li bit her lip. Though reluctant, she couldn't resist their pressure, so she turned her head to glance behind her. Lu Xiao was satisfied. Let's continue chanting. Pen fairy, I am your past life, you are my present. If you wish to continue our bond, please draw a circle on the paper. They repeated the chant over and over. Time passed slowly. The pen still didn't move. Wang Qian was growing impatient and was about to suggest they stop when the pen, which had been completely still, started moving. At this point, Lin Xiao paused the story. The chat exploded. They're really playing with fire here. Are today's college students always this curious? Is this game real or fake? I've never heard of it before. It's coming. The pen fairy is coming. Streamer, keep going, don't stop. My blanket is ready. If I back down now, I'm no hero. At that moment, within just half an hour of going live, Lin Xiao's stream had reached over 6 million viewers. And that was with the website's recommendation feature only just starting. The numbers would undoubtedly skyrocket once the recommendations took full effect. After taking a sip of tea, Lin Xiao continued his story. The 4 of them, without anyone applying force, felt the pen begin to tremble slightly. A cold wind blew in through the window, making everyone feel a chill down their spines. In this situation, Lu Xiao remained relatively calm. She was the first to speak. Pen fairy, is that you? Immediately, a strong force guided their hands, moving the pen toward the pre-drawn checkmark. A perfectly round circle appeared on the paper. Lu Xiao asked again, "You will answer all our questions, won't you?" The pen fairy drew another circle over the check mark. Lu Xiao then said, "Feel free to ask any questions you have. Don't be afraid, the pen fairy won't harm us." Li Mei, intrigued, started asking questions. Over the next few moments, each of the four took turns asking their questions, and the pen fairy responded to everyone. Even Xiao Lai, unable to resist her curiosity, asked 2 questions. Time passed minute by minute. The candle on the corner of the desk continued to burn, its wax slowly dripping down. Suddenly Lu Xiao asked, "Did you die of natural causes, or were you murdered?" As soon as she asked this question, the pen fairy, which had been cooperative until now, began to shake violently. A heavy force suddenly weighed down on the pen. Their hands started to tremble. The pen fairy was angry. A fierce gust of wind howled into the dorm. The candle flickered wildly, on the verge of going out. Xiao Li, terrified, screamed, "Pen fairy, we're sorry. You don't have to answer that question. Please don't answer." Lu Xiao hurriedly added, Yes, pen fairy, you don't have to answer. Just forget I asked." However, the pen fairy's strength only grew stronger. Suddenly, Wang Qian let out a scream as her hand jerked away from the pen. This caused the others to lose their grip as well, and the pen fell straight onto the paper. With a sharp hiss. The candle immediately went out as soon as the pen dropped. Unnoticed by any of them, all 4 girls' backs were drenched in sweat. They gasped for breath. Lu Xiao, barely able to steady herself, stood up and turned on the lights. The bright light flooded the room, causing them all to squint. The 4 of them remained sitting in their spots, staring at each other in silence. Nearly 10 minutes passed. Wang Qian, her voice trembling slightly, finally asked, "Was that really the pen fairy? Did any of you move your hands?" Xiao Li stared at the perfectly round circles on the paper and swallowed hard. "If it were us, we couldn't have drawn such perfect circles. It must have been the pen fairy." Li Mei nodded in agreement. "Exactly. A human couldn't draw a circle that perfect. But the real question is, did we forget to send the pen fairy away?" Buzz. Upon hearing Li Mei's words, Xiao Li and the others turned pale. They stared at each other in disbelief. Wang Qian's eyes widened as she looked at Lu Xiao. "What did you say would happen if we didn't send the pen fairy away?" At these words, Lu Xiao's face filled with dread. "If we didn't successfully send the summoned pen fairy away, then the pen fairy will stay with us." Li Mei screamed in terror. Wang Qian frowned. "Xiao Mei, calm down." Li Mei shook her head frantically. No, I don't want to be haunted by the pen fairy. I won't play this game anymore. I know I was wrong. I'll never do something like this again." End a live stream. This is exactly what they mean by "you won't die if you don't court death." They deserve this. Why play such a dangerous game? Some things are better left untouched. Exactly. Curiosity killed the cat. I feel like Xiao Li lacks any backbone. She just goes along with everything. User Ouyang Xun just sent 10 super rockets to the streamer Lin Xiao. Ho! It's Ouyang again. Is he grooming Lin Xiao to be his successor or something? The chat scrolled endlessly like a snowstorm as messages poured in. Seeing this, Lai Feng couldn't stop smiling. 7 million viewers. Thousands of comments every minute. And gifts planes worth 100 yuan at a time. This was the kind of attention only top-tier streamers could hope for. No. Even top-tier streamers rarely maintain this level of engagement every day. This risky bet. Li Feng knew he had won and won big. After thanking the viewers for their generous gifts, Lin Xiao continued the story. After hearing Li Mei's words, Lu Xiao tried to comfort herself. Actually, we don't need to worry so much. After all, no one really said that if you don't send the pen fairy away, it'll haunt you. I think it's just something to scare people. Wang Qian nodded quickly. Yeah, it must be a lie. There's no way something like this could happen. I don't believe it. At that moment, they were like headless flies, desperately trying to convince themselves. But soon, Lu Xiao would be proven wrong. After calming down a bit, the girls all climbed into their beds, ready to sleep. A little past midnight, they had all drifted off into dreams. Soft snores filled the room. When, for some unknown reason, Xiao Li suddenly shivered and slowly opened her eyes. The moonlight outside spilled into the room, and Xiao Li's gaze fixated on the white ceiling. She was no longer sleepy. Thoughts rushed through her mind like a tide. Ever since they had started playing the pen fairy game, Xiao Li had felt uneasy. That feeling of dread was impossible to put into words. She took slow, measured breaths. Just as she was about to close her eyes again, a terrifying head appeared on the ceiling. The head had long, messy hair, and its eyes, as big as duck eggs, stared straight at Xiao Li. Blood streamed from its eyes. Its tongue was a ghastly red, almost as if it were dripping blood. And right now, the ghostly face was grinning down at Xiao Li. The sudden appearance of the ghostly face made Xiao Li scream in terror. Lu Xiao's scream jolted everyone awake. They all looked at Xiao Li in confusion. Wang Qian mumbled, "Li Lai, what's wrong?" Xiao Li was gasping for breath, carefully glancing up at the ceiling, now empty. She didn't say a word. Lu Xiao asked again, "Li Lai, what happened?" Xiao Li quickly shook her head, "Nothing, nothing, nothing." Li Mei, already half asleep, grumbled, "Always making a fuss. Li Lai, you're going to give us all a heart attack." Xiao Li, sounding apologetic, quietly said, "Sorry." Suddenly Lu Xiao got out of bed. Xiao Li immediately asked, Xiao, where are you going?" Lu Xiao replied, "I'm going to the bathroom. Do you want to come with me?" Recalling the terrifying ghost face she had seen on the ceiling, Xiao Li didn't dare go and shook her head quickly. At that time the dorm only had one shared bathroom on each floor, located at the far end of the corridor. The hallway was empty, illuminated only by the faint green light of a few emergency exit signs, along with the small flashlight from Lu Xiao's phone. She walked step by step towards the bathroom. Lu Xiao crouched inside one of the stalls, listening to the constant dripping of water, the sound sharp and grating. Just as she was about to relieve herself, a ghostly face appeared on the door in front of her. It was exactly the same as the one Xiao Li had seen. Lu Xiao's eyes widened in shock, her heart pounding violently. Her entire body froze, her mind thrown into chaos as if struck by lightning. Cold sweat poured down her forehead, and her legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Even her breathing became ragged and labored. Fear, panic, and terror overwhelmed her. But it didn't end there. Even more terrifyingly, the ghostly face began to emerge from the door. First, the ghostly head appeared, then two pale, paper-white hands. And then, the lower half. No, wait, there was no lower half. The ghost's entire body hovered in the air. Dark, swirling energy surrounded its figure. Lu Xiao, now utterly terrified, no longer needed the bathroom. She backed up as far as she could, her eyes locked on the menacing ghost face. Soon, she had nowhere left to retreat. Her breathing grew heavier and heavier. Lu Xiao felt as though her heart was about to leap out of her throat. She screamed, "Don't come closer. Don't come near me. Please, don't come near me. Help. Somebody help." Her cries echoed throughout the bathroom. But there was no response. A deep sense of despair flooded her. At that moment, the ghost opened its mouth and began to speak. "You summoned me. Why didn't you send me back? Come. Join me." Its voice was eerie and chilling, piercing into Lu Xiao's mind. Her spirit collapsed entirely. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Her desperate, hoarse screams echoed inside the stall. Lu Xiao shook her head frantically, muttering, "Let me go. I know I was wrong. I'll never play these games again. Please let me go." The pen fairy ignored her pleas and slowly extended its withered hands toward Lu Xiao. As the pen fairy tightened its grip around her throat, Lu Xiao's breathing became shallow, nearing suffocation. Her temples pounded loudly. She could only breathe in, not out. Lu Xiao frantically slapped at the pen fairy's hands. But it was all in vain. Her body started convulsing violently, white foam forming at her mouth. Her eyes began rolling back. 2 minutes later, Lu Xiao was dead. She died in a grotesque position, her body slumped awkwardly on the toilet, her neck twisted to the side, her tongue sticking out, her eyes wide open, full of terror. The next morning, Lu Xiao's body was discovered by her classmates. She had already stiffened, with dark spots beginning to form on her neck. The police arrived quickly and removed her body. Their initial report indicated that she had died of fright. When Xiao Li and the others heard the news, they were utterly terrified. That night, Xiao Li, Li Mei, and Wang Qian sat together in the dormitory. None of them spoke. The atmosphere was thick with unease. Li Mei was on the verge of a breakdown, her voice trembling with sobs. "It's the pen fairy. It must be. We didn't send it away, so now we're being punished. We're all going to die. We're all going to die." Xiao Li, frowning, spoke cautiously, "I saw it last night." Wang Qian looked puzzled. "Saw who?" Zhao Li's voice was cold. The pen fairy. Buzz. At these words, both Li Mei and Wang Qian shuddered violently. Li Mei, trying to muster courage, asked, "What did it look like?" Xiao Li, in one breath, described the terrifying face she had seen on the ceiling the night before. After hearing her story, Li Mei's mental state deteriorated even further, her face drained of color. No one could stay calm after experiencing something like this. Li Mei looked at Wang Qian. Qian Hian, what should we do now? What are we supposed to do? I don't want to die. I'm still young, I want to live. I don't want to die. Out of the three, Wang Qian was the most composed. Her eyes fixed on the desk for a long while before she spoke. Xiao told us before, if we don't send the pen fairy away, it will haunt us. None of us wanted to believe that, but Liu Xiao's death proves that it's true. So running won't help us. No matter where we go, the pen fairy will find us. Instead of hiding, it's better if we. She trailed off. Bice. Li Mei urged her, better if we what? Wang Qian took a deep breath before continuing, it's better if we confront it directly. Xiao Li was stunned. Confront the pen fairy? Do we even have the ability to do that? Li Mei panicked. Exactly. Qian, that's way too dangerous. It's the pen fairy we're dealing with. Can we really fight it? Wang Qian, speaking seriously, replied, it's better to try than to wait for death. Do either of you have a better plan? Xiao Li and Li Mei fell silent. No, they had no better ideas. But Wang Qian's plan wasn't much of a solution either. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Li clenched her fists. I think Qian's right. We have to try. If we're going to die anyway, we might as well fight back. Li Mei gritted her teeth. Fine. Let's do it. With time running out, Xiao Li and the other two left the school, rushing to a butcher shop where they spent a fortune to buy a bowl of black dog's blood. They also stopped by a store selling incense and paper offerings. By the time they returned to the dorm, it was already past 9 p.m. The school had a rule that lights had to be out by 10:30 p.m. The three of them huddled together on one bed, fully alert, not daring to relax for even a moment. Time ticked by slowly. And at exactly 10:30, the dormitory lights went out. The entire building was suddenly plunged into darkness. Li Mei's body began to tremble. Xiao Li quickly reassured her, Mei, it's okay. Don't be scared. Maybe the pen fairy has already vented its anger and will let us go. Even though she said this, Xiao Li knew deep down that it was highly unlikely. Wang Qian took a deep breath. We've prepared so much black dog's blood, incense and paper money. Surely the pen fairy will give us some leeway. Don't worry too much. Li Mei's voice quivered. Qian, do you think the black dog's blood will really work? Wang Qian hesitated. It was her first time dealing with something like this, so how could she know? But having it was better than nothing. It gave them some psychological comfort at least. The first half of the night passed without incident. The tension began to ease, and waves of drowsiness washed over them. Just as they were about to drift off, footsteps suddenly echoed through the hallway. Tap, tap, tap. The sharp sound of footsteps pierced the silence. Xiao Li's body jerked as she shook Li Mei and Wang Qian awake, whispering, there's something outside. Upon hearing this, Li Mei and Wang Qian immediately woke up. The footsteps were faint, making it difficult to hear clearly. But one thing was certain, the footsteps were getting closer to their dorm. The sound grew louder and quicker. Tap, tap, tap. All listening to the unnerving rhythm, Xiao Li felt a wave of frustration and anxiety building within her. However, the footsteps soon stopped. Silence returned to their ears. The three of them looked at each other in the darkness. Li Mei, trying to hold back her fear, whispered, Why? Why did it stop? Wang Qian shook her head. I don't know. Before she could finish speaking, a sudden knock echoed through the room. Bang! The knocking came again and again. With each knock, Xiao Li, Li Mei, and Wang Qian felt their hearts pound harder and faster. A cold sweat trickled from their heads down to their feet, and the chill crawled up their spines. Every pore on their bodies seemed to open in terror. Goosebumps covered their skin. None of them dared to make a sound. They feared that if they spoke, the pen fairy would come inside. Open the door, it's Liu Xiao, I'm so cold, please. Open the door. A ghostly, disembodied voice came from outside the door. And it was unmistakably Liu Xiao's voice. In an instant, Xiao Li, Li Mei, and Wang Qian's minds went blank. She was dead, wasn't she? Why was she now outside their door? Could it be her ghost, returning to claim their lives? Li Mei's eyes widened in shock. How? How can it be Xiao Xiao Xiao? Wang Qian clenched her fists. That's the pen fairy, using her voice to trick us. Cover your ears and don't listen. Xiao Li and Li Mei quickly followed her instructions. But it was no use. The knocking grew louder. It echoed through every corner of the dorm room. Open the door, I've come to see you all. Xiao Le Xiao Mei Xiao Mei Xiao Xiao Xiao. Open up, I'm so cold. Won't you come down and keep me company? The voice, like a death sentence, hammered at their hearts. Suddenly, Li Mei screamed, I'm going to open the door. Wang Qian and Xiao Li were both startled and immediately grabbed Li Mei, who was getting up to go to the door. At this moment, Bomb! Li Mei's eyes were dull, devoid of any emotion. She moved like a soulless machine. She was under the pen fairy's control. Xiao Li gasped. Mei Mei? What are you doing? Sit down. Wang Qian also held onto her tightly. Mei Mei, don't do anything stupid. However, Li Mei didn't seem to hear them. Even as they held her back, she still tried to walk toward the door. Wang Qian felt a surge of panic. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she raised her hand and slapped Li Mei hard across the face. Xiao Li was stunned. Why did you hit her? In the next second, Li Mei's body trembled, and the vacant look in her eyes cleared slightly. She clutched her stinging cheek, looking confused at Xiao Li and Wang Qian. What? What was I doing? Xiao Li quickly assured her, it's nothing. Outside, the knocking continued, accompanied by Luo Xiao's icy voice, as it echoed in their ears. Li Mei turned to Wang Qian. Qian, what are we going to do? We can't keep this up. The pen fairy won't leave us alone. There are still a few hours until sunrise. Even if we make it through tonight, what about tomorrow, and the day after? Although Xiao Li was terrified, she nodded. I agree with Mei. Wang Qian thought for a moment before responding. All right. In that case, let's go through with it. The three of them got out of bed. Wang Qian spoke seriously. We'll try to negotiate first. But if it won't listen, we'll have no choice but to fight back. Xiao Li and Li Mei nodded. Okay. They carefully retrieved the incense, paper money, and Black Dog's blood, setting everything up in the bowl they had prepared earlier. The pungent smell of incense mixed with the burnt scent of the paper offerings filled their nostrils as they began burning the items. Xiao Li threw handfuls of paper money into the bowl. Yet the knocking outside continued, and the sound grew louder. Eventually the iron door began to shake. Bang! A dent appeared in the middle of the iron door. The three girls screamed in unison. Li Mei's voice trembled violently. A stream of liquid began to seep from her jeans. In her extreme fear, Li Mei had lost control of her body. But no one laughed. Because Luo Xiao and Xiao Li weren't much better off. Their faces were equally pale, drained of all color. They stared at the dented iron door, terrified that the pen fairy might break through at any moment and come inside. Fear gripped them from head to toe. Xiao Li stammered, Xiao, it's not working. Hearing this, Wang Qian clenched her teeth. If that's how it wants to play, we'll hit it with the Black Dog's blood. Xiao Li asked nervously. Does that mean we'll have to let it in? Wang Qian nodded firmly, yes. Xiao Li was stunned. This plan was beyond risky. They were willingly going to let the pen fairy in. Wasn't that just inviting death? Xiao Li hesitated. Xiao, is there really no other way? Wang Qian shook her head. This is the only way. We have to fight it. If we don't, we'll always be on the defensive, with no hope of escape. In the end, Xiao Li reluctantly agreed. But soon, they were faced with another problem. The problem was simple yet terrifying. Who would open the door? Xiao Li stared at Wang Qian. Qian, should I be the one to open it? Wang Qian frowned. We only have one bowl of Black Dog's blood. If you can guarantee you'll throw it directly at the pen fairy, then I'll open the door. Xiao Li was speechless at that. She couldn't guarantee such a thing. If they missed, their last defense would be gone. This was no joke. Terrified, Xiao Li muttered, Maybe I should open it instead. Wang Qian looked at her seriously. Don't worry, Xiao Li. I'll be right behind you, protecting you. Xiao Li didn't say another word. Slowly, she stood up and took small steps toward the door. Even though it was only a few meters, to Xiao Li, it felt like a vast, impassable distance. Her breathing grew quicker, especially as she watched the iron door buckle with more and more dents appearing one after another. Her heart was pounding with fear. Her palms were slick with cold sweat. Bang! Another loud crash echoed, and the door's latch began to tremble as if it would fall apart any second. Open up, Xiao Lai, Xiao Mei. Qiao Mei. Qian. I'm Lu Yixiao. I'm so cold. Open the door, let me in. Let's go down together, okay? Lu Xiao's voice was chilling and eerie. Zhao Lai's legs were trembling, barely able to support her. Wang Qian's voice broke the tension. Xiao Li, don't be scared. Be brave. I'm right here with you. Encouraged, Xiao Li gathered her courage and swiftly unlocked the door. Whoosh. A gust of cold wind blasted into the room, hitting Xiao Li and sending her flying backward like a ragdoll. She crashed heavily onto the floor. The temperature in the dorm plummeted. But at the doorway, there was no one. Everything seemed to vanish the moment the door was opened. Wang Qian stood there, stunned. What just happened? Was everything they heard just an illusion? Meanwhile, Li Mei, who had regained some composure, was smiling with relief. It's over. We're fine. Haha, it was all fake. There's no pen fairy. None of it was real. But before Li Mei could finish her sentence, Wang Qian and Xiao Li's gazes locked onto something behind her. Their faces went pale with horror. Xiao Li clasped her hand over her mouth, eyes wide with terror, unable to make a sound. Li Mei? Puzzled, asked Xiao Li, Qian, what's wrong? Why are you staring at me like that? Without saying a word, Wang Qian slowly raised her hand and pointed behind Li Mei. At this point, Lin Xiao deliberately paused the story. Immediately, the livestream chat exploded with comments. I'm scared, but I can't stop listening. I feel like Li Mei's about to become a victim. OMG. The background music is making this so much worse. Turn it off. My heart can't take it. There's no way I'm ever playing this kind of game. Too terrifying. I bet there's gonna be a twist at the end. The streamer always does that. Keep going, please. Don't stop. The comments scrolled by so fast, it was impossible to keep up. Some viewers who couldn't handle the intensity of the story avoided looking at the chat entirely. Fear level detected in viewers, fear points plus 10. Fear level detected in viewers, fear points plus 10. Fear level detected in viewers, fear points plus 10. The system's notifications kept pinging in Lin Xiao's mind. This story was generating a massive amount of fear points. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he could trigger another reward. Taking a sip of water, Lin Xiao continued the story. Li Mei wasn't stupid. When she saw Wang Qian pointing behind her, she understood immediately. For a moment, her body froze in place, unable to move. Beads of sweat, as large as soybeans, rolled down her forehead. Fear, panic, unease, terror, all these emotions crashed over her like waves. Li Mei felt an icy chill creeping down her spine. Cold wind brushed against her neck. Li Mei's mind was on the verge of collapse. She screamed and whipped around to look. And there, floating behind her, was Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao's face was twisted and grotesque. Her eyes bulged unnaturally, and her long tongue lolled out of her mouth. Her hair hung in tangled strands, and her face was covered in bulging, pulsing veins. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that Lu Xiao's head wasn't facing the right way, it had been twisted a full 180 degrees. Hey. Lu Xiao's ghostly eyes were locked onto Li Mei. Li Mei's heart raced faster and faster. Her mouth hung open, her body stiff as if struck by lightning. Her eyes widened in terror. Her breathing became ragged and shallow. Bang! Li Mei fell backward, hitting the ground with a thud. She was dead. Frightened to death. Xiao Li shouted, Qian, what are you waiting for? Throw the black dog's blood. Wang Qian snapped back to her senses and quickly grabbed the bowl of black dog's blood, throwing it at Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao let out a series of blood-curdling screams. As soon as the black dog's blood touched her, white smoke began rising from her body. Her facial features started melting, merging into one another. Yes, Lu Xiao's face was melting into a shapeless mass. At that moment, the pen fairy finally revealed itself. Xiao Li was horrified, realizing that they had fallen into a trap. The pen fairy had used Lu Xiao as a shield to block the black dog's blood. Wang Qian's face was ashen. The pen fairy's appearance was grotesque beyond belief. White maggots crawled out of its empty eye sockets, wriggling and squirming. It was as disgusting as it was terrifying. Xiao Li and Wang Qian clung to each other, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. In a final burst of courage, Wang Qian dropped to her knees and begged, Great Pen Fairy, please spare us. If you let us go, we'll do anything you ask. Xiao Li quickly chimed in, Yes. Great pen fairy, we were wrong. Please, just give us one more chance. After they finished speaking, the temperature in the room began to rise. The pen fairy's ethereal voice echoed again. You're willing to help me. The voice wasn't as terrifying as they expected. In fact, it was almost pleasant. Xiao Li and Wang Qian nodded frantically. The pen fairy spoke again. Very well. I'll give you a chance. Tomorrow night, bring me Lai Tian. Hearing that name, Xiao Li and Wang Qian exchanged puzzled glances. Li Tian was someone they all knew. He was the dean of the university. His wife was the only daughter of the school's principal. If nothing unexpected happened, Li Tian had a bright future ahead of him. Xiao Li and Wang Qian were both stunned. Why did the pen fairy suddenly mention him? Xiao Li gathered her courage. What about Director Li? The pen fairy let out a chilling laugh when she heard this. The laughter was so eerie that it sent shivers down their spines. Finally, the pen fairy stopped laughing. Li Tian is mine. He belongs to me. It was him who killed me. Now, I want revenge. I want him to come down and join me. As it turned out, the pen fairy had been a student at this very school 10 years ago, and at that time, Li Tian had just graduated and become a teaching assistant. Back then, Li Tian and she were deeply in love, their relationship full of passion. But the dean's daughter suddenly stepped in and stole him away. Li Tian abandoned the pen fairy, and a month later she found out she was pregnant. The child was his. She confronted Li Tian and told him everything. When Li Tian found out, he immediately demanded that she get rid of the baby. It was her own flesh and blood, and she couldn't bring herself to do it. In the end, Li Tian, in a moment of cold resolve, murdered her and buried her body beneath the school's library. Upon hearing the pen fairy's tragic story, Xiao Li and Wang Qian were both shocked. They never imagined there was such a heartbreaking story behind the pen fairy. Xiao Li suddenly felt some sympathy for her and asked, "How can we help you?" The pen fairy responded, "I can't enter his home. He has protective charms. I need you to lure him to the library, where my power is strongest." Wang Qian, determined, said, "All right, we'll help you." When the pen fairy heard this, she said, "Tomorrow night at 10, meet me at the library." With that, the pen fairy vanished. That same night, Lai Mei's body was taken away. The school arranged a new dorm for Xiao Li and Wang Qian. The next evening, they found Li Tian. Wang Qian was beautiful and had a great figure. With just a little flirtation, Li Tian fell for the bait and followed Wang Qian to the library, ready to commit indecent acts. The night was dark and quiet. Next to the library, Li Tian was holding a bouquet of red roses as he walked toward Wang Qian, who stood waiting under a street lamp. There was a sleazy grin on his face. This guy was infamous for being a lecher. He had taken advantage of countless students. But someone as stunning as Wang Qian was rare for him. Li Tian's grin widened as he approached. Wang Qian had her back to him, standing motionless. Without hesitation, Li Tian grabbed her by the waist. He chuckled, Qian, turn around so I can give you a kiss." The next second, Wang Qian slowly turned around. But her face was the pen fairy's. Li Tian froze in place, his mouth gaping open, his face full of shock and terror. His voice trembled, "Why is it you?" The pen fairy let out a sinister laugh. "Li Lang, do you still remember me?" Li Tian staggered back, shaking his head, repeating, "Impossible, impossible, this is impossible." The pen fairy continued, "Li Lang, come down and join me." With that, she reached out with her hands and wrapped them around his neck. The next day, Li Tian's body was found. It had become stiff and contorted. The story ended. The chat exploded with comments. "I knew there'd be a twist, classic streamer style. Man, even ghosts have it tough sometimes." The pen fairy's story is so tragic when you think about it. She's kind of pitiful. Yeah, Li Tian was scum. How could he do such disgusting things? He got exactly what he deserved. This streamer never tells a boring story. I love it. Lin Xiao took a deep breath and sipped his tea. Sometimes it's not the ghosts that are scary, it's the human heart. This conclusion hit the mark perfectly. For a moment, gifts and donations poured in like snowflakes. Meanwhile, at Jiang City radio station, is in the station director's office. How was Lin Xiao still fine? Lin Deji glared at the computer screen, frowning deeply. This was completely unexpected. He had spent a hefty sum hiring over 100 people to flood the station with complaints about Lin Xiao. By all logic, Lin Xiao should have been detained for at least a week or two. But now, Lin Xiao was completely unharmed. Something wasn't right. Damn it. This guy has more lives than a cat. If it didn't work this time, then I'll try again. One day I'll make sure he crawls back to me, begging for forgiveness. Lin Deji muttered, narrowing his eyes. On the other side, at Jiang City Police Department. Recently there had been a series of murders in Jiang City. 5 people had died within just 5 days. After some investigation, rumors began to circulate that these deaths were caused by supernatural forces. Of course, Zhang Sheng, the newly appointed police chief, didn't believe any of it. He'd only been in Jiang City for 2 months, and the department was already swamped with unsolved cases. He was reviewing old files, trying to find some common threads. Just then, Lu Qingfeng burst into the room. His eyes were fixed on Zhang Sheng. "Chief Zhang, you won't believe what I've discovered. I might have uncovered a huge secret." Lu Qingfeng was acting mysteriously. Zhang Sheng frowned. "What secret?" "Do you remember that old case we looked at yesterday, the one about the missing female university student from 10 years ago?" Lu Qingfeng asked seriously. Zhang Sheng nodded. "Yeah, what about it?" "I think I found a clue," Lu Qingfeng declared confidently. Zhang Sheng frowned. "How do you know?" "How do I know?" "Pi no." Lu Qingfeng paused, then shook his head with a grin. "Probably because I'm so handsome." Zhang Sheng was speechless. With a subordinate this shameless, Zhang Sheng felt a bit helpless. "It was Lin Xiao who told me." Lu Qingfeng's tone suddenly became serious. "Oh." Zhang Sheng tilted his head. "Lin Xiao told you?" "That's right. Chief Zhang, let me play you something. After you hear it, everything will make sense." With that, Lu Qingfeng began playing a recording he had prepared. After a short break, Lin Xiao began telling his second story. "When I first graduated, I started working for a small company. My salary was pitifully low, barely reaching 3,000. With all the deductions for insurance and social security, it was a real struggle. So, I decided to rent an apartment in the outskirts of the city. It was an old, run-down 9-story building. There were 4 units per floor and only one outdated elevator, and the security in the area was practically non-existent. However, the rent was cheap, just 300 a month, which fit my budget. I paid the entire year's rent up front, to avoid the landlord raising the price halfway through. But soon after moving in, I started regretting my decision. The apartment's soundproofing was terrible. My neighbors were a young couple, and every night around 8 or 9, they'd start making noises that were impossible to ignore. It would go on for 1 or 2 hours, every single day. As a single guy, it was driving me crazy. Several times I thought about confronting them, but in the end, I decided to let it go. After all, when you're living away from home, sometimes it's better to keep the peace. I didn't want to stir up trouble. After all, if others could tolerate it, why couldn't I? But soon, that uneasy peace was shattered. One day, some old classmates of mine called, saying they wanted to visit. They were among the few close friends I had from college. We hadn't seen each other in months, and I missed them, so I agreed. I took the afternoon off, went to the market to buy seafood, and started preparing dinner. Around 6 in the evening, they arrived, 5 people in total. We had all shared a dorm during university and were still very close. My place was old and small, just 1 bedroom and a living room, but they didn't mind. We all knew each other well, after all. To note, I'm actually a decent cook. Back in college, I was the one who usually handled the cooking when we went camping or on trips. After a few rounds of drinks, we all started sharing funny stories from work and venting about our bosses. As time passed, suddenly the familiar sounds from next door started up again. I remember clearly, it was just past 9 because my friend Xiao Peng checked his watch and commented. He laughed. "Damn, Xiao, you've got a pretty lively neighborhood, huh? They've started their fun early tonight, just past 9 and already going at it." Hearing that, I felt a bit embarrassed. It wasn't exactly something to be proud of. Thankfully, it didn't last long, less than half a minute. Monkey grinned and said, "Well, the guy next door didn't last long, barely half a minute before calling it quits." I felt even more awkward. Still, I didn't take it too seriously, and raised my glass to change the topic. But 2 minutes later, the sounds started again. My friends Xiao Peng and Monkey kept making jokes about it. What they saw as harmless fun felt more like mockery to me. A surge of anger rose in my chest. I stood up, ignoring their attempts to stop me, and marched over to my neighbor's door. Standing before the closed door, hearing the noises inside, I hesitated. I was still young and inexperienced at the time, worried that the guy inside might be some huge brute who could easily overpower me. But in the end, I knocked on the door and said, Hey buddy, could you keep it down please? Almost immediately, everything went silent. I breathed a sigh of relief. Returning to my apartment, we resumed our drinking. After that, there were no more noises from next door. Around 10:30, my friends had had enough to drink and started to leave. After tidying up, doing the dishes, and mopping the floor, it was already past 11. I took a quick shower and went to bed. Maybe it was the alcohol, but I couldn't fall asleep, tossing and turning for what felt like hours. Just as I was finally drifting off, a cold breeze suddenly blew across the back of my neck. There had been no warning. My body jolted, a chill running through me, like someone had placed an ice cube on my neck. Now, I consider myself a firm believer in science, but that sensation was too real to ignore. I couldn't help but feel uneasy. As I tried to settle back down, I suddenly noticed a shadow near my window. My apartment was on the 3rd floor. The moment I saw that shadow, the word thief flashed through my mind. "Who's there?" I shouted as I jumped out of bed. In an instant, the shadow disappeared. That really scared me. If it really was a thief, I knew I wouldn't stand a chance against them. I rushed to the window, locked it tight, and went back to bed, but sleep was out of the question. I spent the whole night tossing and turning. A few days passed like that. Every night around 9, the noises from next door continued, but strangely, none of the other tenants ever complained, only I seemed bothered by it. One day, I decided to knock on my neighbor's door. A middle-aged man answered, reeking of alcohol. He glared at me, his voice gruff. "Kid, what's your problem? Why are you always making noise?" I was taken aback. Me, making noise. I was speechless. How could he blame me? I forced a smile and said, "Sir, I haven't been making any noise. It's my neighbors, they've been making a racket every night. I just can't stand it anymore." The man's expression changed instantly. He stared at me with wide eyes, as if he was looking at a ghost. His intense gaze made me feel incredibly uneasy. Then, he said something that left me completely dumbfounded. He glared at me with a twisted expression. "Kid, who do you think you're trying to scare here? I've lived here for years, and all I've ever heard is your noise. Not once have I heard any woman's voice. Trying to fool me, huh? Get lost. I'm warning you, if this happens again, I'll deal with you myself." With that, he slammed the door in my face. I stood in the hallway, completely dumbfounded. It felt like I had been hit by a shockwave. I was utterly confused. This guy must have some hearing problem. Only heard my noise, what nonsense is that? I walked back to my apartment, feeling frustrated. Around 10 p.m., the woman's voice started up again, just as usual. I jumped up and knocked on his door again. This time he didn't answer, probably too drunk to hear me. Now I was furious. Being falsely accused like that, anyone would lose their temper. Having no other choice, I went to the neighboring door and knocked hard, shouting, "What's wrong with you two? Do you think I'm going to tolerate this forever? Every single night with the noise. Are you a damn rooster or something? Come out and show your faces, you cowards. Open the door." In the past, they'd always stop when I knocked, but this time, they completely ignored me. The woman's voice got even louder. My anger flared up like a volcano ready to erupt. I swore that I was going to have a real conversation with that guy tomorrow. There's no way I could just let this go. The next day, I finally ran into my neighbor in the elevator. He was a young guy, but he looked terrible, skinny, sunken eyes, and completely worn out. He was holding a black briefcase, leaning against the elevator wall, catching some sleep. He smelled faintly of rotting fish. And I couldn't help but smirk to myself. That's what you get for being so selfish, buddy. Now your body's starting to give out, huh? It's like they say, you don't ruin the field, but the ox sure gets worn out. Feeling a bit sorry for him, I patted him on the shoulder. I'm the type of person who talks tough but has a soft heart. The day before, I'd been so angry, swearing I'd confront him, but seeing him like this made me soften up. The guy jerked awake and stared at me with those lifeless eyes. The way he looked at me sent chills down my spine. His gaze wasn't normal, it was cold, piercing, and inhuman. His voice was equally unsettling, like nails scraping on a chalkboard. "What do you want?" I took a deep breath. "Hey, I live next door," I began. His response was robotic and emotionless. "Get to the point." I swallowed hard. "Look man, it's just the noise at night. Can you keep it down when you're with your girlfriend? It's seriously disturbing the neighbors. If this keeps up, I'll have no choice but to call the cops. As they say, even a clay figurine has a temper." My patience had limits. This guy had been causing trouble and still acted arrogant in front of me. There was no way I could tolerate that. To my surprise, the guy just turned his head and didn't say a word. As he moved, a breeze blew past, and the smell of decay hit me again this time, even stronger. It was so bad I nearly gagged. At this point, I realized this guy didn't care at all. Listeners in the chat room went wild at this point. Whoa, this guy's got some nerve. Gotta respect that bold attitude. Bold? This punk's lucky. If he tried that with me, I'd punch him in the face and knock out his teeth. Man, you really went soft, didn't you, host? Threatening to call the cops? That won't scare anyone. Something's definitely off with this dude. Mark my words, this story's about to get weird. Some people in the chat, ever the detectives, started speculating about where the story was going. At that moment, over at Ouyang Xun's house, both he and Ouyang Jin were listening to my story. Ouyang Xun turned to his grandson and asked, Jin, what do you think happens next? Ouyang Jin confidently replied, I bet this guy is a killer. Ouyang Xun raised an eyebrow. And why do you think that? Well, for starters, the guy looks like he's in terrible shape. Probably from the stress of committing crimes. Also, the host mentioned the smell. It's got to be because he's hiding a corpse in his apartment. Ouyang Jin laid out his theory with a serious expression. Ouyang Xun nodded approvingly. Not bad, Jin, your analysis is improving. But don't get cocky, keep working hard. Yes. Grandpa Ouyang Jin beamed with pride. He was thrilled. Getting a compliment from his strict grandfather was no small feat. It would keep him happy for days. He added, I can't think of another explanation for where this story might go. What do you think, Grandpa? I'm staying silent on this one, Ouyang Xun said wisely. You should never jump to conclusions without being sure of the outcome. Even in front of his grandson, Ouyang Xun wasn't about to risk being wrong. It's just not his style. Meanwhile, I sipped my tea and continued the story. I got out of the elevator, gasping for air, watching the guy disappear into his apartment. To be honest, I was furious, but there was nothing I could do. He was the type who just didn't care. A couple more weeks passed, and I'd reached my limit. Finally, I called my landlord. Soon enough, the landlord came over. But when I explained the situation to him, his face changed completely. When I saw the landlord's expression, I immediately knew something was wrong. I asked him, why do you look like that? The landlord swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly. There's no one living next door. Boom. My mind went completely blank the moment I heard those words. The landlord said there was no one living next door. This was completely beyond my expectations. My whole perception of reality collapsed in that instant. No way. That's impossible, I blurted out. You must be joking, right? I just saw the tenant a few days ago, a young guy. What? The landlord's face turned pale. His eyes locked onto mine, and after a long pause he spoke again. Was he skinny? With a deathly look. I quickly nodded. The landlord's body shuddered, and he nearly collapsed on the spot. I grabbed him just in time. What's going on? Why are you so scared? He stared at me with wide eyes, shaking his head frantically. You've seen a ghost. You've seen a ghost. Boom. As soon as the landlord said that, I felt a chill run down my spine. My whole body was drenched in cold sweat, and goosebumps rose all over. A freezing sensation spread from the soles of my feet all the way to the top of my head. I've always been a staunch non-believer in ghosts and spirits. But the events of the past few days had shaken everything I thought I knew. I started remembering the man across the hall saying he never heard the woman's voice at night. My face grew pale. Could it be that I really did see a ghost? Honestly, I still couldn't believe it. No, that's impossible. I saw him in the elevator. How could he be a ghost? The landlord furrowed his brow. Come with me. He led me towards the elevator. A few minutes later we arrived at the security office, where all the building's surveillance footage was monitored. The landlord looked at me. Tell me, when exactly did you see that young man? I thought carefully, and gave him the exact time. When the security guard pulled up the footage from that day and time, the elevator showed something eerie. It showed me standing there, talking to thin air. Thud. Tull. I collapsed to the ground. All the strength drained out of me in an instant. I was gasping for breath, my eyes empty. The security guard, confused, looked at the landlord. What's going on here? The landlord took a deep breath, shook his head, and said nothing. I dragged myself back to my apartment, my mind a complete mess, like a pot of glue. The landlord immediately called the police. Soon enough, the police arrived. After getting the details from me, they went to investigate the neighboring apartment. But they didn't find anything. I mustered up what little strength I had left and went over to take a look myself. Clearly, The apartment had been vacant for a long time. As soon as we stepped in, we were hit with a strong musty smell. I frowned, scanning the room. A male police officer approached me. "There's nothing here, kid. Don't joke about stuff like this. There's no such thing as ghosts in this world. You're probably just overworked. Why don't you take some time off and get some rest?" I nodded absent-mindedly, not really paying attention. As I turned to leave, something caught my eye under the bed. For some reason, I had a strange feeling that there was something under that bed. I remembered the rotten smell I'd sensed in the elevator, mixed with the faint scent of earth. Could it be that the young man was buried under the floor? Pointing to the bed, I shouted, "There's something under there." The police didn't waste a second. They moved the bed and began digging. 5 minutes later, a pungent, sickening odor filled the entire room. The landlord couldn't hold it in and vomited on the spot. My own stomach churned, and I felt like I was about to throw up too. Then, a shriveled hand emerged from the dirt. Soon after, a body was uncovered. And then a skull. Judging by the size and build, it was undeniably the young man I'd seen. A few days later, the autopsy results came back. The young man had been poisoned. And the person who poisoned him, his girlfriend. But as for where she went, she mysteriously vanished. After that, I moved out of the apartment. But on the first night in my new place, I had a dream. The young man appeared in my dream and said, "Thank you." And that was the end of it. The story concluded. The chat room exploded with comments. "Is this for real, host? It feels too strange. Do things like this actually happen?" As they say, rest in peace, that guy probably couldn't move on and needed you to help him. Wow, this story was great. Gave me chills. Renting can be dangerous sometimes. I've had some weird experiences, but nothing as crazy as this. Yeah, better keep an eye out. You never know when you might run into something sinister. Seeing all the comments, Lin Xiao smiled and said, "Paranormal stories, believe them if you want, or don't if you don't. Just don't take it too seriously." That's all for tonight's stream. See you all tomorrow. With that, Lin Xiao ended the stream. Over at Ouyang Zun's home. Brilliant. Lin Xiao really knows how to tell a story. What an unexpected, yet logical, conclusion, Ouyang Jin exclaimed in excitement. Ouyang Zun chuckled. Lin Xiao has great potential. If you get the chance, you should learn from him. In the past, Ouyang Jin might have scoffed at such an idea. But now, he nodded earnestly. "Grandpa, don't worry. Lin Xiao's practically my idol now. Next time I meet him, I'll make sure to ask for his advice." Ouyang Jin spoke with full confidence. Meanwhile, at the Jiang City Police Department, in the chief's office. After Zhang Sheng finished listening to Lin Xiao's story about the pen fairy, his expression turned extremely serious. He stared intently at Liu Qingfeng. "Is there someone named Li Tian at Jiangzhou University?" "There is." Liu Qingfeng nodded firmly. "I just checked, and yes, Li Tian is indeed there. He's even the son-in-law of the university's president." "Dispatch the team," Zhang Sheng ordered without hesitation. Zhang Sheng was known for his swift and decisive actions. He never overlooked any clue, no matter how small. Upon hearing Zhang Sheng's command, Liu Qingfeng immediately turned and left the room. Minutes later, the entire police force was mobilized. 4 police cars sped towards Li Tian's residence. In Jiangzhou, at a residential complex, Li Tian's family was already asleep. Upon arriving at the scene, a dozen officers quietly positioned themselves by the entrance. Zhang Sheng gave Liu Qingfeng a nod, signaling him to proceed. Understanding the cue, Liu Qingfeng rang the doorbell. Moments later, the door opened, revealing a woman in her 30s, her face filled with confusion as she looked at Liu Qingfeng and the officers. "Who are you looking for?" she asked, curious. Liu Qingfeng spoke sternly. "Is this Li Tian's residence?" "Yes." She nodded. "Is Li Tian home?" Liu Qingfeng asked again. The woman nodded once more. "Move in," Liu Qingfeng signaled, and the officers quickly entered the house. It wasn't long before Li Tian was dragged out of bed. In the living room, Li Tian's gaze shifted nervously between the officers. Liu Qingfeng flashed his badge. "Li Tian, you are officially notified that you are under arrest for suspicion of murder. We are taking you into custody in accordance with the law." Upon hearing this, the woman was horrified. "No way. Officer, you must have the wrong person. My husband would never kill anyone. He's the dean of Jiangzhou University. It's impossible. This must be a mistake." Liu Qingfeng frowned. "What's so impossible?" Do you think there aren't people in this world who wear a human mask but are monsters on the inside? Don't obstruct our investigation, or we'll have to take measures against you." The woman fell silent, speechless. She turned to Li Tian, pleading, "Honey, why aren't you saying anything? Tell them you didn't do it. Clear this up now." Just as Li Tian was about to speak, Lu Qingfeng interrupted. "Li Tian, you have the right to remain silent, but anything you say can be used as evidence in court. If we're here to arrest you, it's because we already have substantial proof. It would be wise not to resist." Li Tian deflated like a wilting plant. He looked at his wife with regret. "Qingqingyi, I did kill someone. For years I've lived in torment, unable to escape the guilt. I can't go on like this anymore. It was my impulsiveness that caused all of this, and it's my fault. I'm so sorry." Upon hearing this, Zhang Sheng's eyes narrowed. To be honest, he was shocked. He had been taking a gamble, but now it seemed like he had won. Had it not been for the urgency of the situation, he would have gone straight to Lin Xiao to ask him how he knew all this. "Take him away," Zhang Sheng ordered as he turned to leave. This was, without a doubt, the easiest case he had ever solved in his entire career. Back at Lin Xiao's home. After taking a shower, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. Your fear points have exceeded 100,000. You have automatically been granted a chance to draw a reward. The system is now drawing. Congratulations, host. You have received the Mao Shan Taoist techniques." Lin Xiao was stunned. The Mao Shan Taoist techniques were top-tier skills. They were divided into 5 categories: spells, talismans, hand gestures, footwork, and formations. Even just the spells alone numbered in the hundreds, and the talismans were even more abundant. The talismans were divided into several levels: gold, silver, purple, blue, and yellow. Yellow talismans were the weakest, while gold talismans were the most powerful. Most people who studied the Mao Shan Taoist techniques would only ever be able to create yellow talismans in their lifetime. Only a rare few, considered prodigies, could produce blue talismans. The hand gestures were essential for making both spells and talismans effective. Without them, even the most powerful talismans wouldn't work. As for the footwork and formations, those were more advanced techniques. Examples of footwork include the 8 trigram step, the spirit officer step, and the Daming Luo step. Formation techniques were even more profound, such as the golden trigram formation, the 7-star formation, and many others. Now, all this knowledge had flooded into Lin Xiao's mind. A bright smile spread across his face. These skills were incredibly valuable. Combined with his copper coin sword, he felt much more confident about his upcoming trip to the island. The next morning, Lin Xiao wasted no time and went to a store selling ceremonial items. He bought yellow paper, black dog's blood, brushes, ink, and other tools for drawing talismans. By the time he returned home, it was already past 7. After preparing the ink, Lin Xiao started practicing drawing talismans, imitating the movements he had seen in old Taoist films. However, his first attempt ended in failure. Drawing a functional talisman was much harder than it looked. The challenge was that Lin Xiao lacked the necessary Taoist energy, making it harder for him to create effective talismans. It wasn't until his 10th attempt that he successfully made an ice talisman. The ice talisman, also known as the frost curse talisman, could temporarily freeze ghosts, buying time, though it wasn't capable of doing much damage. With his first successful attempt under his belt, Lin Xiao found it easier to draw more. Soon, he had made over a dozen frost talismans. Afterward, he attempted a fire talisman, specifically a flame curse, which focused more on offense. Of course, these were low-level talismans. Higher-level talismans, such as the Meteor Fire Rain talisman or the Thunder Nine Heavens talisman, were far beyond his current ability. Lin Xiao understood his limitations and didn't waste time trying to create more advanced talismans. By 8:30 a.m., Lin Xiao was ready. Right on time, the doorbell rang. He stood up and opened the door. Standing outside the door was Su Wan, along with 2 visibly exhausted girls. Even though they had makeup on, they still looked incredibly drained. "Lin Xiao, let me introduce you. This is Ixi, Lin Yuan's girlfriend, and this is Andy," Su Wan explained briefly. Lin Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. Sixi looked at him anxiously. "Lin Xiao, can you really help us? I can't guarantee anything right now." Lin Xiao shook his head, "But since I promised Su Wan, I will do my best." "Lin Xiao, please, you have to help us. If this continues, I'll lose my mind," Andy pleaded, her voice filled with fear. To be honest, Lin Xiao felt a bit troubled by these 3. After all, on Wuhuhuai Island, they hadn't participated in messing with the skull, yet they were still being haunted. This was simply bad luck. In other words, they were caught in an unfortunate situation. Let's talk as we go. Hopefully we'll be back by tonight, Lin Xiao said seriously. The four of them headed to the pier. To get to Wu Hui Island, they had to take a boat. Su Wan drove a BMW 525i. It was clear from this that her family was quite well off. Andy, tell Lin Xiao about what's been happening to you these past few days so he can give you some advice, Su Wan suggested. Andy immediately started explaining. Ever since Lin Yuan died, Andy had been having the same dream every night. In the dream, she became the bride of a strange man. She could never see the man's face clearly, as it was always shrouded in mist, but she was certain of one thing: he wasn't human. Because he didn't have a lower body. Every night, the man would tie her up and whip her savagely. This endless cycle of torment had pushed Andy to the brink of a mental breakdown. She hadn't slept well in days and had almost been hit by a car several times on her way to work. After hearing Andy's story, Lin Xiao furrowed his brow. This phenomenon resembled a ghostly spirit marriage. A spirit marriage was when an unmarried person who had died unexpectedly sought out a living person to become their partner. The deceased would use a wooden stake or a paper figure to represent themselves in a wedding ceremony with a living person. This was an ancient, outdated practice and was frowned upon. It was officially abolished as far back as the Ming Dynasty, although some remote villages still kept the tradition alive. Su Wan glanced at Lin Xiao. Do you know why this is happening? If my guess is correct, Andy has likely been targeted by a spirit who wants to complete a spirit marriage with her, Lin Xiao explained, his tone serious. At the mention of the term spirit marriage, Andy's face turned pale with fright. How can something so strange still exist in this world? Zixi exclaimed in shock. Lin Xiao sighed. There are villages on Wuhui Island where old customs still persist. It's not entirely unusual for them to practice spirit marriage. Then, what should I do? Andy asked, her voice trembling and her expression dazed. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. The marriage in your dream doesn't count. For a real spirit marriage to be completed, both parties' birth dates are required. What you've been experiencing is just a symbolic warning. Hearing this, Andy finally breathed a sigh of relief. I've encountered strange things too, Zixi added, looking anxious. Lin Xiao nodded. Tell me what's been happening to you. For the past few nights I've been having nightmares as well. I either find myself in the ocean, a lake, or sometimes even in a river. It's like my body is paralyzed, and I can't move at all. Surrounding me are shadows of ghosts, circling me and laughing with these horrible, sharp sounds. Zixi explained concisely. Lin Xiao responded calmly, You've probably heard of substitute ghosts, right? Zixi looked confused. In your case, it sounds like you're being haunted by a ghost that drowned. These spirits attempt to lure someone into the water, and when they succeed they'll drag their victim under, Lin Xiao analyzed. In reality, Zixi's situation was more severe than Andy's. Ghosts who died in water were relentless, and once they targeted someone, they wouldn't stop until they claimed their life. If Zixi got too close to any body of water, the ghost would seize the opportunity to drag her under. After a brief pause, Lin Xiao continued, To be honest, what you're all facing is much more complicated than I expected. Each of you is dealing with different spirits, meaning multiple ghosts have set their sights on you. Solving this issue will require taking them down one by one, which significantly increases the difficulty. So, what should we do? Su Wan asked, her voice tense. Lin Xiao, you must save us. If you help us through this, we'll do anything to repay you. Andy clenched her fists, pleading. Zixi quickly added, That's right, Lin Xiao, we're relying on you. We know it's a lot to ask, but we truly need your help. There's no one else we can turn to. Lin Xiao smiled faintly. As I said, I'll do everything I can. With that, they reached the pier. Most of the boats were for going out to sea. There weren't many vessels designated for trips to Wuhui Island. Thankfully, Su Wan had money. With a quick decision, she chartered a small double-decker speedboat, and they set off toward the island. In the boat's cabin, Lin Xiao took out the yellow paper, brush, and ink he had prepared earlier and continued drawing talismans. For him, these talismans were essential. It's always better to be prepared, especially when dealing with multiple ghosts. He didn't want to run out of resources when he needed them most. As Lin Xiao focused on drawing, Zixi and Andy watched in awe. Su Wan, who was steering the boat, had a license to operate it. Lin Xiao diligently crafted talismans, completing several ice and flame talismans in quick succession. He had grown quite skilled at drawing these two types. The pier was about an hour's journey from Wuhui Island. At the bow of the boat, Sixie and Andy stood together, gazing anxiously at the looming island in the distance. Suddenly, Andy spoke. Sixie, do you think we'll make it through this? Zixi pressed her lips together and nodded firmly. I believe in Lin Xiao. He seems very capable. He does. But he's so young. I'm worried he might not have the experience to handle this. Andy voiced her concern. Zixi sighed. At this point we have no choice but to take things as they come. There's no other option. Yeah. Andy agreed. Just as they were about to head back into the cabin, the clear, sunny sky suddenly darkened. Above the yacht, a thick mass of dark clouds had gathered. The clouds blocked out the sun, and a sudden gust of wind whipped across the surface of the lake. A cold, damp chill brushed against Zixi and Andy's faces, causing them both to shiver uncontrollably. Soon after, small whirlpools began to form around the yacht, slowly spiraling in the water. Crack! A streak of purple lightning slashed across the sky. Frightened, Andy and Zixi hurriedly scrambled back into the cabin, their faces pale with fear. Su Wan, who was steering the boat, was equally unsettled, her brows furrowed in silence. Lin Xiao, who had been focused on drawing talismans, snapped back to reality. Why did the sky suddenly turn dark? Lin Xiao asked. I don't know. Zixi replied, shaking her head. Everything was fine just a moment ago, and then this happened. Look at the pier. Andy pointed out, her voice trembling. The sun's still shining over there. It's only our boat that's under these clouds. Su Wan glanced at Lin Xiao, her expression serious. This doesn't feel right. We've been targeted by spirits. Lin Xiao stated bluntly. What the three women's faces turned even paler. Spirits. The very word filled them with dread. They couldn't believe that such an occurrence could happen in broad daylight. It was beyond anything they had expected. Andy looked at Lin Xiao, her voice quivering with fear. Lin Xiao, what? What should we do now? If my guess is right, it's a water ghost, and it's after you. Lin Xiao said, looking straight at Zixi. Zixi's face turned ashen, and her nerves seemed to shatter instantly. Lin Xiao, what are we going to do? I don't want to die. Zixi clutched Lin Xiao's hand tightly, her fingers icy cold. Lin Xiao frowned but reassured her. Don't worry. We'll deal with your issue first. Bang! Before he could finish speaking, a loud thud echoed from the bottom of the yacht, as if something had struck it. Lin Xiao, look at the lake. What's happening out there? Su Wan called out, pointing toward the water. Lin Xiao raised his head to see that the once calm lake had suddenly become shrouded in a thick fog. The heavy mist began creeping toward the yacht, quickly limiting visibility. A sense of intense danger swept over everyone, leaving the three women filled with anxiety. Before long, the fog completely enveloped the yacht, reducing visibility to only 4 or 5 meters. Lin Xiao, what do we do now? Su Wan asked. Lin Xiao thought for a moment. Stop the boat. We can't keep going. We'll stay where we are. Water ghosts love to play tricks, and if we keep moving, we might hit a reef. If the boat starts taking on water, dealing with the ghosts in the lake will become much harder. Understood. Su Wan quickly released the throttle, and the yacht came to a slow stop. Without any hesitation, Lin Xiao rushed out onto the deck. He activated his spirit-seeing eyes and scanned the surface of the lake. What he saw next even gave him a scare. The lake was filled with shadowy figures, all surrounding the yacht. There had to be at least 20 or 30 water ghosts lurking in the water. If anyone fell overboard, they would be dragged under in an instant, with no chance of survival. It was Lin Xiao's first time encountering such spirits in real life, and though fear flickered in his heart, he stayed composed. At that moment, Su Wan stepped onto the deck, her tension evident. Lin Xiao, is there anything I can do to help? If there is, just say the word. I'll give it my all, she declared, full of determination. Lin Xiao was touched by her offer. Despite her fear, she still wanted to help. At least, he thought, Su Wan wasn't ungrateful. This wasn't a favor in vain. Not right now. Go back inside, I'll handle this. Lin Xiao said seriously. Su Wan hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Let me know if you need anything. As she returned to the cabin, Lin Xiao grasped one of his ice talismans, ready to use it against the ghosts at a moment's notice. He. Come down and play with us. It's fun down here. Come join us. Zixi, come be with me. Suddenly, eerie voices echoed up from the lake. The voices were full of seduction, enough to make anyone's mind waver. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow, realizing that these water ghosts were craftier than he had expected. Inside the cabin, Zixi began convulsing violently as soon as she heard the voices calling her name. She collapsed to the floor, foaming at the mouth, her eyes rolling back in her head, her face twisted in agony. Both Su-won and Andy were terrified by her sudden seizure. Lin Xiao, come quick. Something's happening to Shixi, Andy shouted. Lin Xiao rushed back into the cabin. Seeing Zixi lying on the floor, his expression darkened. They hadn't even reached Wu Huai Island yet, and they were already encountering such strange occurrences. This was a terrible start. If they couldn't deal with these water ghosts now, then everyone on board would be in grave danger. With that thought, Lin Xiao grabbed a nearby piece of paper and began chanting. This water is no ordinary water. One drop on the inkstone calls forth clouds and rain. When the sick drink, ailments disappear, and evil spirits are destroyed. By law, I command this. As he finished chanting, a cleansing water talisman formed in his hand. Go Lin Xiao pressed the talisman onto Shichi's forehead. Dag. Sixi's body jerked upright, and she vomited out a large amount of foul liquid, mixed with strands of waterweed. But fortunately, her consciousness had returned. What just happened? Andy asked, bewildered. Lin Xiao exhaled deeply. She was being controlled by the water ghosts. These ghosts are far more powerful than we initially thought. They can control people from a distance. What should we do now? Su-won asked quickly. Lin Xiao looked intently at Jixi. To break the spell, we need to lure them out. Sixi, I have to ask, are you willing to be bait? Bait? Sixi was still shaken, but this was a matter of life and death. Even though she was terrified, she knew she had no other choice. Lin Xiao nodded. Yes, bait. They still think they have control over you. What I need you to do is follow their lead. Get into the water. Boom! The suggestion left Zixi's mind reeling. Get into the water. That sounded like sending herself to her death. The water was full of ghosts, and she was barely holding it together while on the yacht. Going into the lake would be like throwing herself to the wolves. Sixi hesitated, her voice trembling. Su-won furrowed her brow. Sixi, this is your last chance. If you don't take it, the consequences could be unimaginable. Exactly, Sixi. We're all here, and Lin Xiao knows what he's doing. He won't let anything happen to you. Andy reassured her. Zixi looked at Lin Xiao, her expression torn. Lin Xiao, I respect your decision. If you can't do it, we'll think of another plan. Lin Xiao said firmly. I'll do it. Zixi nodded resolutely. Lin Xiao let out a sigh of relief. Soon, a rope was securely tied around Jixi's body, one that had been on the yacht beforehand. She also wore a life preserver. Everything was ready. Despite all the preparations, Sixi was still visibly nervous. Waves continuously lapped against the boat, and although they couldn't see the water ghosts in the lake, the atmosphere was undeniably eerie. Lin Xiao looked at her and reassured, don't be afraid. Okay. Sixi nodded. She followed Lin Xiao onto the deck, with Su-won and Andy close behind. Go ahead. Lin Xiao instructed, keeping a firm grip on the ice talisman in his hand, ready to use it at any moment. All right. Sixi replied, carefully sitting down at the edge of the deck, slowly lowering her legs into the water. Before she could ease herself in, a pair of cold hands suddenly grabbed her ankles and yanked her into the water with force. Splash. Her body hit the lake hard, and cold water rushed into her mouth and nose, filling her throat. Sixi flailed desperately, her hands slapping the water, trying to call for help through muffled cries. Seeing this, Lin Xiao immediately threw the ice talisman into the water. The moment it hit the surface, the talisman dissolved, and a thin layer of ice began to spread out from where Zixi had fallen. Gasping for air, Sixi managed to take a few deep breaths. But before she could fully recover, the ice quickly melted away, and countless black hands emerged from the water. What is that? Su-won exclaimed, terrified. Andy's eyes widened in horror. Oh my god! Why are there so many hands in the water? Lin Xiao ignored them, focusing on the task at hand. He pulled out several more ice talismans and threw them toward Jixi. This time, the ice formed thicker layers, slowing the movement of the black hands. Seizing the moment, Lin Xiao cast a fire talisman, sending flames toward the grasping hands. Boom! Flames erupted, burning the black hands, which began to dissolve into dark smoke. The air was filled with ear-piercing screams, sharp enough to feel like they were tearing through Lin Xiao's eardrums. Su-won and Andy instinctively covered their ears, their faces contorted in pain. In the water, Sixi was no better off. Blood trickled from her mouth as her body grew increasingly weak. The black hands began to disintegrate. The combination of the ice talisman and the fire talisman worked like a charm, creating a perfect balance of cold and heat. Lin Xiao could see that the water ghosts were gradually retreating. As they disappeared, the dark clouds above began to clear, Sunlight pierced through the sky, shining once again on the surface of the lake. The air warmed, and the thick fog that had surrounded them vanished. "What are you waiting for? Get Sixi out of the water," Lin Xiao urged, glancing at Su Wan and Andy. Snapped out of their daze, the two women quickly grabbed the rope and pulled Zixi back onto the yacht. By the time she was pulled out of the lake, Sixi was utterly exhausted, gasping for breath. Dark handprints were visible around her ankles, a chilling reminder of what had just happened. Andy immediately asked, "Lin Xiao, what are those marks?" "They're from the water ghosts," Lin Xiao said calmly. Su Wan was alarmed. "Does that mean Shixi's problem isn't solved yet?" Sixi's face paled at this, her body trembling violently. Though she had only been in the water for a few minutes, the suffocating fear was something she never wanted to experience again. Lin Xiao smiled lightly. "It's been dealt with." "Then why are these marks still here?" Sixi asked, her voice filled with tension. "They'll fade over time. Those ghosts held on to you pretty tightly, so it's only natural for the marks to remain," Lin Xiao explained. "So, I'm safe now?" Jixi asked cautiously. Lin Xiao nodded. "Yes, you're fine now." "Thank you." Lin Xiao. Zixi stood up shakily and threw her arms around Lin Xiao in a tight hug. This caught Lin Xiao off guard. Being hugged by a beautiful woman like this left him feeling a bit flustered. The yacht started moving again, and everyone returned to the cabin. Having used up most of his ice and fire talismans to deal with the water ghosts, Lin Xiao needed to prepare more. After all, the real battle had yet to begin. Focused on drawing more talismans, Lin Xiao worked in silence, while Andy and Jixi sat nearby, careful not to disturb him. Just as they were about to reach the island, Lin Xiao's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. He answered the call. "Where are you?" My friend Lu Qingfeng's voice came through. He now regarded Lin Xiao as his confidant. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. "What's going on?" "There is something. The police chief wants you to come to the station as soon as possible," Liu Qingfeng said succinctly. "I'm busy. I'm not going," Lin Xiao replied nonchalantly. "Haha. I like your attitude. If you don't want to come, then tell me where you are, and I'll come to you." "Wuhu Island. Come if you want," Lin Xiao said. "Wuhu-High Island. Why would you go there of all places? You're just looking for trouble." Lu Qingfeng's voice shot up. "If you're too scared to come, that's fine. I've got things to do," Lin Xiao said, hanging up the phone and turning it off. He continued drawing talismans, knowing that the more he had, the better. The upcoming fight would be a tough one. After about 20 minutes, they reached Wuhu-High Island. Lin Xiao had prepared nearly 100 talismans, but he was exhausted, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Sixi quickly handed him a packet of tissues, and Lin Xiao gratefully accepted, wiping the sweat away. He then stepped onto the deck, staring intently at the island ahead. With his spirit-seeing eyes, he could sense the overwhelming presence of ghostly energy on the island. The shape of the island itself was unusual, narrow on one end and wider on the other. It resembled a coffin. No wonder spirits had been gathering here for so long. This island was a natural place for trapping and nurturing them. Dense yin energy, combined with the island's natural geography, allowed the ghosts to thrive. Su Wan approached Lin Xiao. "Have you figured anything out?" Lin Xiao smiled but didn't share his discovery, not wanting to burden her with more fear. "It's nothing serious. Just a few wandering spirits. Nothing to worry about." "But I can't shake this feeling of unease," Su Wan said softly. "Don't scare yourself," Lin Xiao replied reassuringly. The yacht docked, and Lin Xiao was the first to step onto the island. Su Wan and the others followed closely behind. They walked up the moss-covered stone steps, making their way deeper into the island. Wuhu-High Island wasn't very large. The beach they had visited last time was on the southern side of the island, and to get there, they had to pass through a small forest. Guided by Su Wan, the group headed toward the beach. Even though it was midday, the forest seemed untouched by sunlight, casting a shadowy, eerie atmosphere. Xixi and Andy clung to each other, cautiously following behind Lin Xiao, too scared to make a sound. Su Wan glanced at Lin Xiao. "This forest is really strange. The sun is shining so brightly outside, but here, it's completely dark, and it feels colder than outside. It's ghostly energy," Lin Xiao said casually. Su Wan froze, her voice trembling. "Ghostly energy? That's right. This island is filled with it. I'm honestly surprised you guys dared to come here for fun. You young people sure are brave," Lin Xiao said with a wry smile, shaking his head. Andy's voice quivered. "If I'd known all this would happen, I wouldn't have come even if you paid me. There's no cure for regret." Lin Xiao shrugged. As they chatted, Su-won realized that Lin Xiao was deliberately talking more to help ease their tension. A man like him was rare, and her feelings for Lin Xiao began to grow. Suddenly, Andy screamed, startling Su-won and Jixi. "Andy, what's wrong?" Su-won frowned. Andy didn't respond, her mouth agape, pointing toward a figure standing not far ahead. The figure was hunched over, swaying from side to side as if they might collapse at any moment. When Su-won and Jixi saw the figure, they both froze, feeling a cold chill creeping up their spines. The figure just stood there, unmoving. Gathering her courage, Su-won turned to Lin Xiao and whispered, "Is that a ghost?" Lin Xiao shook his head. With his spirit-seeing eyes, Lin Xiao could tell there was no ghostly aura around the figure, meaning it wasn't a ghost but a living person. "So, someone's just pretending to be a ghost?" Sixi asked cautiously. Lin Xiao nodded. Only then did the three women breathe a sigh of relief. They had been scaring themselves for nothing. Lin Xiao led the group as they walked toward the figure. The person remained still, not moving an inch. As they got closer, the figure finally turned around. Su-won couldn't help but scream at the sight. The face before them was old and deeply wrinkled, with murky eyes that seemed glazed over, like they were covered in grease. The nose was sunken, with the bridge practically fused to the face, and large nostrils flared with each breath. But the most terrifying part was the mouth. The left corner was slashed open, exposing yellowed gums and rotting teeth. Seeing this face, which was even scarier than a ghost's, Lin Xiao took a deep breath. "Excuse us, grandmother. Could you let us pass?" The old woman stared at Lin Xiao, her gaze piercing and unsettling. A shiver ran up Lin Xiao's spine despite his composed demeanor. Even Lin Xiao felt a deep unease, and the women behind him were even more terrified. "Are you heading to the southern beach?" the old woman asked in a hoarse, grating voice. Lin Xiao didn't lie and nodded. The old woman continued, "It's not safe there. You shouldn't go." Su-won bit her lip and took 2 steps forward. "Grandmother, we have to go. If we don't, we'll die. Even if it's dangerous, we have no choice." Her tone was resolute. The old woman's gaze shifted to Su-won, causing her to instinctively take 2 steps back, her hands clutching her clothes nervously. "You're being haunted," the old woman suddenly said. It was clear she knew what she was talking about. Andy quickly asked, "Grandmother, why are you here?" "I've lived on this island my whole life. Where else would I be?" the old woman replied, her question pointed. She was a native of the island. Lin Xiao spoke up, "Grandmother, as you can see, my friends are being haunted. As they say, only the one who tied the knot can untie it. I'm sure you understand this. Please let us pass." The old woman sighed. "It's hard to advise those who are destined for death." With that, she stepped aside, clearing a path. Lin Xiao bowed to her and led the group toward the beach. As they passed, the old woman turned and smiled a chilling, unsettling smile that left no one sure of its meaning. After about 10 minutes, the deeper they ventured into the forest, the colder and darker it became. Thick white fog began to swirl through the trees. Sixi and Andy huddled close to Lin Xiao, fear evident in their every step. Suddenly, Su-won stopped in her tracks. "What's wrong?" Lin Xiao asked. Su-won frowned. "Lin Xiao, don't you think we've been going in circles?" Lin Xiao scanned the surroundings. "I've been watching that tree. The bark in the middle is stripped off and now, we're seeing it again." Su-won pointed to a large tree on the left, her voice tense. Without a word, Lin Xiao walked up to her. "I'll lead the way. Stay close." "Okay." Su-won nodded. 5 minutes later, they found themselves back at the same spot. They had indeed been walking in circles. Andy's voice trembled. "Lin Xiao, what's going on? Why can't we get out?" The old woman wasn't lying. "This place really isn't safe," Sixi added, her fear intensifying. Su-won, staying calmer than the others, looked at Lin Xiao. "Do you know what's happening?" Lin Xiao nodded seriously. "We're being trapped by a ghost's illusion." A ghost's illusion? Su-won and the others had never heard of such a thing. Lin Xiao explained, "It's a trick ghosts use. They create illusions with their ghostly energy to confuse people. Even though it seems like we're walking in circles, we've actually wandered far from our starting point. The ghost is leading us into danger toward cliffs, lakes, or worse. If we don't catch on in time, it's a dead end." Hearing Lin Xiao's explanation, the women exchanged anxious glances. This was terrifying. If they hadn't realized it in time, they would have been doomed. "What do we do now? If we're stuck here, it's like a slow death," Andy said, her voice full of anxiety. Lin Xiao responded casually, "It's no big deal. There are plenty of ways to break the ghost's trick. What way? Su Wan immediately asked. Boy's urine. Lin Xiao replied bluntly. As soon as those words left his mouth, Su Wan's face flushed red with embarrassment. Boy's urine. Shixi and Andy exchanged confused looks. They had long passed the stage of innocence. Su Wan bit her lip. I'm still. But she struggled to finish her sentence, too embarrassed to continue. Women's urine won't work. Lin Xiao cut her off, leaving no room for debate. Su Wan breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't something she had to deal with. Otherwise, having to do such a thing in front of Lin Xiao would have been utterly humiliating. So what now? Lin Xiao Andy asked with a furrowed brow, clearly still worried. Well, what else can we do? I'll have to handle it. Lin Xiao replied seriously. At that, Su Wan couldn't help but let out a soft giggle. Even though it wasn't the right moment to laugh, she couldn't hold it back. Lin Xiao was still a virgin? The idea of it was too funny to keep in. Wait, you're still a virgin? Shixi asked curiously. Lin Xiao's face darkened. Why did they have to repeat that? What's so embarrassing about being a virgin? In fact, Lin Xiao took pride in it. It showed that he had self-control. Turn around, all of you. No peeking, Lin Xiao commanded with a firm tone. Obeying him, Su Wan, Zixi, and Andy all turned their backs. Without a second thought, Lin Xiao did what was necessary. Soon, the thick fog in the forest began to disperse, revealing a new scene before their eyes. They were standing on the beach. And if they had kept walking, they would have ended up in the lake. At that moment, Lin Xiao's foot was just about to step into the water. All done, Lin Xiao said, adjusting his clothes. The three girls slowly opened their eyes. Oh my God! How did we end up here? Andy gasped in surprise. Yes, this is the spot. Lin Xiao, this is the beach where we camped last time, Shixi quickly added. Nearby, a pile of burnt-out wood was still visible. Hearing their words, Lin Xiao started surveying the area. Oddly enough, there was no trace of ghostly energy. Everything seemed completely normal, just like any other place. Su Wan approached him. Do you see anything unusual? No, it's all normal. Lin Xiao replied directly. What do we do then? Su Wan asked, sounding concerned. We wait. Lin Xiao said nonchalantly. Wait. Su Wan was puzzled. Andy's situation involves a ghost marriage, which usually only happens at night. If we try to find them, it'll be like searching for a needle in a haystack. But if they come to us, it'll be much easier. Instead of wasting our energy, we wait for them to make the first move. Lin Xiao explained as he sat down on the sand. And what about me? Su Wan asked. As soon as we deal with Andy's problem, yours will be resolved too. You're simply being haunted. Once we eliminate the ghosts, everything will be fine. Lin Xiao reassured her. Okay. Su Wan nodded, feeling a bit more at ease. Time passed slowly. Around 3 in the afternoon, Lin Xiao's phone rang. It was a call from Lu Qingfeng. Buddy, where are you? Lu Qingfeng asked as soon as Lin Xiao answered. Lin Xiao sighed. I told you already, I'm on Wuhuai Island. Hey, I just got on the island. Where are you? I'll come find you. Lu Qingfeng said, his voice full of mischief. Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned. Lu Qingfeng had actually followed them to the island. South Beach. Come over. Lin Xiao replied before hanging up. Su Wan blinked in confusion. Who was that? After thinking for a second, Lin Xiao responded, a shameless man. 20 minutes later, Lu Qingfeng appeared, dressed in casual clothes and practically skipping toward them. It was obvious he had gone to some effort to spruce himself up. Ever since Lin Xiao had complimented him, saying he looked like Pan An, Lu Qingfeng had started taking better care of his appearance. Buddy, you're impressive. Bringing 3 girls to Wuhuai Island for some fun. Respect. Lu Qingfeng plopped down next to Lin Xiao, giving him a thumbs up. Lin Xiao briefly introduced him to Su Wan, Sixi, and Andy, after which Lu Qingfeng turned to Lin Xiao. So, what are you doing here? I came to thank you, Lu Qingfeng said, without hesitation. Lin Xiao looked at him, confused. Thank me? For what? Lu Qingfeng waved his hand. You don't know, do you? Thanks to you, we solved a 5-year-old cold case. Our boss was so happy he gave me the afternoon off. Lin Xiao was stunned, not quite sure what to make of it. Because of me you solved a case? Lu Qingfeng, you're making no sense. Lu Qingfeng rubbed his hands together. Remember that ghost story you told last night, the one about the spirit writing game? Yeah. Lin Xiao nodded. Well, I was listening and realized it sounded eerily similar to a missing person case at Jiangzhou University. And, get this, The guy involved was named Li Tian, just like in your story, and he was the dean. Hearing this, Lin Xiao's eyebrows knitted together. Could the world really be that strange? And then what happened? Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask. So, the captain and I decided to raid Li Tian's place, and guess what Lu Qingfeng said, pausing for dramatic effect. He really was the murderer. Exactly. Lu Qingfeng slapped his leg. You hit the nail on the head. Lin Xiao was baffled. This whole thing seemed like a crazy coincidence. Looking intrigued, Lu Qingfeng leaned in. Buddy, how did you know about the case? Share your secret with me. In terms of looks, I'll admit I'm better, but when it comes to brains, I've got nothing on you. Lin Xiao's face twisted in confusion. Was that supposed to be a compliment or an insult? I'm telling you, I made the story up, Lin Xiao said. Lu Qingfeng gave him a skeptical look. Do you think I'm stupid? Made it up? Yeah, right. Go ahead, make up another one. Actually, it was the spirit who told me the story, Lin Xiao said, his expression suddenly turning dark and ominous. Lu Qingfeng wasn't expecting that and visibly shuddered. Damn, buddy. Don't scare me like that. Can you really communicate with spirits? Lin Xiao nodded seriously. Of course. Come on. Get out of here. There are no such things as ghosts. Lu Qingfeng scoffed, clearly not convinced. But Zixi chimed in, they're real. Yeah, it's true. Andy agreed. Lu Qingfeng looked puzzled. Where are they? Bring one out and let me see it. I refuse to believe in this nonsense. Lin Xiao's lips curled into a faint smile. You don't believe in ghosts? Fine. Soon you'll see for yourself. Nightfall slowly descended, and Wuhuai Island was swarming with mosquitoes. Lin Xiao and the others sat under a tree, occasionally hearing the cawing of crows in the distance. Damn it. Why do these mosquitoes only come after me? Am I their personal blood bank? Lu Qingfeng complained, swatting at the pests. Lin Xiao glanced at him and said, if you can't handle it, you might as well head back. Buddy, I don't like what you're implying. There are so many girls here. Do you really think you can protect them all by yourself? As a police officer, it's my duty to protect them, Lu Qingfeng said with an air of righteousness. Su Wan rolled her eyes. We have Lin Xiao, that's all we need. Yeah, I agree, said Jixi. Same here, added Andy. Lu Qingfeng felt his dignity crumble. He considered himself as handsome as the legendary Pan An. Yet here he was, facing this blatant disregard from everyone. Just as Lu Qingfeng was about to respond, a sudden gust of chilling wind blew through, catching everyone off guard. The air turned bone-chillingly cold. Su Wan and the others shivered, feeling the icy wind cut through them. Even Lu Qingfeng trembled. This is strange. It's the middle of summer, yet how did the temperature drop so fast on this island? The ghosts are coming, Lin Xiao said quietly, his gaze fixed straight ahead. At that, Su Wan, Shixi and Andy instinctively moved closer to Lin Xiao. Lu Qingfeng, however, remained skeptical. Buddy, that line might work on girls, but it won't scare me. There's no such thing. Turn around and see for yourself, Lin Xiao said, his tone icy. Lu Qingfeng turned his head and his jaw dropped. In the distance, a wedding procession was approaching. Leading the group were two figures carrying large red banners, followed by a grand sedan chair carried by 8 figures, and a group of musicians playing suona flutes. All their faces were painted pale, almost ghostly white. The two figures leading the procession even had large red dots painted on their cheeks. They looked like paper effigies. To make things even stranger, they were all floating above the ground, their feet not touching the earth. The eerie atmosphere sent shivers down Lu Qingfeng's spine. His legs began to tremble as he stared, wide-eyed, at the procession. The haunting wedding music filled the air, making the situation even more surreal. Lu Qingfeng, a staunch atheist and police officer, had never seen anything like this in his life. He couldn't comprehend what was happening. Lin Xiao, why are they playing the suona? Su Wan asked, her hands gripping Lin Xiao's sleeve, her voice trembling. Lin Xiao frowned. For a ghost marriage, they play the suona, just like they would for a funeral. A ghost wedding is considered a funeral in essence. Lu Qingfeng, what are you doing standing there? Get back here, Lin Xiao said sternly. Swallowing hard, Lu Qingfeng stammered, buddy, this must be some kind of joke, right? Just people pretending to scare us. It was hard to believe Lu Qingfeng still thought this was all an act. You should listen, those are real ghosts, Andy called out, her voice filled with panic. Lu Qingfeng, rather than retreating, seemed even more emboldened. Ghosts? What nonsense. It's just a group of people dressed up. Watch me expose them. With that, Lu Qingfeng marched toward the ghostly procession, full of misplaced bravado. He was like a warrior charging into battle, oblivious to the danger. Lin Xiao, aren't you going to stop him? Su Wan asked, her face pale with worry. Lin Xiao remained calm. How can I stop him? He wants to show off in front of you. The three girls exchanged nervous glances. Meanwhile, Lu Qingfeng continued his bold advance toward the ghostly wedding procession. Standing in front of the group, he placed his hands on his hips and shouted, "Stop right there." To everyone's surprise, the procession halted. Their faces were devoid of life, their eyes hollow as they stared at Lu Qingfeng. Seeing that they had stopped, Lu Qingfeng became even more convinced that these were just people in costumes. He took a deep breath and shouted, "You think there's no law on Wuhai Island? Scaring people like this at night, what if someone gets hurt? You'd be responsible. I'm giving you one chance to leave, or I'll arrest you all and take you to the station." Lu Qingfeng felt a surge of satisfaction. This was the most authoritative he had ever felt in front of women. Just then, one of the ghosts holding the red banner began speaking, but it wasn't in any language Lu Qingfeng could understand. It was an eerie, unintelligible muttering, like an incantation. "Hey," Lu Qingfeng shouted, frowning. "Speak clearly. If you keep mumbling like that, I'll charge you with contempt of an officer." But the ghost ignored him, continuing to mutter its strange words. Fed up, Lu Qingfeng reached for his handcuffs and stepped forward, grabbing at the ghost. His hand went straight through it, grasping nothing but air. A chill shot through Lu Qingfeng's body. Cold sweat broke out all over him as the realization hit him these weren't people. These were real ghosts. Without an ounce of hesitation, Lu Qingfeng spun on his heel and sprinted back toward Lin Xiao, his voice shaking. "Buddy, help me. They're real. They're real ghosts." Lu Qingfeng, who just moments ago had been full of bravado, was now trembling like a leaf. As he raced toward Lin Xiao, the ghostly wedding procession started moving again. They sang all the way, as if no one could stop them, heading straight for Lin Xiao. At this moment, Lu Qingfeng had already reached Lin Xiao. "Stand back." Lin Xiao's voice boomed. Okay, Lu Qingfeng, already terrified, didn't need Lin Xiao to say anything further. He ran straight toward Su Wan. Soon, the ghostly wedding procession had completely surrounded Lin Xiao. In each hand, he held a talisman, one of ice and the other of fire. He hurled them at the two ghosts holding large red banners at the front. Sizzle. The fire talisman took effect instantly. With a loud whoosh, a blazing fire enveloped the ghost. However, the effect was minimal. The ghost emitted a massive surge of dark energy, immediately extinguishing the flames. Lin Xiao frowned. These ghosts were far stronger than the drowned ghosts he had encountered before. Seeing this, Su Wan's voice trembled with worry. "Lin Xiao, be careful." "Yes, Lin Xiao, stay safe. You can't get hurt," Shiji also warned. Lu Qingfeng, standing to the side, was feeling rather frustrated. He had hoped to play the hero, but instead ended up looking like a fool, which left him feeling a bit humiliated. Without another word, Lin Xiao pulled out a coin sword from his bag. This was his greatest weapon. Holding the coin sword, Lin Xiao muttered some incantations. Soon, a layer of white moonlight covered the sword. With a roar, Lin Xiao charged at the nearest ghost. Boom! The moment the coin sword touched the ghost, its body was thrown back, instantly disintegrating into black mist, completely vanishing. The power of the ordinary coin sword was already terrifying. But Lin Xiao's sword? It was one that had once belonged to Lin Zhengying, making it even more formidable. With one strike he killed a ghost. Lin Xiao swiftly turned, thrusting the sword toward another. Lin Xiao fought like a celestial master descended to earth, destroying every ghost with each attack. In less than 2 minutes, the entire ghostly wedding procession, more than a dozen ghosts, had been completely eradicated by Lin Xiao. All that remained was the eerie red sedan chair, exuding a strange aura, standing in the middle of the scene. It sent a shiver down anyone's spine. Lin Xiao sheathed his coin sword and began walking towards Su Wan and the others. However, before he could take 10 steps, Lu Qingfeng suddenly pointed behind him. Sensing something was wrong, Lin Xiao turned around. There, sitting in the sedan chair, was a person, dressed in a groom's attire, wearing a black feathered hat. His face was deathly pale, but his eyes glowed blood red. On his face was a sinister, terrifying smile. A thick, swirling cloud of dark energy surrounded him. This was the true master of the ghostly wedding, Ghost Marquis of Wuhai Island. Is this the boss? Lu Qingfeng's voice trembled with fear. Lin Xiao frowned deeply. From the Ghost Marquis, Lin Xiao could feel a power capable of destroying everything. A wave of terror swept over him. For his first ghost hunting mission, running into such a powerful enemy, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel his bad luck. Filthy Taoist. You carry the scent of Lin Zhengying on you. The ghost marquis suddenly opened his mouth, his voice chilling. Lin Xiao's heart skipped a beat. He knows Lin Zhengying? Who are you? Lin Xiao asked. The ghost marquis laughed maniacally. Who am I? He. I am the ghost marquis of Wuhuai Island. Ghost marquis. Su Wan and the others were visibly shocked. Just hearing that name was enough to tell them how strong he was. I never expected that scoundrel Lin Zhengying to have a disciple. 50 years ago he and I fought, and his Taoist skills were far superior. He had the upper hand the whole time. I've been training for decades seeking revenge. But before I could face him again, the scoundrel died. No matter. If you're his disciple, killing you will be just as satisfying. The ghost marquis slowly stood up. Lin Xiao was stunned. Wait, what? When did he become Lin Zhengying's disciple? It was just a reward from the system. Brother, go fight him, Lu Qingfeng shouted, cracking his knuckles. Fight? How? With my life? Lin Xiao's mind raced, thoughts flashing through his head like slides. Honestly, he had no idea how to defeat the ghost marquis. Judging by the dark energy around him, the ghost marquis had cultivated for at least 60 years. Defeating him? That was nothing short of a pipe dream. Before Lin Xiao could think of a solution, the ghost marquis vanished, suddenly appearing right in front of him. Hey! The ghost marquis exhaled a cloud of black mist toward Lin Xiao, nearly choking him. Immediately after, the ghost marquis grabbed Lin Xiao's neck with his decaying hands and threw him. Lin Xiao's body flew like a ragdoll, crashing into Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng let out a pitiful cry. Lin Xiao Su Wan rushed over, helping Lin Xiao to his feet. Are you okay? She asked, her voice full of concern. Lin Xiao glanced at Lu Qingfeng, who was groaning in pain on the ground, and shook his head. I'm fine. Lu Qingfeng felt like dying. Sure, you're fine, but I'm not. What now? Su Wan asked. Without replying, Lin Xiao pulled out a few ice talismans and flung them at the ghost marquis. The talismans exploded on the ghost marquis. But they didn't even freeze him. They did nothing. He. You little Taoist, you're far weaker than Lin Zhengying. Do you really think your little tricks are enough to show off? The ghost marquis's voice was full of contempt. Lin Xiao once again drew his coin sword. As soon as the ghost marquis saw the sword, he instinctively stepped back, his eyes fixed on the coins with a fearful glint. It's his sword. Yes, it's his. The ghost marquis's face twisted in rage. Come. Fight. Lin Xiao held the sword high, his expression resolute. With that, he charged straight at the ghost marquis, his sword slashing wildly. Sword energy surged toward the ghost marquis. Seeing this, the dark energy around the ghost marquis retreated as he howled in panic. Clearly he was terrified of the coin sword. Heaven and earth, yin and yang, sun rising in the east, command this talisman, banish evil, expel misfortune. By the power of Tianpeng, the might of Vajra, I invoke thee, turn evil to good, by law and decree. Command. Lin Xiao chanted the incantation, and a brilliant white light shot from the coin sword, piercing the ghost marquis. The light tore through the ghost marquis, leaving a gaping hole. Thick, dark energy poured from the wound, scattering into the air. Awesome job! Lu Qingfeng cheered, waving his hands excitedly like a devoted fan. Su Wan and the other two women smiled with relief. However, their smiles quickly vanished. Because the hole in the ghost marquis's chest was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. A sinister grin spread across his face. Hey, pathetic Taoist. I thought you'd be stronger, but is this all you've got? Your energy is weak? It can't hurt me. The ghost marquis's voice was harsh and mocking. Seeing this, Lin Xiao frowned deeply. It was true that his energy was weak, almost non-existent. Against ordinary spirits, that wasn't an issue. But the ghost marquis of Wuhuai Island was a whole different level. The ghost marquis flashed forward, suddenly appearing in front of Lin Xiao, reaching out to choke him. Boom! Out of nowhere, a blue talisman shot through the air from the forest. It struck the ghost marquis, and the talisman exploded on contact. A burst of samadhi true fire wrapped around the ghost marquis. The dark energy surrounding him began to burn. His features twisted in pain, his face becoming even more horrifying, as he howled in agony. This samadhi true fire talisman was a mid-level spell, far more powerful than Lin Xiao's fire talisman. The ghost marquis retreated quickly. In the next moment, a figure emerged from the forest. Under the moonlight, Lin Xiao saw clearly it was the old woman who had blocked his way earlier. Now the old woman's eyes were fixed on Lin Xiao. Her cloudy eyes glimmered with a strange light. "Are you a disciple of Master Lin?" Her voice was hoarse. Lin Xiao was taken aback. Master Lin? Master Lin? Could she mean Lin Zhengying? Honestly, with Lin Zhengying's coin sword in his hands, Lin Xiao could technically be considered his disciple in some sense. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao nodded. "Welcome, new master." Upon seeing him nod, the old woman immediately knelt down. Lin Xiao was stunned. "What's going on now?" "No, no, ma'am, get up, I'm not any kind of master." Lin Xiao hurried to help her up, but the old woman remained kneeling. "If the master refuses the position, I will never rise." This was awkward. Lin Xiao's eyes shifted. All right, I accept the position." He couldn't bear the thought of an old woman kneeling in front of him. It might cost him his life, and that was not a price he was willing to pay. Upon hearing his words, the old woman's face, which resembled withered bark, lit up with a bright smile. She slowly stood, her sharp gaze fixed on the ghost marquis in the distance. "Mu Linghua, you're still alive?" The ghost marquis stared at the old woman with a hint of fear in his eyes. Mu Linghua sneered. "Ghost marquis, long time no see. I've been waiting here for you for 30 years. I won't die until I've destroyed you." "Mu Linghua, with your power, do you really think you can destroy me?" "Very well, today I'll rid myself of both of you. I'll remove all obstacles to the revival of the ghost clan." With that, the ghost marquis disappeared again. Mu Linghua began chanting, and blue talismans appeared out of thin air, swirling rapidly around her. The blue talismans glowed with golden light, enveloping her completely. This was the power of righteousness. When a Taoist reaches a certain level of mastery, they can cultivate this righteous energy. Righteous energy exists everywhere, and is especially effective against ghost energy. Suddenly the ghost marquis reappeared in front of Mu Linghua, and dark energy surged from his body, rushing toward her. Sizzling sounds filled the air as the dark energy hit the golden light, immediately dissipating. Time ticked by second. The dark energy pouring out of the ghost marquis grew thicker and more intense. Even Lin Xiao, standing to the side, felt a strong pressure. Meanwhile, the blue talismans surrounding Mu Linghua were dimming. Her face became tense, and her body trembled slightly. It was clear Mu Linghua was no match for the ghost marquis. "Mu Linghua, you really are useless. After all these years, you haven't improved at all. Lin Zhengying wasted his time training you." The ghost marquis's voice dripped with scorn. Mu Linghua's face turned pale. The next moment, she began forming hand seals. The dimming golden light suddenly flared up again. It wildly consumed the ghost marquis's dark energy, like a magnet pulling it in. The ghost marquis's face twisted in shock. "You're risking your life." A serene smile appeared on Mu Linghua's face. "The new master of the Lingbao sect has emerged. Sacrificing myself to ensure his future, what could be more worthy? Ghost marquis, today I'm taking you down with me." As she spoke, a golden array formed in front of her. She bit her tongue and spat blood onto the array. Crack! Crack! Out of nowhere, a lightning bolt split the sky. The ghost marquis's face darkened further. He tried to flee, but his body was locked in place, unable to move. "Master Mu, don't!" Lin Xiao shouted at Mu Linghua. Even though they hadn't known each other long, she had saved him. Watching her sacrifice herself didn't sit right with him. "Stand back," Master Mu Linghua called to Lin Xiao. "Brother, come back!" Lu Qingfeng, quick on his feet, grabbed Lin Xiao and pulled him away. "Mu Linghua, you're mad!" The ghost marquis was now terrified. Powerful energy surged out of Mu Linghua, snapping trees in half all around her. It was a clear sign of her immense strength. Night of 100 ghosts. At that moment, the ghost marquis screamed to the sky. Thick clouds suddenly gathered overhead, covering all of Wuhuai Island. Ghosts of all kinds rushed in from every direction. Hanged ghosts, drowned ghosts, substitute ghosts, headless ghosts, they all came charging at Mu Linghua. The first wave of ghosts dissolved the moment they touched her array. But with each passing moment, the golden light grew weaker. Mu Linghua's expression changed slightly, and she chanted even faster. The ghost marquis let out a piercing laugh. "It's useless. Even Lin Zhengying couldn't withstand the night of 100 ghosts. What chance do you have?" The ghost marquis was right. After briefly holding off the attack, Mu Linghua's protective barrier shattered. One by one, the ghosts pierced through it. Mu Linghua's body was violently thrown backward. Blood continuously poured from her mouth. She instantly looked 10 years older, as if her life force had nearly burned out. Old Lady Lin Xiao rushed over in an instant, catching Mu Linghua by supporting her back. Immediately, Lin Xiao swung his coin sword, sending beams of white light toward the ghosts. Sizzle. Several of the leading ghosts were instantly vaporized. However, it was just a drop in the ocean. The remaining ghosts pressed forward, one after another, closing in on Lin Xiao. Master, step back. Leave this to me, Mu Linghua shouted in panic. Lin Xiao frowned. You've done enough. Let me handle the rest. Lu Qingfeng. Get her out of here. Lin Xiao cut her off before she could finish. Lu Qingfeng hurried over, quickly pulling Mu Linghua aside. The ghost marquise's blood-red eyes fixated on Lin Xiao. You have no real power, but plenty of courage. You've got some of Lin Zhengying's boldness. Lin Xiao remained silent, frantically swinging his coin sword. Pillars of white light spread outward, accompanied by shrieks from the ghosts. It's over, the ghost marquise's voice screeched. In the next moment, the ghosts fused together. A massive ghost, towering 5 or 6 meters high with a horrifying face and thick dark energy, formed in front of Lin Xiao. The heavy aura of darkness immediately engulfed him. Seeing this, Su Wan screamed in panic, Lin Xiao, be careful. If anything happened to Lin Xiao today, Su Wan would never forgive herself. After all, she had begged him to come and help her. The freezing dark energy whipped across Lin Xiao's face. Red streaks of blood instantly appeared. An overwhelming force crashed down on him. His legs started to tremble. The coin sword in his hand shook violently, humming with a buzzing sound. At the end of the day, Lin Xiao was still too weak. Cough. A mouthful of blood sprayed from Lin Xiao's mouth, and his face flushed red. His breathing became labored. The system has detected the host's fear level reaching 100,000. A free lottery spin has been triggered. The system is conducting the lottery. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100-year Taoist energy. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his mind. In an instant, an immensely pure power surged into Lin Xiao's body. The 100-year Taoist energy raced through his limbs and veins like a wild serpent. Brilliant golden light enveloped his entire body. What's happening? Lu Qingfeng was dumbfounded, staring at Lin Xiao, who looked like a divine figure. His mouth hung open, and his eyes were wide with disbelief. Su Wan, Andy, and Shi were also completely stunned. Meanwhile, Mu Yu Linghua's eyes gleamed with excitement. Taoist energy. The master has awakened his Taoist energy. Heaven bless the Lingbao sect, Mu Linghua exclaimed, her voice trembling with joy. Lu Qingfeng was confused. Old lady, what is Taoist energy? Taoist energy is a mystical force unique to us cultivators. The stronger the Taoist energy, the greater the power, Mu Linghua explained, her voice shaking. Lu Qingfeng was still lost. So is Lin Xiao's Taoist energy strong or not? Strong. Incredibly strong. Mu Linghua fixed her gaze on Lin Xiao. At that moment, the Taoist energy surrounding him began to solidify. Only 100-year Taoist energy could create such a powerful visual effect. The ghost marquis stood in front of Lin Xiao, equally astonished. This Taoist energy was even stronger than Lin Zhengying's. Impossible. How could you possess such overwhelming Taoist energy? The ghost marquis's voice was filled with disbelief. A cold smile appeared on Lin Xiao's face. Afraid? It's too late. You're dead. Hearing this, the ghost marquis quickly turned, trying to flee. Seeing this, Lin Xiao swiftly pulled out paper and pen, chanting as he wrote. Summon the 5 thunder gods, lightning scorches and protects, 1 to guard life, 2 to bind ghosts, heaven's path commands, with law and decree. As he finished the chant, the last stroke of the talisman was completed. In an instant, the talisman turned blue. With the infusion of 100-year Taoist energy, Lin Xiao's talisman drawing skills had been greatly enhanced. Command. The blue fire cloud talisman shot toward the ghost marquis. The ghost marquis let out a blood-curdling scream. His voice filled with terror. Su Wan and the others felt their eardrums ache from the piercing sound. The dark energy surrounding the ghost marquis began to burn and dissipate rapidly. He tried to escape, but Lin Xiao's 100-year Taoist energy had bound him tightly, leaving him immobilized. The fire cloud talisman continued to burn fiercely. The massive 5-meter-tall ghost began to dissolve. The night of 100 ghosts? Destroyed. The ghost marquis's body slowly became transparent, and his screams grew weaker. Seeing this, Lin Xiao didn't hesitate. He hurled the coin sword straight at the ghost marquis's chest. The ghost marquis howled toward the sky. His features twisted, and his body faded even faster. Filthy Taoist. The day my ghost clan rises will be the day you die. The ghost marquis glared at Lin Xiao, his voice filled with resentment. And then, the ghost marquis vanished completely. The thick clouds that had covered Wuhuai Island also began to recede. The clear moonlight once again shone down on Wuhuai Island. The ghost marquis was dead. Brother, that was amazing. You're so cool. Can I be your student? Teach me that move. Lu Yu Qingfeng rushed over to Lin Xiao, shamelessly grinning. Lin Xiao glanced at him with disdain, and then turned to Mu Linghua. Old lady, how are you feeling? Lin Xiao asked. Mu Linghua sat cross-legged on the ground, shaking her head. I'm already at the end of my rope. I won't make it. What? Su Wan gasped. Old lady, come back to the city with us. I'll get you to the best hospital. I'll pay anything. It's no use. Mu Yu Linghua replied. I've exhausted all my vital essence. I'm only holding on by a thread. In life, it's said that one's essence, energy, and spirit are vital. Once vital essence is lost, not even the greatest of immortals could save you. Lin Xiao knelt beside Mu Linghua. Is there anything I can do for you? Master, I have no regrets in this life. I only hope you will help the Lingbao sect flourish. I have something for you. Mu Linghua struggled to pull out a parchment scroll. It was a fragment of an ancient scroll. This was left to me by the previous master. There are 4 pieces in total. Once you collect all 4, you'll find many powerful artifacts left by the master. Mu Linghua's voice was faint. These were valuable items. Anything left behind by Lin Jingying was bound to be extraordinary. Master, forgive me for being of little help. In the next life I will surely follow you. With those final words, Mu Linghua's head slumped, and she passed away. Everyone lowered their heads in silence. After burying Mu Linghua, Lin Xiao and the others began their journey back. On the deck, a gentle breeze blew, and Lin Xiao's mind was filled with countless thoughts. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the mission. Su Wan's affection for you has greatly increased. You have earned a lottery spin as a system reward. The system is drawing your reward. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Yin God robe. The system's voice continued to chime. Yin God robe. Lin Xiao was confused. He had never heard of such a thing before. The Yin God robe is a garment that protects you from harm by ghosts, and also makes you immune to water and fire. It wards off all threats. The system explained. Hearing this, Lin Xiao was stunned. This item was incredible. Immune to fire and water, repelling all dangers. Did that mean he could do anything from now on? Soon, a robe inscribed with mysterious Taoist scriptures fused directly with Lin Xiao's body. This was the Yin God robe. Hey, what are you thinking about? Liu Qingfeng walked over and asked. Lin Xiao snapped out of his thoughts. I was just thinking about what the ghost marquis meant by the ghost clan rising. I actually know a bit about that. Liu Qingfeng said seriously. Oh, Lin Xiao's curiosity was piqued. Tell me. Do you know about ghost tamers? Liu Qingfeng asked. Lin Xiao shook his head. No, I don't. Actually, in every major city in our country, there's a secret organization called the Ghost Tamer Alliance. Ghost tamers are its members. Our police maintain order in the human world, but ghost tamers control both the human and ghost realms. How do you know all this? Lin Xiao asked, intrigued. Liu Qingfeng replied earnestly. My uncle is part of the Ghost Tamer Alliance. I overheard one of their conversations once. What else do you know? Lin Xiao pressed further. Our world is far more complex than it appears on the surface. Ghosts are everywhere, hiding in the shadows. Many strange cases are actually the work of ghosts. This is top secret information. Not even Chief Zhang knows about it. In our country, there's a legend about the underworld, where ghostly deities called Yin gods rule. They are supposed to be the ones who capture evil spirits. But in reality, that's just a myth. There are many ghosts causing chaos in the human world, but no Yin gods to capture them. So, the Ghost Tamer Alliance was formed. These ghost tamers have special powers. They can even form contracts with ghosts. Hearing this, Lin Xiao grew more interested. Contracts between humans and ghosts? Why? The purpose is to control ghosts. Liu Qingfeng replied bluntly. Oh, Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes. Using ghosts to fight other ghosts? Exactly. Liu Qingfeng nodded. Ghosts have no physical bodies, so ordinary people can't harm them. But ghost tamers, through their contracts, can control ghosts to fight on their behalf. But there's one thing I've been curious about. Liu Qingfeng's voice trailed off as he stared intently at Lin Xiao. What are you curious about? Lin Xiao asked. How can you fight ghost? Lu Qingfeng asked with a mysterious look. Lin Xiao was speechless. He didn't have an answer to that question himself. Seeing Lin Xiao's silence, Lu Qingfeng grinned. I was just asking. Honestly, even though I knew about the Ghost Tamer Alliance, I didn't really believe in ghosts. But now, I do. By the time they returned to Jiang City, it was past 9 p.m. Lu Qingfeng took Shi and Andy home. Lin Xiao stayed with Su Wan. Now that the situation was resolved, Su Wan seemed much more at ease. Her mood had clearly improved. Lin Xiao, thank you, Su Wan said sweetly, her voice like a nightingale. Lin Xiao smiled. Don't mention it. I won't charge you rent anymore, Su Wan teased, sticking out her tongue playfully. Hearing this, Lin Xiao chuckled. Is that so? Such a good deal. His rent was 5,000 yuan a month. While it wasn't a huge amount for him now, saving money was always a good thing. Of course. You've helped me so much. I don't even know how to thank you properly, Su Wan said earnestly. Lin Xiao smirked. How about marrying me? Blush. Su Wan's face turned bright red. You're so rude, she scolded. Lin Xiao, grinning, added, May I ask for your hand in marriage? Shameless. How about I treat you to dinner? Su Wan quickly changed the subject. After a simple meal outside, Lin Xiao returned home. It was now a little after 10 p.m. Lin Xiao started his live stream. Within moments, the viewership hit 6 million. The chat exploded with activity. The streamer's back. My youth has returned. I've been waiting so long. What story are we getting today? I wish I could be even a tenth as good as the streamer. Man, I'm so jealous. Streamer, when are you going to open a Weibo account? You're trending every day. Are you going to cash in on that popularity or what? Seeing the comments, Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. What? He was trending on Weibo every day? That was surprising. Lin Xiao normally didn't pay attention to things like that. But he didn't care much about it now. Welcome everyone to my stream. Today I'm starting with a brand new story. Lin Xiao's deep, magnetic voice filled the stream. As the saying goes, some people's voices alone can make you feel exhilarated. That's exactly what Lin Xiao's voice did. When we were kids, we all played hide and seek, right? The story I'm about to tell you is from my childhood, one particular game of hide and seek that I'll never forget. Back in the days before computers and smartphones, after dinner, the adults would sit under the trees, chatting and cooling off with their fans, while we kids ran wild nearby. Thinking back, those were truly the days. One evening, after dinner, my neighbor, Erguzi, came over to find me. I told my parents I was heading out, and the two of us went to the village's drying field. Even though it was the middle of summer, and the weather was stifling, nothing could dampen our excitement. Someone suggested playing hide and seek, and of course we all agreed right away. After a quick game of rock paper scissors, Erguzi was chosen to be it. We scattered to hide. At that time, the rice had just been harvested, and there were straw stacks everywhere. A bunch of kids dove headfirst into the straw piles, hiding. But I thought that was too childish. So, I ran toward the grain warehouse near our village. It was a hot summer night, the moon was bright, and the fields echoed with the croaking of frogs. There were no other kids around me anymore. The grain warehouse was just ahead. To call it a grain warehouse was a bit of a stretch. It was really a massive metal shed where the village stored farming tools. Except during the busy harvest season, it was rarely opened. I snuck around to the back of the warehouse, where there was a large pile of dry firewood. On top of the pile was a small skylight. I climbed up the firewood with both hands and feet, and with a quick flip, I was inside the warehouse. Other than a few faint beams of moonlight, the warehouse was eerily quiet. At that age, I was fearless. I found an old wooden rice harvester, and I crawled inside. Every now and then, I could hear the distant sounds of small animals. The warehouse was stiflingly hot. Soon enough I was drenched in sweat, but I didn't care. I was determined to be the last one found. About 10 minutes passed. I could hear my friends' faint voices in the distance. Sure enough, they were looking for me. Anyone who has played hide and seek knows that you can't start a new round until all the hidden players have been found. I held my breath, trying not to make a sound. After about half a minute, the voices faded. The warehouse fell silent once more. I started itching all over, probably from some bugs. Just as I thought it was safe to come out, I suddenly heard a faint laugh. How do I describe that laugh? It was soft, like a newborn kitten meowing. It was quiet, but it sounded very real. I didn't feel scared back then, just curious, so I stood up inside the harvester and, with the faint moonlight, made my way toward the sound. Soon enough, in the corner, I saw him. A little boy, curled up in the corner. His face was deathly pale, like white paper completely devoid of color. His hands were wrapped around his legs, and he lifted his head, staring right at me. I had never seen him before in our village. And his clothes were different too. He was wearing some kind of old-fashioned long robe. It looked strange. Hands on my hips, I raised my voice and asked, "What are you doing in our village's warehouse? Are you here to steal something?" In the past, it was common for people in the countryside to steal things. A lot of lazy people would try to steal parts from the rice harvesters to sell for scrap. Those parts were heavy and worth some money. Even though he was a kid, I couldn't rule out that he might be a thief. But when I spoke, the little boy completely ignored me. I felt my pride had taken a serious hit. This was my village, my territory, and he dared to ignore me. I couldn't stand it. I stomped my foot and shouted, "Are you going to answer or not? If you don't, I'll hit you." As I spoke, I raised my small fist, intending to scare him. But then, in the next moment, he took out a toy I had never seen before. The moment I saw the toy, my eyes lit up. Back in the countryside, we almost never got toys, except during special holidays. My playful spirit was instantly stirred. I asked quietly, "Do you want to play with me?" The boy didn't say a word, just nodded. A bright smile spread across my face, and I squatted down to play with him. Time passed. I don't know how long we played, but then I heard the sound of a rooster crowing. When I looked up, the little boy was gone, and the toy on the ground had disappeared too. I was stunned. I burst into tears. At this point in the story, the chat exploded with comments. "Holy crap, that boy was a ghost. Streamer, your childhood was wild, you ran into ghosts. How are you even still alive after that? Man, something like this happened to me too. I played with a little girl all night, and when the rooster crowed, she vanished. Wow. I remember something similar happening to me too. I didn't think much of it back then, but now that I've heard your story, it's all coming back to me." This story resonated deeply with many viewers. The comments section was filled with tales of strange encounters with ghosts. Lin Xiao took a sip of water and continued. "At the exact moment I started crying, my parents happened to be near the warehouse. They heard my cries and immediately asked the village chief for the key, opened the warehouse, and carried me home. Looking at my exhausted parents, I felt incredibly guilty. But the story doesn't end there. After I got home and lay down, I started burning up with a high fever. My parents didn't even bother resting, they rushed me to the local clinic on their bicycle, where I was given 2 bottles of medicine to bring the fever down. But it didn't work. My fever wouldn't break. Lying there, I felt like my body was on fire. My mom was frantic, constantly asking me what was wrong. She was crying so hard. I struggled to open my eyes and said in a daze, "Mom, I'm fine." As soon as she heard that, my mom's tears fell even harder. She was devastated, saying, "My child, what's wrong with you? Why did you stay in the warehouse all night?" I told her, in bits and pieces, about what had happened in the warehouse the night before. When my dad, who had been standing nearby, heard this, his face turned pale. My mom looked at him. "What's going on?" she asked. My dad frowned and whispered, "Our boy ran into something unclean." I remember clearly when my mom heard that, she shuddered, her face turning white as a sheet. She anxiously asked, "What should we do now?" My dad was completely at a loss. He didn't answer my mom but instead walked out of the house. Not long after, he returned with my great-great-grandfather. In our village, my great-great-grandfather was the most respected person. In his younger years, he had learned some folk magic. Sadly, he passed away when I was in my early teens due to illness. After listening to the strange events of the previous night, my great-great-grandfather furrowed his brow deeply. In a deep, raspy voice he asked, was the boy's face deathly pale, and was he round-faced? Weakly, I confirmed that he was right. The next second, my great-great-grandfather sighed and said, "I know who it is." My dad immediately pressed for details. My great-great-grandfather explained slowly, "Over 20 years ago, there was a fire in the grain warehouse. A boy from the neighboring village was playing inside when the fire broke out, and he was tragically burned to death. He was holding a toy at the time." Hearing this, my dad panicked. His own son had encountered a ghost. This was no small matter, and it could be life-threatening. My mom, tearful and frightened, asked, "What should we do now?" My great-great-grandfather took a deep breath, looking confident. "Don't worry, I know what to do. My dad asked, "What's the plan?" "Tonight, bring some incense and paper money to the warehouse, burn them, and ask the boy for forgiveness. That should resolve the issue," my great-great-grandfather instructed. Without hesitation, my dad went to town and bought a lot of incense and paper money. That night, my parents went to the grain warehouse. For some reason, even though it was midsummer and should have been hot, the moment they approached the warehouse, a chilling breeze swept through them, cooling them to the bone. My mom gripped my dad's hand tightly, trembling in fear. But they say a mother's love is great. Any other situation, and my mom might have run away. But knowing my life was at stake, she pushed through her fear and followed my dad to the warehouse. They lit the incense and spread out the paper money, burning it all in one go. My mom mumbled under her breath, "Little boy, please forgive our son. He's young and doesn't understand. Please be kind and spare him. Here's some incense and paper money for you. Take it as a small token from us. We'll burn offerings for you every year on this day, but please let our son go." My dad chimed in, "Yes, little boy. The living and the dead belong in different worlds. My son didn't know any better. Don't worry, once he recovers, I'll give him a good talking to." Strangely enough, after my parents returned home, my fever broke instantly. Though still weak, I was no longer burning up. My mom cried tears of joy. Since I hadn't eaten all day, I was starving, and I asked her to make me some fried eggs. Normally, my dad would have scolded me harshly for making such a request. But this time, to my surprise, he told my mom to go ahead and make them. From that day forward, I never dared to play outside at night again. And to this day, every year on that same day, my parents still go to the grain warehouse to burn paper for that little boy. And with that, the story came to an end. The viewers in the livestream chat were buzzing with comments. "This story feels so real, it brings back memories of my childhood. I miss those carefree days. Man, that kid's grown up now. Thanks for the trip down memory lane, streamer. Love you. Time really flies. The streamer is awesome. That story might be short, but it's meaningful. Kids love to play, but sometimes, being too reckless can be dangerous." Enough talk, here's a like from me. Come on, start the second story already. I can't wait. The chat was flooded with comments, like a blizzard of words. Gifts poured in from all sides. Lin Xiao had quickly become one of the top 3 streamers on the platform Dusha. In just a few days. For a paranormal streamer, such an achievement was impressive. But the one who benefited the most wasn't Lin Xiao, it was Xiao Liu. Earlier that day, Xiao Liu had been promoted to team leader by Lai Feng, bypassing the usual requirements. For a newcomer who had only been with the company a few months, becoming a team leader was almost unheard of. But since Lin Xiao was one of her streamers, Xiao Liu's promotion wasn't surprising. In the director's office, Li Feng smiled warmly at Xiao Liu. "Xiao Liu, you've done a great job. Lin Xiao's popularity is now at the top level on Dusha. The platinum contract was definitely worth it." Hearing this, Xiao Liu smiled back, "It's all thanks to your foresight, director. I'm just following your lead. With Lin Xiao's success, I bet you'll be promoted to manager soon. Let me congratulate you in advance." Haha, Li Feng burst out laughing. That flattery hit just the right spot. After a short break, Lin Xiao began telling his second story. His voice was deep, slightly raspy, and captivating. Lin Xiao spoke slowly. "This is a story from a long time ago. My grandfather was just a teenager, around 17 or 18. It was during the Republic of China era, a time of warlords and chaos. Life was hard. People back then struggled to survive, and if there was any way to make a living, no matter what it was, they would do it. And the story I'm about to tell you happened during my grandfather's time as a horse runner. My great-grandfather, my grandfather's father, made his living in a profession that arose from the turbulent social conditions of that time: horse running. Horse running was essentially being a traveling merchant. They would buy goods from regions where they were cheaper and transport them to places where they could sell for a higher price, making a profit from the difference. Depending on the regions they traveled to, these traders had different names. Those who traveled back and forth between southern regions were called southern horses. Those who went to the northwest were known as northern horses. My great-grandfather was one of those northern horses. Though it could be profitable, horse running was a dangerous trade. Horse runners had to worry about more than just bandits and wild animals on the road. They also feared the strange, supernatural creatures lurking in the shadows. This particular journey was my grandfather's first time accompanying my great-grandfather. To make it easier, I'll tell the rest of the story from my grandfather's perspective. Back then, I had just turned 18. I was the eldest son in the family. In those days, when you reached my age, it was expected that you'd start contributing to the household, finding some way to make a living. In the old feudal times, for most poor families, sons inherited their father's work. In other words, whatever the father did, the son would have to follow. After all, finding a new trade was nearly impossible without the right circumstances. Originally, a few years earlier, I should have started horse running with my father. But my father said that even though I was old enough, my vitality hadn't fully settled yet. On the road, horse runners often encountered lords. These so-called lords were actually malevolent spirits. There were 2 reasons they were called that. First, because you couldn't afford to offend them. Second, because of the unspoken rule, if you don't mess with the ghosts won't mess with you. Show respect to them, and they won't harm you. Because of this, my father delayed my joining the trade for a few more years. It wasn't until I turned 18 that he finally agreed to let me join. Horse runners typically traveled in groups. The number of people could range from 20 to 100. Traveling together helped deter bandits and thieves, and it was also good to have companions on the road. Most importantly, the horse runners were usually fellow townsmen, so there was a bond of trust. If something unfortunate happened, at least there would be someone to handle the aftermath. My father's group was a medium-sized team, with about 50 runners, all from our village. That night, at the agreed time, we set off. Now, there's a reason why horse runners leave at night. It's to prevent anyone from knowing how much money you're carrying for goods, to avoid tipping off bandits or thieves. Another reason is that families are usually asleep at night, so leaving quietly reduces the emotional burden on the runners. After listening to my father, I started to understand. I thought to myself, this seemingly simple trade has a lot of nuances. This time, our destination was in Tibet. The region's DZ beads and amber were in high demand. The team leader said it would take about a month to reach the destination. By seniority, I had to call him third uncle. Time flew by. We traveled for over 20 days without incident. Everyone thought that luck was on our side and that we'd reach our destination without any trouble. But little did we know, in those last few days, we'd encounter one of the most bizarre events in my entire horse running career, something that left the entire team shaken. At this point in the story, Lin Xiao intentionally paused. The audience's curiosity had been fully piqued. The live stream chat was filled with complaints. "Damn it, streamer! How could you stop now? I swear, one day I'll have a knife in hand and hunt down every streamer who cuts stories like this. Seriously? You drop this cliffhanger on us now? I might not be human, but you're definitely a troll. Come on, streamer. Don't play games, get on with it. I'm dying to hear what happens next." Horse running feels so nostalgic. My grandpa used to be one. Man, this story really hits home. This has to be based on a true story. Everything the streamer says matches what I've heard about horse running. Lin Xiao's pause stirred up a bit of an uproar. The chat was flooded with messages urging him to continue. The flow of virtual gifts surged as well. At the Ouyang family home. "Jinier, have you noticed something about the way Lin Xiao tells his stories?" Ouyang Zun asked. Hearing this, Ouyang Jin frowned slightly and shook his head. "Grandpa, I haven't caught on. Can you explain?" Lin Xiao's stories are always very realistic, and they focus on things that resonate with the audience. I've realized that the best paranormal stories are the ones that feel real. What we used to tell can't compare to what Lin Xiao does, there's a world of difference. Ouyang Xun said seriously. Ouyang Jin, filled with respect, replied, "Grandpa, you've got a sharp eye. That's amazing. Flattery won't get you anywhere. I'll introduce you to Lin Xiao when I get the chance." Ouyang Xun promised confidently. After a brief sip of tea, Lin Xiao finally resumed the story. "After traveling for so many days, our group had entered Tibetan territory. We came across an old campsite left by herdsmen during the grazing season. These campsites often had enclosures and windbreaks built by the herdsmen to protect against wild animals and the fierce winds of the region. And that was exactly what we needed to set up camp. Since it was getting late, third uncle decided to have the group stop there for the night. Typically, when we set up camp, a few men would scout the area to ensure it was safe. But that day we had been traveling non-stop for several days, and everyone was exhausted. Plus, these herdsman camps were usually in safe areas, so third uncle decided not to send anyone out to check. The camp was quickly set up. Suddenly, a shout came from one corner of the camp. I immediately furrowed my brow and said to my father, "That's Uncle Ma Liu's voice." My father and I dropped what we were doing, and the men in the nearby tents rushed over to where Uncle Ma Liu was. When we got there, third uncle had already arrived with some men. On the ground was something covered by a white cloth. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the cloth, and their faces looked grim. I was a bit confused. It was my first time running horses, so I had no idea what was going on. What happened, third uncle? The question came from Uncle Diazhu, who had arrived with my father. His voice was deep and booming. Third uncle didn't respond right away. He waited until most of the group had gathered before he squatted down and slowly lifted the white cloth. As the contents beneath the cloth were revealed, everyone gasped. Because underneath the cloth were two ghastly pale corpses. The bodies were completely mutilated, with no intact flesh left. Their eyeballs were gone, and crusted blood was smeared across their faces. They looked terrifying. My heart started pounding, and my temples throbbed. In all my 18 years, I had never seen anything like this. To say I wasn't scared would be a lie. But thankfully, there were many people around, which helped ease the fear. I glanced at my father and asked quietly, "Dad, what's going on?" Seeing the two corpses, my father's expression grew serious. He turned to me, sighed, and spoke slowly. "We're in big trouble. This is a unique burial practice here in the Tibetan region, sky burial. People here believe that once a person comes into this world, they become unclean. After death, if they want to be freed from their impurities, they must let go of the filth in their bodies. So they place the deceased out in the wild for animals to eat. Once the animals have devoured the muscles and internal organs, they return to collect the bones and bury them. This way, the deceased can return to nature cleanly." After hearing my father's explanation, I pointed to the ropes binding the corpses and asked, "But why tie up the bodies? Do they think someone's going to steal them?" At my words, my father scolded me, "You know nothing. Those ropes aren't to stop people, they're to prevent the corpses from turning into something worse." What? My head started spinning. Corpse transformation. That was terrifying to even think about. I stared wide-eyed at my father. "Dad, are you serious?" My father's face remained stern, and he didn't answer. His expression said it all, he wasn't joking. He sighed heavily and looked at me with worry. "It's your first time running horses, and you've already encountered something like this. I don't know if you'll make it in this trade. In horse running, you really rely on heaven's blessings. The road is full of uncertainties, and if heaven doesn't favor you, even small misfortunes can become deadly." Seeing him like this, I cautiously asked, "Dad, how do you know the bodies will transform?" My father spoke in a low voice. "The reason these two bodies are tied up is that their relatives must have noticed signs of transformation and tied them down to stop them from running loose and harming people." Hearing this, I was confused. If one rope can keep them tied up, what's the problem? And if it really gets out of hand, why not just burn them? Problem solved. My father scolded me again, "You don't know anything. Corpses don't just transform for no reason, there's always a cause. Usually it's because they've been influenced by evil forces nearby. The corpses themselves aren't the problem, it's those unseen malevolent entities." And this left me completely bewildered. If that's the case, why not just leave? Staying here would be like waiting for death. I quickly shared my thoughts with my father. But he shook his head. In the Tibetan plains, traveling at night is no different from seeking death. Wild animals roam the grasslands, and the freezing temperatures alone could kill you. Besides, if that thing smells us and follows, it'll be even worse if we're unprepared. I had to admit, my father's experience in this trade was impressive. He thought of everything. If it were me, I would have panicked long ago. Just as I was about to ask more questions, third uncle stood up, his gaze sweeping across the group. He said, "Tonight, we'll have to tough it out. Let's take turns keeping watch in shifts. We'll decide what to do after we get through tonight. What do you think?" Everyone agreed to his suggestion. Since I had no say in the group, I just followed orders. Soon, third uncle organized some men to patrol the perimeter of the camp, while my father and a few other uncles were assigned to keep an eye on the two corpses. The wind howled across the plains, stinging my ears. I wrapped my clothes tightly around myself as I paced near the bodies. Thankfully, the first half of the night passed without incident. Around 2 in the morning, I suddenly felt the urge to relieve myself, so I told my father and got up to find a spot. But as soon as I stood up, I was horrified to notice that one of the corpse's hands seemed to move. I rubbed my eyes, thinking I must have been seeing things. But when I looked again, the hand was definitely moving. My whole body froze, as if struck by lightning. Cold sweat poured from every pore on my body. A chill shot up from my feet to the top of my head. I trembled uncontrollably. Stuttering, I managed to say, the body is moving." "What?" When my father and the other uncles heard this, They jolted awake and immediately stood up. At that moment, strange sounds started coming from outside the camp. Crack, crack, crack. The sound was like bones snapping. My father's face turned pale as he stared at me. Go! Quickly informed third uncle. I didn't think twice. Just as I was about to run to third uncle's tent, I saw him already standing in front of me. But something was different. This wasn't the same third uncle I knew. He had taken off the thick coat typically worn by horse runners. To my shock, he was dressed in a dark yellow Taoist robe. I was stunned. So, third uncle was a Taoist practitioner all along. Third uncle. My father and the others quickly explained the situation with the bodies. Third uncle nodded, his tone serious. I know. Step aside. Then, he pulled out a yellow talisman from his sleeve. At this point, the chat in the livestream exploded with excitement. Whoa, this third uncle is legit. He's a Taoist priest too. I knew it. No way someone like him doesn't have some serious skills. Exactly. A leader like him must have some real power, or he wouldn't have survived this long. Here we go. This is classic Lin Xiao paranormal storytelling. Audience fear detected, fear value plus 10. Audience fear detected, fear value plus 10. Audience fear detected, fear value plus 10. The system notifications kept popping up. Lin Xiao didn't waste any time. Seizing the moment, he continued the story. Right now he needed as much fear value as possible to fuel his lottery spins and increase his strength. Third Master muttered something under his breath and shook the yellow talisman in his hand, causing it to burst into flames without any external source of fire. He tossed the burning talisman onto the two corpses, which were almost sitting up. The flames quickly spread across their bodies at an incredible speed. Soon, the corpses were engulfed in a raging fire. Strangely, the moment the talisman touched the corpses, they collapsed like puppets with their strings cut, instantly becoming lifeless again. Dust returns to dust, earth returns to earth. The path of the living and the dead must be followed. Those who should leave cannot stay. Third Master muttered these words, as if both threatening and advising. After saying that, he turned to us and said, "These two corpses are starting to show signs of becoming undead. This means that thing is nearby. From now on, everyone born in the year of the tiger, dragon, ox, or horse, take the wolf catcher ropes. If you see that thing, catch it. The rest of you, stay near the fire and grab something to defend yourselves with." Got it. Everyone responded in unison to Third Master's words. We all felt confident. After all, what Third Master just did had opened our eyes to what he was truly capable of. At that moment, a sudden commotion came from the direction of the horses tied up in camp. The sound of horses neighing echoed through the air. Something's wrong. Third Master's face changed, and he shouted, "Follow me." In an instant, dozens of men, young and old, followed Third Master, rushing towards the horses. It was a small slope sheltered from the wind near the camp entrance. Several stakes had been driven into the ground, and all the horses were tied there. When we arrived, one of the large, strong horses was already dead. Its body was still standing. But its neck was a gruesome mess of torn flesh, and the pungent smell of blood wafted through the air, making me feel sick to my stomach. The stench was unbearable. The horse's head lay on the ground, and something resembling a humanoid monster was gnawing at the corpse of the dead horse. Shit! Uncle Malu, upon seeing this, couldn't hold back his tears. That was his horse. Horses are the lifeblood of a horseman's livelihood. Uncle Malu roared, "I'll kill you, you beast!" With that, he prepared to charge forward. Seeing this, Third Master quickly grabbed him and harshly whispered, "Stop. Don't act rashly." Upon hearing this, Uncle Malu stopped, knowing that Third Master was the leader, and that the entire group relied on his guidance. Third Master's eyes were fixed on the humanoid monster. "It's really it," Third Master muttered under his breath. By the light of the torches everyone was holding, I finally saw the monster clearly. It was a dried corpse. Its clothes were tattered, but you could still make out that it was wearing the traditional garb of a local herdsman. The corpse was thin and shriveled, like a skeleton draped in human skin. Some parts looked as though they had been chewed by insects and rats, revealing yellowed bones, caked in dirt. What could be called its mouth was stained with blood from gnawing on the horse. A corpse that should have rotted long ago was now feeding on the flesh of the living. My hair stood on end. It was terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. I swear, I've never experienced anything like this in my life. I almost wet myself in fear. Just then, the dried corpse seemed to catch the scent of living humans. It stopped gnawing on the horse and turned its attention to us. It looked like it was eager to attack but also hesitated as if afraid of something, swiping its claws wildly at the air. We kept our distance from it, and the standoff began. Third Master furrowed his brow and said, "Everyone, stick together. The more of us there are, the stronger the yang energy, and this thing won't dare approach us. As I've told you before, humans have 3 flames. One above the head and one on each shoulder. These flames represent yang energy. As long as there's enough of it, ghosts won't dare come near. Of course, this only works when there are a lot of people. If someone is alone, unless they are born under strong yang energy, ghosts will do as they please." Then the question came up, what makes someone a person of strong yang energy? A person born under strong yang energy is someone born in a yang year, during a yang month, and on a yang day. A person born under strong yin energy is someone born in a yin year, during a yin month, and on a yin day. Hearing Third Master's explanation, everyone nodded in agreement. After all, the dried corpse had only attacked Uncle Ma Lu's horse. It may sound harsh, but the truth is that as long as no one's own interests are harmed, no one would risk their life to fight. We all huddled together. Except for Third Master, who stood alone. As soon as he stood apart, the dried corpse, which had been watching us like a predator, now found its target and lunged at Third Master with its claws bared. We were all terrified by this sight. But Third Master remained calm, his face showing no sign of fear or panic as the corpse leaped toward him. When the corpse was almost upon him, Third Master didn't retreat. Instead, he charged forward and delivered a fierce kick to its jaw. That kick wasn't just fast, it was strong and precise. It hit the dried corpse's jaw perfectly. The corpse's head flew back as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer, and bits of decaying flesh and bone scattered from its chin. We gasped at the sight. Honestly, no one expected that a man in his 50s like Third Master would still have such skills. That kick alone would have knocked out any strong man. But this was no ordinary corpse. Even after taking Third Master's kick, it only staggered back a few steps before lunging at him again. Third Master landed and swiftly dodged its attack with a graceful twist of his body. However, the corpse was surprisingly agile. After missing its target, it swung its arm at Third Master's waist. This time, Third Master couldn't avoid it, and he was struck hard, flying backward from the impact. The men from the horse team gasped in shock. Everyone knew that Third Master wasn't just their leader, he was also a respected elder to many of them back home. Seeing Third Master in danger, despite their fear, the men couldn't stand idle. My father, without a second thought, grabbed a wolf catcher rope with some of the other men and charged forward. I, along with some younger men, rushed to help Third Master to his feet. As for my father and the others, though they weren't as nimble as Third Master, they were seasoned travelers, skilled with the wolf catcher ropes. In no time, they had tied up all 4 of the corpse's limbs. Seeing this, Third Master shouted, "Quick! Use the spears and blades, cut it!" Hearing his command, the rest of the men didn't hesitate and began striking the corpse with their weapons. But the corpse's flesh, although rotten, was tough. Swords and spears cut into it, but its tendons and bones were as hard as steel. The weapons only left shallow marks. I was stunned. I thought to myself, is this thing made of iron? How are we supposed to cut it down like this? The men kept slashing without stopping. But the dried corpse remained lively, showing no sign of weakening. In fact, the more they cut, the more violently it struggled. My father and the others were quickly wearing out. This thing was just too strong, and it wouldn't stop struggling. Soon, their strength began to fade, and their hands were covered in blood blisters. Roar. Suddenly, the dried corpse let out a roar, and a cloud of black mist sprayed from its mouth. It leaped forward with great force. Crack! In an instant, several of the wolf catcher ropes snapped under the strain. One of the men holding a blade couldn't react in time and accidentally slammed his head into the corpse's outstretched hand. A terrible scream escaped his lips. His face turned deathly pale in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Third Master shouted, "Quick! Get him out of there!" "Got it!" Hearing Third Master's order, my father and the others worked together to pull the man free from the corpse's grasp. When I rushed over to check on him, I realized it was Uncle Ma Lu. "Third Master, how is Uncle Ma Lu?" I anxiously asked. Third Master's face was grave as he replied, "This corpse has been rotting for at least 60 years. A normal person who gets touched on the head like that won't last half an hour. Even an immortal couldn't save them. But Uncle Ma Lu only got grazed. He should recover after a few months of rest." I sighed in relief. As long as no one died, we could handle it. Then I asked, "Third Master, how do we defeat this thing?" Because I could see that my father and the others were almost at their limit. If we didn't figure something out soon, we'd all end up dead here. Hearing my question, Third Master narrowed his eyes. Ordinary weapons can't hurt it. We need to destroy the mole that triggered its transformation. I was confused. How do we know where the mole is? Third Master squinted and said, remember that kick I gave it earlier? That was to find the mole. I noticed a small green dot behind its ear that should be the corpse's transformation mole. Hurry, go tell your father. I nodded quickly and ran toward my father, shouting, Dad, Third Master says there's a green dot behind the creature's ear. If you hit it, you can defeat the monster. Hearing this, my father and the other men nodded immediately. They were all fired up. Uncle Ma Lu had been their friend for decades. Now, he'd nearly died because of this corpse. They couldn't just let this slide. We exchanged glances. Then, they once again tied up the corpse's limbs. Go! My father yelled to the other men. Quickly, a few of them charged at the dried corpse. Two of the men, holding spears, aimed right for the mole behind the corpse's ear. But when the spears struck the mole, it was as hard as steel. The spear tips even bounced off. One of them turned to Third Master and said, Third Uncle, we can't pierce it. Third Master's face darkened immediately. Could it be? Could this be a corpse that has been cultivating for 100 years? That would make things much more difficult. While Third Master was muttering, my father shouted, Third Uncle, think of something quickly. We can't hold on much longer. But it seemed like Third Master didn't hear my father's call for help. He just stood there, deep in thought. Got it. Suddenly Third Master looked up sharply, his eyes fixed on me. I was confused and instinctively asked, Third Master, why are you looking at me like that? Upon hearing my words, Third Master asked in a low voice, Kid, you haven't been with a woman yet, have you? The moment I heard that, my face immediately started to heat up. I thought, at a time like this, you're asking me that? But in the end, I shook my head and said, I'm still a virgin. When I said that, Third Master clapped his hands. Perfect. I was confused. Perfect? What's perfect about that? Being a virgin is great. Tonight, our safety depends entirely on your virgin blood. I pointed at myself. Me. Third Master nodded. Yes, you. Your virgin blood can break through this thing's iron skin. Although I didn't quite understand what he meant, since Third Master had already said it, I knew I couldn't back down. Besides, it was just some blood, no big deal. So, I stood up and ran over to my father. When my father saw me coming, his face turned pale, and he shouted, You idiot! What the hell are you doing here? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Get back! Hearing this, I quickly explained, Dad, Third Master said my blood can break through the dried corpse's iron skin. My father was stunned. Without thinking much more about it, I bit my finger and smeared the blood on the tip of the spear. A sharp pain shot through my body. I looked at Uncle Dejou and said, Uncle Dejou, it's up to you now. Got it. Uncle Dejou nodded, aimed carefully, and fiercely stabbed the spear at the corpse's transformation mole. Squelch. The spear pierced through the rotten flesh like it was tofu. The previously impenetrable transformation mole was easily pierced, and the spearhead went halfway through the corpse's head. Wail. The corpse let out a terrifying howl, and black smoke started pouring out. That howl was like the wailing of ghosts and wolves, chilling to the bone. The sound was so piercing that I quickly covered my ears. Thud. The dried corpse collapsed to the ground, as if it had lost all support. Phew. Phew. Seeing this, everyone let out a sigh of relief, finally feeling the weight lift. Afterward, Uncle Dejou helped Third Master over, who immediately took out a talisman and slapped it onto the corpse. With a whoosh, a flame ignited, quickly burning the corpse to ashes. And so, the story came to an end. The chat room exploded with comments. That was an amazing story. Turns out being a virgin is pretty important after all. So everyone, remember to keep yourselves clean, you never know when it might save your life. Wow. I just realized this streamer's family has had a lot of strange experiences. No wonder the stories are so good, you need that kind of background to tell stories like these. Exactly. I'm already sad it's over. Streamer, how about another one? Yeah, come on, one more. 2 stories aren't enough. Listening to other people's spooky stories makes me sleepy, but listening to the streamer's stories? Man, they keep me up all night. Looks like it's another sleepless night for me. Reading these comments, Lin Xiao smiled faintly. Sky burials are a real custom in Tibet, but this story is a modified version of one based on that tradition. Supernatural tales, you believe them if you want, or not if you don't. Just enjoy the story. That's it for today, everyone. See you tomorrow. With that, Lin Xiao ended the stream. After a quick wash, he lay down in bed and opened Weibo. He hadn't paid much attention to it before, but hearing people say he was trending every day made him curious. Sure enough, on the trending list, Ling Xiao, creator of a new genre of supernatural stories. Reports say that radio stations across the country are launching their own midnight radio shows, featuring new supernatural stories. Jiang City Radio suddenly halts all broadcasts, cause unknown. When Lin Xiao saw that last headline, his eyes narrowed. Jiang City Radio, halting all broadcasts. Now that was news to Lin Xiao. He scrolled a bit longer before drifting off to sleep. The next morning, Lin Xiao had just finished breakfast when his phone rang. It was a call from Ouyang Xun. Good morning, old master. Lin Xiao greeted first. Ouyang Xun chuckled. Good morning, Lin Xiao. Old master, what's up? Well, there's something I want to take you to see. Interested in joining me? Ouyang Xun teased, keeping things mysterious. Lin Xiao was puzzled. Where are we going? You'll like it. Trust me, I won't lead you into a trap, Ouyang Xun said confidently. Lin Xiao smiled wryly. All right, old master, I'll go with you. Good, wait at home. I'll come pick you up in a bit. Half an hour later, Ouyang Xun arrived. The driver was Ouyang Jin. Lin Xiao, let me introduce you. This is my grandson, Ouyang Jin. Ouyang Xun made a brief introduction. Lin Xiao nodded. Ouyang Jin extended his hand. Lin Xiao, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm a huge fan of yours. I listen to your supernatural stories every day, they're incredible. I'm studying broadcasting myself, and if all goes well, I hope to become a supernatural story host someday. I'd love to learn from you. Hearing this, Lin Xiao smiled. Learn from me? I'm flattered. With the old master here, how could I dare show off? Come on, Lin Xiao. Ouyang Jing said earnestly. There's a saying, the student surpasses the master. The market now belongs to your generation. I'm getting old, and I'm happy just listening to your shows. Lin Xiao was left speechless, unsure how to respond. The car slowly made its way forward. Ouyang Xun asked, Do you know where I'm taking you? No idea. Lin Xiao replied with a chuckle. To the broadcasting authority. Someone there wants to meet you. Ouyang Xun's tone was mysterious. The broadcasting authority? Someone wants to meet me. Lin Xiao frowned. The broadcasting authority is in charge of all media and entertainment activities, including radio and television. Who wants to meet me? You'll find out when we get there. For now, it's a secret. Ouyang Xun replied with a smile. Lin Xiao could only shrug. Soon, they arrived at the Jiang City Broadcasting Authority. Ouyang Jin stayed in the car while Lin Xiao and Ouyang Xun headed inside. In the deputy director's office of the Broadcasting Bureau, Huang Xiang was just over 40 years old but had already become the deputy director of the Jiangzhou Broadcasting Bureau. For a woman, such a rapid rise in rank was nothing short of impressive. Of course, this was also due to Huang Xiang's iron-fisted leadership. In the past, she had been a small official at the grassroots level. But during her tenure, she led sweeping reforms that directly boosted the GDP of the entire region. That's true capability. At this moment, Huang Xiang personally poured tea for Lin Xiao and Ouyang Xun. Lin Xiao thanked her politely. Huang Xiang sat down with a smile and said, Lin Xiao, no need to be so formal with me. Treat this place like your own home, make yourself comfortable. Lin Xiao was stunned. How could it be the same? This was the deputy director's office of the Broadcasting Bureau. If I treated it like home, wouldn't your subordinates arrest me on the spot? Old master, did you explain everything to Lin Xiao? Huang Xiang then turned to Ouyang Jinan. He shook his head. I figured it would be better if you told him yourself. Fair enough, Huang Xiang nodded. Lin Xiao, I issued an order yesterday to completely shut down the entire broadcasting station. Director Lin Deji has already been sent to the police. Oh. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. Someone like him doesn't deserve to be the station director. He's too narrow-minded, going so far as to fabricate baseless accusations to frame someone as talented as you. As for Zhang Hai, I've already dismissed him. He's a grown man, acting like a sissy every day, disgusting to watch. Huang Xiang didn't mince words. After hearing this, Lin Xiao felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. It felt good. Zhang Hai deserved this kind of punishment. But that's not the main point. Huang Xiang continued. The main reason I called you here today is to offer you the position of station director. Her words caught Lin Xiao completely off guard. Make me the station director? Is this some kind of international joke? Director Huang, you must be joking. Lin Xiao chuckled. Huang Xiang's expression was serious. I never joke. I'm sorry, but I refuse. Lin Xiao shook his head. Refuse. Ouyang Xun was stunned. This was the position of station director. A guaranteed lifelong career. A position that countless people dream of but can never obtain. Given Lin Xiao's age, becoming the station director would open up countless opportunities for him in the future. Yet, without even thinking, he refused. Wait, Lin Xiao, are you sure you don't want to reconsider? Ouyang Xun urged, hoping he would change his mind. Lin Xiao smiled and said, no need to reconsider. Can you at least give me a reason? Huang Xiang asked, her gaze steady. Lin Xiao took a deep breath. I don't think I'm qualified for the position, and besides, Director Huang, I'm the type of person who prefers a more laid-back life. I hate being constrained. If I became the director, it would be a responsibility that would weigh on me. Huang Xiang was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. I do, however, have someone suitable to recommend for the position. Lin Xiao added. Oh, Huang Xiang's interest was piqued. Who? Ouyang Jin, old master's grandson. Lin Xiao replied casually. What? Ouyang Xun was taken aback. He never expected Lin Xiao to recommend his grandson for the position of station director. This was completely unexpected. No, Jin is still too young. He's not ready for such a heavy responsibility. Ouyang Xun quickly refused. Lin Xiao continued, Ouyang Jin may be young, but he's a very pragmatic person, both brave and wise. If you give him the opportunity to lead and implement reforms, I believe the listenership of Jiang City's broadcasting station will increase dramatically. Lin Xiao, I have a lot of faith in you, but since you've already said this, I won't push. I've also looked into Ouyang Jin before, and he indeed has potential. Very well, let's give him the position of station director. Huang Xiang agreed straightforwardly. Huang Xiang, that's a rather hasty decision, isn't it? Ouyang Xun was surprised. I trust Lin Xiao's judgment. Huang Xiang replied confidently. It had to be said, smart people truly understand each other. Huang Xiang's statement was not just a vote of confidence in Lin Xiao, but a way to ensure Ouyang Xun would be grateful to Lin Xiao for the opportunity. Lin Xiao, you. Ouyang Xun was at a loss for words. Old master, it's settled. You don't have faith in your own grandson, Lin Xiao said seriously. All right. Ouyang Xun finally nodded. Let's have lunch together to celebrate. I'll make the arrangements, and we'll toast to your success, Lin Xiao. Huang Xiang concluded. Lin Xiao shrugged, not refusing. After all, she was the deputy director. Turning her down wouldn't be the most polite thing to do. After lunch, Ouyang Jin drove Lin Xiao home. On the way, Ouyang Xun explained everything to his grandson. After hearing the full story, Ouyang Jin nearly pressed the gas pedal instead of the brake. Lin Xiao, you have way too much faith in me. This position was meant for you, but you're giving it to me. How am I supposed to handle that? Ouyang Jin was astonished. Lin Xiao casually replied, we may have just met, but I feel like we hit it off. This position suits you more than me. Ouyang Jin didn't know how to respond. Back at home, before Lin Xiao could close the door, Su Wan suddenly appeared behind him. Lin Xiao. Su Wan's voice was as soft as a songbird. Lin Xiao turned to look at her. What's up? Something wrong? Yes. There's something I need to ask you, Su Wan said, her face slightly red, clearly embarrassed. Come in, and we'll talk. Lin Xiao invited her inside. Once seated on the couch, Lin Xiao asked, so, what's up? Are you free this afternoon? Su Wan suddenly asked. Lin Xiao was taken aback. Yeah, I'm free. Why? Could you come with me to my home? Su Wan clutched the hem of her clothes tightly, her head slightly bowed. Huh? Lin Xiao thought he had misheard. Did you just ask me to go to your house? Su Wan nodded lightly. Lin Xiao smiled wryly. So, you want me to meet your parents? Upon hearing this, Su Wan's face flushed even more. How embarrassing. My dad is forcing me to marry some rich second-generation guy from Jiang City. Tonight's dinner is to announce the engagement, but I don't like him. Su Wan blurted out in one breath. It's true, sometimes the children of wealthy families can be quite pitiful. They never have to worry about material needs, but when it comes to important matters like marriage, they often don't get to decide for themselves. Simply put, most are just pawns in business deals. Hearing this, Lin Xiao didn't hesitate. All right, I'll go with you. Really? Su Wan's eyes lit up. Lin Xiao nodded. By the way, Do you know my alcohol tolerance? Lin Xiao suddenly asked. This caught Su Wan off guard. She shook her head. No, I don't. Want to find out? Lin Xiao asked with a playful grin. Su Wan was confused. Sure. Well, it's about 8 bottles of champagne, 7 bottles of vodka, 6 bottles of Jägermeister, 5 bottles of whiskey, 4 bottles of Jack Daniels, 3 bottles of rum, and 2 bottles of absinthe. Lin Xiao listed off with a smirk. Su Wan burst into laughter, covering her mouth. Lin Xiao, you're just bragging now. I'm not. Lin Xiao said seriously, looking straight into Su Wan's eyes. Or maybe, just a simple good night from you. Buzz. At that moment, Su Wan's mind went completely blank. Was Lin Xiao flirting with her? How romantic. That had to be the most beautiful thing anyone had ever said to her in her life. At the same time, in the outskirts of Jiang City, at a secret base, in a dimly lit meeting room, a group of people sat around a computer desk. On the projector screen was an island, Wuhuai Island. At the head of the table sat a powerful middle-aged man with only one eye, radiating an intense fighting spirit. It was a kind of fighting spirit that most people could never attain in their lifetime. His name was Yuan Zhan. And this was the headquarters of the Ghost Control Alliance of Jiang City. The more than 30 people present were all ghost controllers from Jiang City. Normally they were scattered across the city, only gathering when summoned by Yuan Zhan. Each person here held an impressive position in their public life. Some were leading entrepreneurs, others were renowned scientists or high-ranking officials. Today I've gathered you all to discuss Wuhuai Island. We previously discovered that there was a ghost marquise-level spirit there, an authentic A-class ghost. But as of yesterday its presence has completely vanished. Yuan Zhan's voice was strong and commanding, like thunder. The ghost marquise disappeared. Who could have done it? To easily eliminate an A-class ghost, you'd need at least S-class ghost controller strength. Do we have anyone that powerful in Jiang City? From what I know, no. Even Commander Yuan is only at the peak of A-class. Could it be a ghost controller from a neighboring city? Everyone murmured amongst themselves. An A-class ghost controller was of immense significance to any city. For a second-tier city like Jiang City, it was even more crucial. Even for first-tier cities, or the capital itself, the appearance of a new A-class ghost controller would be cause for celebration. After all, ghosts were now appearing frequently across the country. If they appeared in large numbers, it could spell disaster for humanity. The more A-class ghost controllers there were, the better protected humanity would be. Upon hearing their murmurs, Yuan Zhan shook his head. It wasn't a ghost controller from another city. Then it was someone from Jiang City. Exactly. Yuan Zhan confirmed. Gasp. Everyone in the room drew a sharp breath. An elderly man asked, Commander Yuan, is there an S-class ghost controller in Jiang City? That's the main reason I called you all here. If we truly have an A-class ghost controller in Jiang City, I need to report it to the higher-ups to secure more resources, Yuan Zhan said slowly. Everyone exchanged glances but remained silent. None of you know. Yuan Zhan's gaze swept over the group. They all shook their heads. Yuan Zhan sighed deeply. If that's the case, let's keep this information under wraps for now. Once we identify this S-class ghost controller, we can make our decision. Understood. Everyone agreed. The elderly man spoke again. Commander Yuan, how much time do you think we have until the revival of the ghost race? Yuan Zhan frowned and remained silent for a moment before speaking. It could be as short as 1 year, or as long as 3. Either way, the situation doesn't look good for us. The meeting room fell into a tense silence. The Ghost Marquee file on Wuhuai Island is now permanently sealed. Seal level S-class. File code Ghost Marquee. Meeting adjourned. Yuan Zhan concluded decisively. In a Jiang City shopping mall, Lin Xiao and Su Wan were buying gifts. Even though they were pretending to be a couple, they still had to follow the usual formalities. That was just part of the deal. Initially, Su Wan didn't want Lin Xiao to pay, but out of gentlemanly pride, Lin Xiao insisted on covering the bill. He spent a good chunk of money. Lin Xiao felt the pinch. On the way to Su Wan's house, she glanced at Lin Xiao sitting in the passenger seat. Lin Xiao, are you nervous? To be honest, this is the first time I've done something like this, so yeah, I'm a little anxious. Lin Xiao admitted. How could he not be nervous? He was going to crash someone's engagement party. The other guy was a rich second-generation heir and a business partner of Su Wan's family. In simple terms, Lin Xiao was walking into a situation where he'd be making enemies with everyone there. To say he wasn't nervous would be a lie. Seeing Lin Xiao's honesty, Su Wan smiled. She liked men who were genuine, not pretentious. Don't worry, I'll protect you, Su Wan said confidently. If a man needs a woman to protect him, I might as well be dead. Lin Xiao laughed bitterly. Su Wan's family lived in the outskirts of Jiang City, in their own private estate. As they drove up the mountain road, a grand and ancient-looking building came into view. Is this your home? Lin Xiao asked, surprised. Su Wan nodded. Yes. Lin Xiao took a deep breath. A place this big must have cost a fortune. It seemed. The Su family's wealth far exceeded his expectations. Your family is pretty rich, Lin Xiao remarked. Su Wan thought for a moment. I suppose. We have assets worth a bit under 10 billion. Lin Xiao? That sudden display of modest wealth almost made Lin Xiao's back spasm. Was that even a human response? Under 10 billion? Lin Xiao doubted he'd ever make that much in his lifetime. At the entrance to the estate. As soon as Su Wan's car stopped, 2 security guards quickly approached. Let's get out, Su Wan said to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao nodded and opened the car door. Welcome back, Miss Su. The security guards greeted her respectfully. Su Wan was the third in her generation, so everyone called her Third Mississippi. Unlike her siblings, who worked under the Su family's business umbrella, Su Wan was independent. She ran a fashion design company in Jiang City with a friend, bringing in millions of profit each year. For a young woman in her early 20s, that was quite impressive. Thank you. Su Wan handed the car keys to the guards. They immediately drove the car inside. That was the level of elegance you'd expect from a wealthy family. No one parks their own car when they come home. Let's go inside. Su Wan smiled at Lin Xiao as she walked to his side. The next second, Lin Xiao opened his arms and looked straight at her. Huh? What are you doing? Su Wan asked, puzzled. I'm your boyfriend now? Hold my arm, Lin Xiao said firmly. Swoosh. Su Wan's face flushed bright red. She had never held a man's arm before in her life. Naturally, she was nervous. Do I have to? She asked cautiously. Lin Xiao shrugged. Of course not, but if we get exposed, don't say I didn't warn you. All right, I'll do it. Su Wan gave in. She immediately hooked her arm through his. As the faint scent of lavender perfume wafted from her, a smile tugged at Lin Xiao's lips. Just as they were about to enter the estate, the roar of an engine echoed from behind them. A flashy McLaren drifted smoothly to a stop right next to Lin Xiao, missing him by just a hair. Su Wan frowned immediately upon seeing the car. A young man in a custom Armani suit stepped out from the driver's seat. From the passenger side emerged a woman who looked like trouble, heavily made up, clearly not someone easy to deal with. In comparison to Su Wan's pure and elegant demeanor, this woman was leagues apart. The young man was Su Zi, Su Wan's cousin, and the second most prominent figure in the Su family's younger generation, only surpassed by his older brother, Su Zun. Backed by the Su family's vast resources, he had started a real estate company in Jiang City, making billions in profit each year. He was, without a doubt, a playboy. Well, little cousin, you're here early, Su Zi said with a sly smile as he approached Su Wan. Su Wan responded with a polite nod and addressed him, cousin. And who's this? Su Zi squinted at Lin Xiao. I get it, he's your bodyguard, right? Lin Xiao was about to explain. But Su Zi interrupted. These days, any Tom, Dick or Harry can be a bodyguard. With that build I could knock you out with one punch. Little cousin, your taste is really off. Are you short on cash? If so, just tell me, I can hire you a real bodyguard, a proper muscular guy. Just get rid of this one. Hearing this, Lin Xiao chuckled. Do I really look like a bodyguard? That's quite the compliment. He's my boyfriend, Su Wan said, her tone calm but firm. What? Su Zi was completely stunned by her words, his eyes widening in disbelief. What did you say? He's your boyfriend? Xiao Wan, that joke's not funny at all. Do you even know the purpose of today's gathering? Young Master Yang will be here soon. Don't mess this up, Su Zi quickly tried to warn her. The Yang family was a major business powerhouse in Jiang City. Even the Su family was small in comparison to the Yang group. If the Su family broke ties with the Yang family, the consequences would be unimaginable. A full-scale retaliation from the Yang group would be disastrous. If the Su family collapsed, Su Zi and the other freeloaders benefiting from the family's fortune would be in serious trouble. Little sister, what are you thinking? You're passing up someone like young Master Yang for this poor guy? Look at his outfit, I bet it doesn't even cost 1,000 yuan. You're making a huge mistake. The woman beside Su Zi folded her arms and looked Lin Xiao up and down with disdain. Upon hearing this, Su Wan shot her a cold glare. This is a Su family matter. It's none of your business. Oh my zge. Look at what she's saying. She doesn't even consider me part of the Su family. The woman pouted and rubbed up against Su Zi. Su Zi's face hardened. Xiaowen, let me tell you something, you can't joke about things like this. If uncle finds out, he'll beat you for sure. Young Master Yang will be here any minute, so you'd better make sure this guy is gone by then. If you don't, the entire Su family will suffer the consequences. Su Zi's tone was sharp and menacing. Su Wan, unfazed, replied. The only ones who'll suffer are you leeches who use the Su family name to live a life of indulgence. Su Zi's face flushed with anger at her words. He turned to Lin Xiao. Kid, if you know what's good for you, you'd better leave now. Otherwise, I'll make sure you can't survive in Jiang City. Cousin, saying that to me won't help. You'll have to ask my girlfriend. If she tells me to leave, I'll go right now. But as for you, who do you think you are? Why should I listen to you? Lin Xiao shoved his hands into his pockets, adopting a carefree attitude. Su Zi was furious. This nobody dared to talk back to him like that? How was he supposed to save face after this? Fine. Xiaowen, if I can't convince you, I'll let uncle deal with you. When he takes action, don't say I didn't warn you. With that, Su Zi stormed off angrily toward the estate. Watching the backs of Su Zi and the woman, Su Wan sighed lightly. Lin Xiao suddenly spoke up. Xiaowan, your cousin is a real piece of work. Su Wan nodded. He's always been like that, arrogant and selfish. I've never liked him. I've got a way to teach him a lesson. Lin Xiao said with a sly grin. What's your plan? Su Wan asked, intrigued. You'll see. I've got something up my sleeve, but I can't reveal it just yet. Lin Xiao teased. You're amazing. Lin Xiao. Su Wan's smile returned, lighting up her face. Let's head inside. Lin Xiao said as they walked together toward the estate. The Su family estate was massive and lavishly decorated, complete with rock gardens, fish ponds, and stunning landscapes. The lifestyle of the wealthy, in all its simplicity. Let's visit my grandfather first, Su Wan suggested suddenly. Sure. Lin Xiao agreed. In the Su family, Su Zi's father Su Kan was the current head. Su Wan's father Su Hai was the second in command. This marriage between Su Wan and the eldest Yang son had been arranged by Su Kan, with Su Hai's full support. After all, if Su Wan married into the Yang family, it could increase Su Hai's chances of taking over as head of the Su family. Su Wan's grandfather, Su Zhengguo, was over 80 years old and had long since retired from the family's business affairs. He spent his days in his study, practicing calligraphy and enjoying a peaceful life. Su Wan led Lin Xiao to the study and knocked on the door. A frail voice answered from inside. Su Wan opened the door and entered. At the desk, Su Zhengguo was practicing his calligraphy. When he saw Su Wan, his face lit up with a wide smile. Wan Ayer, you've finally come home. I've missed you so much. Su Zhengguo's voice trembled with emotion. Tears welled up in Su Wan's eyes as she knelt by her grandfather's feet, choking back sobs. Grandpa, I missed you too. The last time you visited was half a year ago, wasn't it? Ah, you've always been so independent. The Su family's business may not be huge, but it could easily provide for you. Why go out and struggle on your own? It's not easy for a young girl to make her way in the world, Su Zhengguo said, his tone full of concern. Su Wan couldn't hold back her tears any longer. Grandpa. She was overcome with emotion, unable to speak through her sobs. Lin Xiao stood awkwardly to the side, uncomfortable with such a tearful scene. Just then, out of reflex, he activated his spirit eye. He glanced at Su Zhengguo and his face immediately darkened. A faint cloud of dark energy lingered between Su Zhengguo's eyebrows, and a trace of black mist hovered around his temples, obscuring his fate. These were signs of poisoning. And who is this? Su Zhengguo's gaze turned to Lin Xiao just as he was lost in thought. Su Wan quickly introduced, Grandpa, this is my boyfriend. Hello, sir. My name is Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao smiled as he snapped back to reality. Lin Xiao. Su Zhengguo frowned slightly. I heard from your uncle that today's gathering was supposed to welcome the young man from the Yang family. Upon hearing this, Su Wan pursed her lips and took a deep breath. Grandpa, I don't like him. That's right, sir. Lin Xiao chimed in. It's the modern age now. Arranged marriages are outdated. Sure, the Su family is a prominent family, but using Xiaowan's happiness as a bargaining chip to maintain business relations seems unfair. Lin Xiao spoke earnestly. Instead of getting angry, Su Zhengguo nodded in agreement. You're right. To be honest, I've been against Wan Er's marriage to the Yang family boy from the start. Oh, Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows in surprise. I know exactly what kind of person that boy is. If Wan Er marries him, she'll never be happy. I've spent decades in the business world, and to tell you the truth, I've always regretted neglecting my family for business. Su Zhenguo said slowly. Su Wan shook her head. Grandpa, please don't say that. To me, you're the best grandfather in the world. Silly girl. Su Zhenguo smiled warmly as he patted Su Wan's head. Then he looked up at Lin Xiao. So, you're Lin Xiao? A good name. Let me ask you, do you truly love our Wan Er? At these words, Su Wan's gaze also focused on Lin Xiao. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao nodded firmly. Sir, my feelings for Xiaowan are as sincere as the heavens themselves. Good. Su Zhenguo nodded approvingly. A real man must take responsibility. Very well. Then today, I'll throw in my lot with you two and stand by your side. A little after 5 p.m. At the Su family estate. The main hall of the villa was already filled with people well over 100. Most of them were from the younger generation of the Su family, with some well-known entrepreneurs from Jiang City mixed in. At the head of the table sat Su Kan, the head of the Su family. To his right was a strong-willed middle-aged man. None other than Su Wan's father, Su Hai. Second brother. Su Kan said, glancing at Su Hai. Su Hai turned his head. What is it, brother? I heard from Su Zi that Su Wan brought a strange man with her today. Su Kan said, squinting with an indifferent tone. Su Hai frowned. I didn't know. As her father, how could you not know something like this? Second brother, you're really failing as a father. Su Kan sneered sarcastically. Su Hai's face darkened with embarrassment. He immediately stiffened and asked, who is this man? Just some poor kid. If I'm not mistaken, Su Wan probably hired him as a last-minute stand-in. You know what to do, don't you? Su Kan's voice dripped with veiled threats. Su Hai remained silent, a hint of resentment flickering across his face. Before young Master Yang arrives, I expect you to take care of this. If things get out of hand, it won't be good for our family. Su Kan warned. Su Hai snorted. Brother, this is my business. I don't need your threats, I'm not buying it. Su Kan smiled coldly. Second brother, don't be so paranoid, I'm just reminding you. Su Hai fell silent, no longer willing to argue. The truth was, the relationship between the two brothers was far from harmonious. In a family as large as the Su family, who wouldn't want to be in charge? Even though Su Hai was the second son, he harbored his own ambitions. As they conversed, Su Wan and Lin Xiao entered the hall together. The man was tall and handsome, the woman graceful and beautiful, a perfect match. The moment they appeared, they caught everyone's attention. Su Wan's here. She looks even more beautiful than a few months ago. No wonder young Master Yang is so taken with her. Who's that man with her? They're holding hands. No idea, but he's quite handsome. Could he be young Master Yang's rival? The guests murmured among themselves, but Lin Xiao paid no attention to them. Su Wan remained calm as she walked toward Su Hai. Uncle, Dad. Su Wan greeted Su Kan and Su Hai softly. Su Kan smiled warmly. Wan Er, you've grown even more beautiful in the past few months. With your looks, you could easily rival any of today's actresses. Well done. Thank you, Uncle. Su Wan bowed slightly. In a large family, there were always certain rules. No matter how one felt inside, they couldn't show any disrespect in front of their elders. That was the way of things. Then Su Wan turned to her father. Dad, how's your health? I'm not dead yet. Su Hai responded coldly. Su Wan was taken aback. Who is this? Su Hai pointed at Lin Xiao. Just as Lin Xiao was about to introduce himself, Su Hai cut him off. I wasn't asking you. What kind of attitude is that? He thought to himself. I'm just trying to be polite, and this is the response I get? My temper is starting to flare. Fortunately, Su Wan stepped in. His name is Lin Xiao. He's my boyfriend. Buzz. The entire hall fell silent. Everyone knew why they had gathered here today. The goal was to facilitate Su Wan's marriage to Yang Xing. But now, before Yang Xing even arrived, Su Wan had brought another man. What a mess. Xiaowan? I told you earlier to make sure this guy leaves. Why didn't you listen? I'm your cousin, would I lead you astray? Su Zi suddenly appeared. That's right, Xiaowan, don't make a hasty decision. Today is a big day for you and young Master Yang. You can't act rashly. Exactly. This is about the Su family's survival, you can't just fool around. Su Wan, this is no game. Do you think this is some childish pretend play? One by one, the Su family members voiced their concerns. Hearing their words, Su Wan clenched her fists, and, after a brief pause, spoke up firmly.
Hi guys, your opinion means a lot to me. I'm working on improving the stories to make them more interesting for you. Please leave a comment and let me know what you liked about this story. Your feedback helps me get better and create content that you'll enjoy. Your feedback is very important to me. Thank you for your support and attention. If you enjoyed this story, I can't wait to share its continuation with you.